Beautiful ladies and incredible gentlemen. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it that we are back.
Episode 2!
And remember, this is the unofficial welcome before we get to know each other. As you know, before we begin, we just like to take a moment to arrive, not into the summit, but into your body. Because most people today are living here instead of here. We try to fix, optimize, improve without ever actually slowing down. Enough to listen.
And whether this is your first time here or you've been with us since episode 1, we want to say you're exactly where you need to be. This space is not about doing more, and you would know this if you're from episode 1. It's about remembering.
Remembering that your body is not broken. It's adapting to stress, to speed, to a world that's constantly pulling you out of yourself. Your body is this most powerful, beautiful, magnetizing energy vortex of wealth of information. And that information is something that we're gonna cover so much of, but we all gotta start moving from that mind, the overly thinking, analyzing part of us, into our bodies.
Yeah, I like to think of it like this. We can't actually ascend or super access the spirit if we're not integrated in the body first. You know, if we're really overweight, if we're mentally unwell, we're not able to access these higher states. And so really blessing and taking this body as the sacred temple that it is, self-care of this physical body is actually how you're going to reach your highest experience here on earth in the third dimension without actually being in a different dimension, essentially. It's how you bridge the third and the fifth dimensions, is by really mastering the physical body and being integrated spirit, mind, and body.
And we've been on a hunt. We've been on a hunt around the world to find the most world's leading experts, teachers, solutions to the body's temple, to master the body as your temple, because without the retuned instrument, even though we're the spiritual beings living a physical experience, that representation of the physical experience depends on this purely healthy, vibrant, regenerative body that we've all been gifted.
So before we go into all the science, all the tools, and all the experts, we're gonna start the same way we always start.
And so this is why before we get to know each other, before we speak about today, we all want to move into that deep state of cohesion. This is that presence through which we operate. So those of you that are tuning in for the first time, this is the level of work that we do. We work on the physical, mental, emotional, energetic level in the group coherence. This has all been studied by science. We know what happens when we amplify one another, when we strengthen that field that we're all co-creating here together. And we're gonna do it through breath, sound, visualization, and guidance. Now, as we're gonna do this, it is very important to find a place to sit or lay down on your back. Have a good quality headphones if you can, so you can hear it, observe it. We're using different frequencies of sound and light that will be, guided through the earphones. And essentially, those of you that have never done deep breathing before, you're gonna feel a lot of tingling sensation. There might be emotion. And we're not gonna go too far, too deep in this one, but just so you guys know, at first it might be like, whoa, what is going on? And this is why you never wanna be standing, driving while you're doing the breath exercises for the safety, so we can properly activate this day ahead.
So let's get into it.
Beautiful friends, welcome to the official opening ceremony for the Earth 2.0 Global Activation. Today, before we embark on this journey, we deeply connect into something very sacred that unifies us all. Breath, group coherence. It's the level through which we operate, as the Earth 2.0 is no longer the place for the me, but rather we move into the we consciousness. My dear friends, we're going to embark on a journey through meditation, grounding, 3 rounds of breath, to reconnect back into the physical body, from the mind, the software, to the body, the hardware. In the first part, we're gonna focus on the past, present, and future to allow this energy vortex to start submitting the highest levels of healing, evolution, and that limitless mindset that might still hold us back from the full physical health. Now, wherever you are, I would like to kindly ask you to have a nice headphones, and you may turn off the screen or simply close your eyes. And I highly encourage you, if you can, lay down on your back. You may even lay down. Before we go any further, let us all synchronize our breath. Same length on inhale, in through your nose. Same length on exhale, blow it out your mouth. Breathe about 8 seconds on inhale and 8 seconds on exhale. And just allow to sync up your breath. We live in a busy, busy world. Allow all of your intention and attention. Step into this perfect rhythmical breath. If your monkey brain is still active, bring it back to your breath. This is the first part of what we call the instant presence. The second part, we're gonna rub your hands together until you feel this little burning sensation in and around your hands. When you feel this burning sensation, place your hands down and continue breathing in through your palms and out your palms. Breathe in that same rhythm, about 8 seconds on inhale and 8 seconds on exhale. Feel this little pulsation, vibration, tingling sensation around your palms, and continue breathing into that place. Sense that same sensation now expanding into both of your arms, traveling all the way up to your shoulders. Continue being aware of the breath, in and out your palms, your arms, and relax that areas. Sense that spaciousness around them. Now move it also into your head. Sense it traveling up, connecting to your senses, your taste, smell, hearing. Sense all of your grimaces relaxing, and sense how where intention goes, your energy flows. And feel yourself filling up these areas with all of this vitality. Sense it also, that same feeling you had in your hands, traveling down through your chest, your stomach, connecting to all your organs, all your meridians, your chakras. Just be aware and relax your stomach. If you felt you were relaxed, relax 10 times more. And sense the difference, how you're actively sensing your whole upper body pulsating, vibrating, resonating. Sense that same vitality going down through your hips, knees, heels, all the way down to your feet, and expand your feet like a root in a tree, all the way down, all the way to the center of earth. Sense your roots grounding. Feel every part of your body vibrating pulsating, resonating. And sense also this connection through the top of your head, lifting you upwards, connected to the sky, connected to source. And sense how the earth is at the same time pulling you down. Being aware of being aware means you are aware of your breath. You are aware of your body. You're relaxed, stepping to that state. And imagine this stream of light coming through the top of your head. With each inhale, draw it in. And with each exhale, send it down, all the way through your body, down to center of earth. Feel this perfect flow of light, energy. Start speaking to your cells, your body. My dear body, I love and appreciate all of you. Connect and ask your body, what are you ready to breathe through? What are some of those things that we simply need to work on today? Ask your body, how's your sleep? How's your energy? How are your mitochondria? Any chronic fatigue, pain? Any sleep issues? Just get clear. This is the first part of waking up. Understanding what is working and what is not, and bringing your body into homeostasis, regulating your nervous system. And now, simply inhale in through your nose. And long, deep sound of woo out loud. Inhale. Make the sound of sense your body dropping in, fully regulating your nervous system, stepping into that parasympathetic state of rest and digest, that place where you can heal, receive, connect into this incredible day ahead of us. Feel one final time. Inhale and out loud. Bring up that smile. Bring up that joy. Bring up that excitement as to what's to come between all of us. My dear brothers, sisters, we came here to heal through love, through this powerful, incredible transmission of all of us. Sense, check in with yourself. And the last part, I want to use the mantra of I am. We simply inhale and state for yourself, I am. Exhale, pure love. When you inhale, you draw this information through every pore of your skin, through every cell in your body. Inhale, I am. Exhale, infinite. That infinite self, that infinite part of you, not limited by the body. Inhale, I am. Exhale, eternal. Connecting to the eternal part of you. Inhale, I am. Draw it in through your cells. Exhale, at perfect peace. Sense yourself teleporting into the ocean, somewhere on the beach. Feel that presence. Feel that grounding. Feel that deep regulating. Because what? we're going to embark on next is 3 deep rounds of retention breathing. We're going to use it to alkalize our blood. We're going to also release excessive amount of CO2 out of our system. And we're going to use it for 3 main reasons. The first round is about the past, releasing any trauma, any pain, any chronic issues that have been in your body from the past. The second round, we're going to focus on the presence. What are any cycles, any sorts of things in the body, any toxins, anything that keeps on revolving and coming back to you right now? And the last round of breath, we're going to project into the future. We're going to bring the future body, the outcomes through the power of the group that we want to resonate together. For this, we're going to be first breathing in through your nose and out your mouth. This is a full diaphragm of breathing. This is not an office breath. When you inhale, you draw deeply through the belly, chest, all the way into your head. And when you exhale, you let it out your mouth. It looks and sounds like this. We deeply inhale, let it go. When you exhale, there is no force on exhale. We deeply inhale, let it go. That being said, with each and every round of breath, we're going to activate on inhale and release on exhale. We're going to wake up and then clean up so we can power up the new towards the end of this round. My dear friends, let us prepare to breathe deep. We're stepping into this field of limitless consciousness, stepping into this breath together. Set the intention. May my body breathe me in the ways I need to be breath to the highest outcomes so I can release any pain, any sorrow from the physical body now. Let us begin to breathe deep. Inhale in through your nose. Keep on activating. You may move around to open up the spine. You may make any sounds. You have a full permission to be as you are. But what I want to ask you is to breathe deep. No matter where you are, let us activate. We're breathing through the past. Any past injuries, any past autoimmune issues, any past traumas that you've been holding in the physical. Let us, with each inhale, draw it in. With each exhale, release. As you're breathing, increase the intensity. Increase that deep electricity. The ha, mana, prana, breathe. As you're breathing, can you find more room? Just like if you were running uphill, you breathe very deep, very strong, but in control. Keep on releasing, keep on letting go of anything that no longer serves the physical from the past. Let us go. As we're moving towards the end of the round, we've got about a minute left. Can you accelerate? Can you find a rhythm? The powerful endurance, strength, power that lies within you. Start turning it around. Start powering up the body with new information. What are you going to replace the past with? I am healthy. I am strong. I am expansive. Feel this in your body. Feel this through the breath. My dear friends, we've got about 30 seconds left. Can you accelerate? One final time. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Let us build up this energy as we're moving into the final 10 seconds. Breathe. We've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And together, deeply inhale. Exhale everything out. One final deep inhale. And let it go on exhale. Hold your breath on exhale. And pause right here. Relax your body as much as you can. Feel these frequencies penetrating every cell in your body. Keep on holding your breath and relaxing. If you want to pulse with your stomach, just simply keep on squeezing it in as you're holding your breath. And as you're squeezing it in, allow any further toxins, past memories, past pain to come out of the physical. Imagine yourself cleansing, clearing through the power of water. Keep on holding it there. And imagine yourself completely expanding into the space around you, as if you became the water, nourishing your cells with this information of perfect health, perfect balance, perfect harmony. And together, we deeply inhale one more time, holding your breath on inhale, and pause right here. Keep on holding your breath on inhale, and imagine your body receiving all of this light through the top of your head, down, filling up your body like a bucket of light, cleansing, shifting, clearing anything from the past. Sense the overflow coming out of your solar plexus and swim in all of this white light. Feel yourself surrounded by all of the beings of love, light, repairing you, healing you. Receive, receive. This is you, no one else. Nourish yourself. Remember, your body knows what a perfect health is. Receive it, observe it. Sense this deep gratitude for the physical body. Start giving yourself this thank you, thank you, thank you, my body. I love you, I love you. Fill it up all the way in and exhale. Shake off your body. Open up the spine. Check in with yourself. Tune in to this beautiful vessel, this temple. Feel that love. All of your cells are constantly listening to the mind. What are you gonna reprogram it with? We give, give, give. Take this time to receive, nourish, love. Because we're gonna move into the second round of breath. This time, same rhythm, deeper on inhale, no force on exhale. But I want you to breathe through any present issues, anything that keeps on coming in, that pattern that has not left you yet. Maybe it's poor sleep, no energy. Maybe it's chronic pain. Yes. Maybe it's detox. It's been proven that breath can detox you. Higher the alkalinity, higher the pain threshold. Breath is life. Set this intention. Connect to your body, my dear body. Please use this round of breath to reharmonize, recalibrate, upgrade anything from the present, anything that keeps on revolving into perfect health, perfect balance. Because, my dear friends, we're gonna center in. Prepare to breathe deep again. And let us deeply inhale. Let it go. Let the breath breathe you. Keep on breathing deep at your rhythm, at your pace. Your body knows what it needs. It's up to us to allow it. Anytime you move around, let that wave of energy flow through you as you're breathing. If you need to even tap the floor, if you need to make any sounds with each exhale, step into your body. Step into whatever blockages, restrictions are still holding you back. Let us breathe. Through the breath, we accelerate. Like a cosmic washing machine. With each inhale, you draw any negativity in. With each exhale, you release it back to earth. Let the earth absorb it. Let the earth drink and transform it. Feel. Allow. Let us breathe. And start breathing through any toxins. Let us all start cleansing, clearing. With each and every exhale, release all of the toxins of everyday life. Let us keep on exhaling through any pain, any chronic stuff, any health issues. Let us keep on exhaling out any dead cells. Let us stimulate the pathogen. Let your cells, all of the dead cells, simply release. Let it go. Let us release anything from the circulatory system, your nervous system, any of the chronic sympathetic overdrive. Let us release anything from your cardiovascular system, blood. Connect to all your mitochondria. And as we're moving into the final minute to this round, can you accelerate one last time? Breathe. And as we're moving into the final minute, this is that time. I want you to start powering up yourselves with a new information. Start bringing in all of that energy, vitality, health, balance. Let us accelerate. We're moving into the final few seconds. Can you breathe deeper? Feel the breath, the mana, prana, chi coming through every cell in your body. Feel the strength, feel the passion, excitement for something new to arrive. We've got final 10. Breathe, allow, feel. And as we're moving into the final 3, can you accelerate for final 2? Feel this energy. 1. And together, we deeply inhale. Exhale everything out. 1 final deep inhale. And let it go. On exhale. And hold your breath on exhale for as long as you can. And feel your body inside of this healing chamber, infused by the highest levels of love, healing. Sense yourself nourishing, releasing, surrender. Let your body recalibrate, reharmonize, upgrade, and feel this powerful chamber fully rebooting you, resetting you. And just also repeat your inner thoughts. I am healthy, I am vibrant, I am strong, I am energized. Repeat whatever you need to hear. Hold it here for 3, 2, 1. And deeply inhale one more time. Holding your breath on inhale. And imagine yourself expanding deeply beyond your physical body, into the room, into the city, into the state, until you become one with all of us present. Sense yourself in your energetic body. Sense the vastness, the power, the strength that lies between each and every one of us. Receive this deep upgrade. Ask God, Source, Light to help you, to guide you. Bring up this deepest, most important tool, this instant prayer. What do you want to ask this powerful state of coherence for? Receive. Receive. You're so loved, so appreciated, so needed for this world. Let the body retune you. And exhale. Shake off your body. Shake everything off. And together we inhale 4 seconds in through your nose. Holding your breath for 7. Exhale out your mouth for 8. And repeat. 4 seconds in. 7-second hold. And 8 seconds out. Checking in with yourself. Checking in with the pause. Re-regulating yourself. Because we've got only one final round in front of us, stepping into the field of today. My dear sisters and brothers, we're in this together. And I want you to activate those highest dreams of your physical body's health. Teleport yourself to a year from now. If you've already gotten all of the parts of you that you want to be fully healthy, maybe vibrant, energized, perfect sleep, we're gonna breathe through the future. We're gonna tap into that, those highest outcomes, and through the breath, we're gonna accelerate that. Sense all of us present, calling in from every continent. Step into that field, because we are moving into the final breath. This time, we're gonna breathe in through your mouth and out your mouth, creating a little stroll effect. It looks and sounds like this. That being said, let us begin to breathe deep. One final time, stepping in, fully inhale. Deeper on inhale, no force on exhale. Allow the belly, chest, head rise, using your full lungs capacity, and birth something new. Connect into that dream portion. What does a healthy body look like? You may feel it, see it, hear it, as you're breathing right through it to accelerate that emotion, to put it into motion. Let us go. Bring up that gentleness. Bring up that beautiful part of being human. Accelerate this privilege to be alive. Bring up all of that vitamin G for gratitude. Bring up that smile through the breath. Breathe with this ease, love, and bliss. Accelerate. Use the sound of didgeridoo to retune you, reharmonize you into those highest visions of yourself. Let us accelerate. Keep on breathing deep. Allow. You're not breathing just for yourself. You're breathing for Earth. Connect to the rhythm of Earth. Start expanding into the Earth 2.0. Because us being healthy means that the whole ecosystem is healthy. Connect through all the water systems of our body, of Earth, the nature, the animals, the rocks, the soil. Breathe through something bigger than yourself. We've got a minute left. Can you accelerate? Can you step into your power now? Let that breath breathe you. Yes, come home. Yes, you can. Yes, you are. So incredible. So amazing. I love you. I appreciate you for stepping into this place with all of us. Bring up that deep excitement, joy, love. Let us go in. We've got 10 more seconds left. Can you accelerate one last time? Yes! Final 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Feel this love. Inhale deeply. Exhale all out. One final deep inhale. And let it go. Holding your breath on exhale. One final time. And imagine yourself somewhere in nature, surrounded by all of the people on this call. All of us connected around a bonfire, sharing all of our gifts, all of our passion for the Earth 2.0. Keep on relaxing all of your muscles, holding your breath, and feel this vibration coming in and out of your body. This is us. Step into the limitless field of the Earth 2.0 frequency that has been strengthening, expanding, and sense all of us creating a healthy body, healthy environment. Sense how we're unifying, loving, coming back to Earth. Feel the love of the feminine, the Gaia, from which we take, and you give. Maybe through love, through tears, through joy. Together we deeply inhale. One more time. Hold your breath on inhale and squeeze your core. Flex your lower abdomen, upper abdomen. Flex your bathroom muscle. Flex your legs, flex your arms. Tilt your arms, lock it in. Hold your breath on inhale. Squeeze every part of you. Every part of our humanity stepping into who we are. Not what we're being told, not what we're being lied to. Squeeze this energy, this electricity of you and us. And if you can exhale, I want you to scream. One more deep cleansing inhale. And let it all out. Shake off your body. Every part of you, shake it off. Connect to all of us. We are loved. We are supported. We're in this together. Slow down your rhythm and focus on a deep, long exhalations. Out your mouth, breathing as slow, subtle, and long as you can. Continue focusing on exhale, relaxing your body, and imagine all of us surrounded in a circle around Earth. Feel all of us connected through this imaginary beam of light to the center of Earth while we're holding hands with one another. No matter when you hear this, where you are, through quantum entanglement and heart-brain coherence, we unite together. Inhale in through your heart and exhale out your heart. In through your heart, out your heart. Continue breathing in and out your heart. And imagine all of us synchronizing, harmonizing for this session, for this day. And slowly place your hands on your heart, setting the intention for today. What do you intend? What do you intend to transform, to learn, to embody? We've got the most incredible speakers, healers, teachers from all over the world that are going to be teaching us on the blueprint to Earth 2.0, our physical body's health. Connect to that I am ready to, I commit to. Feel this. Call it into the being. And what gifts you would like to offer to this group. Imagine if all of our DNAs, all of our energies in a form of color were melting, mixing together with Earth. Feel as if this Taurus-like energy was coming through your spine, up and down, back again in. And sense how each and every one of our Tauruses are shaping one big torus field coming through the center of Earth, all of us surrounded on the perimeter. And sense how we're stepping into balance, health, harmony, connecting to our innate intelligence. This is us. This is what we breathe for. This is what we live for. We're done with the old paradigm. But we must think it to being all of the new to come. And so, I want to collectively set the intention. May we all share all of those beautiful gifts with one another, whether it's through energy or chat, through questions or answers. May we all be used as an instrument of love and light in a perfect amount needed for the greatest good of the whole, in a triple benefit, where it benefits me, you, and everyone involved. My dear friends, I want to officially welcome you to the Earth 2.0 Global Summit. Thank you so much for being here. Slowly open up your eyes, come back to your center, and remember, all throughout today, be aware of your breath, be in your body. Write any notes, comments, share. This is co-creation. Thank you all. Beautiful friends, we are finally here, and this is your official welcome to the Earth 2.0 Global Activation, second episode about mastering your physical body's health. If you have not yet, well, we would love to hear from you in a chat. Share with us, what is that intent? What are you ready to heal, to transform on the physical body? Because when you claim it, as you know, this is when it sets into motion, and through the vortex of all of us present, literally from all over the world. We've got people from Australia to Europe to Canada. I mean, it's so incredible to see all of you here today, because this is the foundation of Earth 2.0 Tribe, the community that is done with the old paradigm, that is ready to take their health into their hands and start accelerating it with your communities around this whole freaking world.
Yes, and just remember a little housekeeping today. When we ask you to comment something throughout the day, it's because it helps you. So when you, like Pavel said, claim something out loud, you're more likely to hold yourself accountable to that. And then when you claim it in front of your community, you also now have a whole community that is able to have like a angelic pushing effect, pushing you up into that light, giving you the most support so that you can reach your goals. Also, we love to hear from you. We are sitting here, we're getting so much love and feedback from you guys. If we don't see you in the comments there, we're like talking to a wall. And we were always wondering, is this gonna work doing it virtual? Because we love being in person. We love doing in-person activations because you feel the energy in the room. You get to see the emotion on the people's faces. And when we do it virtually, when we do it webinar style like this, we can't see your faces. So all we have to go off of is those words that you guys are saying, and it really fuels us and it keeps us going. It keeps us excited throughout the day to keep giving you more information.
Now, for those of you that don't know us, we've dedicated our life to the Earth 2.0 movement. We're on a mission to unite the world one person at a time, and we do it through all of these incredible things that we have, whatever it's cutting edge science, tools, technologies, or just the group coherence, because we are done with the me centric world. We want to step into the we. So selfishly/selflessly, we've created this Earth 2.0 movement because we believe in you. We believe in all of us. And we believe that
we believe in humanity.
We believe in humanity 2.0. Because what it represents, version 1 Earth, is the disease, it's the suffering, it's the not having enough, it's the wars. And we do not have to choose to live this. If enough of us around the world decides to live healthy, happy, harmonious life, which is what we call the Triple H effect, and that is the outcome that you're gonna receive when you take this journey into your own hands, we can truly alter the way we're living in this world. So Earth 2.0 represents health, happiness, harmony on every level, not just the mind, not just the body, but we've built an entire blueprint to healthy, happy, and harmonious life. Now, we're on a blueprint that starts today with the me individual consciousness. So last month, we've explained all of this. So those of you that have not seen the last month, highly suggest to you that is the first episode. On this episode, we're going into laser focus for our physical body's health. So reminder, me is the individual consciousness that is made up of your physical health, mental, emotional, and energetic. Each and every month as we move on, we're going to be going through each one and bring you the world's leading speakers, healers, teachers, gurus. I mean, we've literally went around the world to be able to put ourselves through these experiences because us too came from this unhealthy way of life, toxicity, the way we used to eat. I struggle with autoimmune disease, depression, anxiety, could not sleep my whole life, parasites, black mold. We've been there and we found the right people to help us create the most healthy body possible. So me, individual consciousness, is where we at right now. Once we move through the first phase, we're gonna go into the we, the collective, which we will teach you about relationships, environment, and our social structures. That includes things like self-governance, impact finances. We're gonna look into purpose. What do we do with manifestation? And that leads me into the third phase of this 12-month journey, which is the B. This is the supra-consciousness. So if you were a drop in the ocean, that vast ocean around us is what is holding all of us, whatever we call it, God, source, love, light. This is the last piece that we're going to go and bring the people of the quantum, hypnosis, all the way to the unseen, understanding channeling and, the psychic abilities, and really looking to the things that at first might be, whoa, this is too far for me. And this is exactly why we build this whole paradigm, me, we, and being.
Yeah, we've taken basically, this is a lifetime's worth of work for both of us, but really specifically in the last decade, we've really been hammering it hard in terms of finding these places, finding these people, finding this information, and you guys are getting it condensed into a blueprint over a 1-year period with an integration process. It couldn't be more special and more accessible for you to get this information that has been found from the highest to lowest places throughout the entire world. Maybe tell them a little bit of where you've collected some of this information.
Well, yeah, so first of all, actually, I'll share with you our 4-step process. So this is something that we will share in every episode, and this is something that will become a second nature. So first thing first, it starts with waking up phase. So first part of the journey through self-transformation and identifying what is working, what is not, the superpower that you have to make is questioning everything. And this is why wake up phase is what we lead with. This is when we can identify how's my health, whatever it's physical, mental, emotional. We literally apply it on all the major aspects. And in my lecture a little bit later, I'll dive deeply into how to apply this into your physical body's health. The second phase is cleaning up. And this is how do we get rid of the old? How do we detox the body, let go of negative thoughts and relationships, or simply processing that information? Because everything in life is cyclical. Everything in life is based on patterns. And whatever they're physical, mental, relational, it matters not. They will keep on coming back to you until you re-see them anew. So that's what that second phase cleanup is for. Start working with that information or pattern disruption after the pattern recognition. Now the third phase is powering up. Now you've got the data, now you know where you're heading, what you're gonna do about it. How are you gonna accelerate your growth? How are you gonna go further into the most beautiful health, expansion, and the limitless part of you that's always been there? The fourth phase is resting up and repeating this cycle. This is that reassessment, taking time for yourself from the busy schedule. Because how do you know those inner thoughts and those dreams and visions that are meant to be lived, not just one day? We've got to make sure that you come first. That's why me, then the we, so we can be, do, have all of the results. And so in this process, I've traveled the world significantly, from spending time with the samurais in Japan to, Wim Hof climbing the mountain about 10 years ago, learning about breath, all the way to spending 6 times in a complete dark room for 10 days straight with no food. And this is where all of this gold is coming from, all of these realizations from time to pause, time taking for myself to rebrand myself into what is the highest version that I've ever held about myself available to me now. And that highest version, we're gonna hone down on the physical body's health today.
And with that, Pavel came out of the darkroom and created the System Reset Experience, which is something we've both now been traveling with and teaching to people. Well, you could not even say teaching to people. It's something people experience in their body. And we've been doing it for about 6 years together now. And what this looks like is it's a 5-hour experience where people set an intention for themselves to get clear, to transform, to come back to themselves. They go through a method called the BDM method. It's breath, dance, meditation. And through this process, they are taught multiple tools that are our favorite tools in our toolbox. And of course, you hear Pavel talk about it a lot, which is breath. It's hybrid breath. And this isn't just like normal breath work. These are tools that he's collected from different masters all over the world. There's some breath that's for unlocking emotion. There's some breath that's DMT. It's very psychedelic breath. There's some that's for emotional release. So depending on which section it is in this method that you're going through, you're really receiving that tool. And breath is so powerful, even more powerful than going to a psychologist, because you really get to be in the moment. Breath unlocks that memory and you feel it so that you're allowed to fully let go of it. So this is what we say, like when you're actually able to let go of the baggage and you feel free. And the next tool in system reset that we found is profound in transforming people's lives is the group coherence that people feel when they're in a room of like-minded people coming into brain-heart coherence. And this is something that HeartMath Institute has studied. You know, when we come into brain-heart coherence, we're amplifiers. You know, our energy isn't just 1 + 1, it's 1 + 1 = infinity, not just 2, because we're electromagnetic beings. Our fields can reach further and further when we amplify them together. And so this becomes very powerful to feel that unity, to feel that oneness. And as we move through the whole experiences, we have different tools that we exchange throughout the experience, but we've transformed over 100,000 people's lives on every single continent except for Antarctica, which we're hoping to be there soon. So calling that in, Antarctica.
The penguin system reset.
Yes.
No, and so, you know, we've been doing it from conferences, summits, festivals, and we've been truly like we were done with living the old way and old paradigm. And for us, it's all about demonstrating what we're learning, where we're healing. We're not anyway, you know, perfect. We're going through it just like you. And I think that's the most important part is that, you know, I've had one of the unhealthiest 6 months of my life. I got exposed to black mold. I've been living in, I had all these parasites for all of our travels. It reactivated all of my autoimmune issues. And so the last 6 months, and we're gonna share that with you later, I've actually been so unwell. And even though we already have all these tools and you would think that we can get through it, you know, life happens.
Well, this is where, you know, Pavel was talking about the wake up, clean up, power up, rest up process. This is where we've already been through the wake up process. We've been through the power up process. Or the clean up process. We've been through the power up process. We thought we were in the rest up process, but this is why it's a circle, because we have to, again, wake up to the new problems that are happening because nothing stays the same. Everything's always changing. We have to, again, go through and clean up the parasites, the mold, the blah, 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 and then power up, bring in the tools that are going to help us start to optimize again, and then go back into that rest phase until we need to come into that process again. So what a more perfect time than to bring all of these tools as they come to us again as we continue our life journey.
Yeah, and it is a journey. And I mean, boy, this life has been really challenging. I mean, to be honest, like, you know, it hasn't been easy at all. And especially for us wanting to do what we're doing here, to be able to get to you, you know, it's been such a tough process, but we apply all of the nervous system regulation tools. We apply all of the things that we're going to share with you today. And so we're so blessed to have you here. We're so blessed for your support, because who are we without you? Each and every one of us come with a set of beautiful tools that we exchange today. Whatever it's just energetic, whatever it's in the comments, we want to highly encourage you, share your thoughts, share your wisdom.
Well, what I was going to say is, with that being said, we want to get to know you deeper. And so we see that you guys already told us where you're tuning in from. I want you to tell me a fun fact about you today. Like, what's something about you today that you want all of us to know? What's something about you today that you want all of us to know? What's a fun fact about you?
You just put me on a spot like this.
Of course.
Well, how about you start, since you're queen of asking this?
Queen of on the fly. A fun fact about me today is my daughter wanted to be a mermaid today. And so I put little gold things in her hair, and I thought, why not put gold things in my hair? So I have gold things in my hair today because my daughter is a mermaid. What about you?
Well, I don't know if it's a fun fact, but right before this recording, I wanted to be at like my highest optimal, you know, self. So I prepared my ice bath. I had my cold. I had my weight training. I was doing a sun tanning, all naked, straight, first thing in the morning. So just so you guys know, like that is what we live by every day, and it's the most hilarious thing. I always wonder about our neighbors because
you're like laughing like a hyena.
There's this dude out there just like cracking himself up in a ice bath, fully naked. So anyway, maybe that went too far, but you asked for a fun fact.
Yeah, super fun. Yeah, so fun facts are supposed to be fun for a reason. So go ahead, put your fun facts in the live chat, and we're gonna get straight into today. What do we have on the menu?
So, since we're starting with the physical body, we're gonna start with the physical body's activation. So make sure you have a space around you because we're gonna do a little bit of a movement from our dear friends from Europe, the Sanctum group, that are doing immersive events all over the world, just like us, but from yoga, fitness, wellness perspective. And we love collaborating with them because they have an incredible new app, and we wanna share today with movement. We've got to activate, energize, and move into our body so we can even give you more of the appetizer a little bit later.
Let's get into it.
Your superpower.
Please put your headphones on if you can. Bring your hands together and start rubbing your hands. During this activation, we're going to focus on our superpower. The activation is more abstract than our signature sequence, and we are here to activate our energetic body. Keep on rubbing your hands, create a little bit of heat between your hands, and bring your hands to your heart. Close your eyes. Now, I just want you to make really clear for yourself, why are you here? Is there any special intention? Is there any reason why you're here? Is there anything you want to feel? Is there anything you want to release? Open up your eyes if you had your eyes closed. And we're just going to go to a gentle side reach. And then you're going to open up your arm all the way backwards, just for yourself, to the other side. So you reach, and then you open up your arm backwards, to really open up that spine through every single level. We believe that the energy through our spine is our most potent energy. So at practices like Kundalini Yoga, they work with the energy and the movement of your spine. That's why we work with that spine. We're gonna go reach, reach, reach. During the activation, we are focusing even more on key elements like the breath, key elements like repetition, and of course we use the music at Sanctum. We're gonna switch. Now music is everything, and music always gives a certain vibe, right? Speed it up. So we're gonna start this activation with a little bit of drama, because I love drama. Find your breath, keep on releasing your shoulders, activate, beautiful, stay with it, literally activate yourself. 3, 2, 1, reach, reach. So when you think about your superpower, I want you to think outside of the box, because maybe your superpower is not what you might think it is. Maybe it's not your biggest soft skill. Maybe it's something that we take for granted. Let's dive into that a little bit later, okay? 4, 3, 2, 1, shoulders. And maybe you already feel a tiny change happening physically, emotionally, just by getting your mind somewhere else. Speed it up. That's it. Really let your shoulders sink down in 4, 3, 2, 1. You're gonna bring your hands on top of each other. We're gonna stay with the breath. A little Kundalini move. Inhale, your arms go a little bit up, and now you exhale, your arms go a little bit down. You're gonna go up. Super simple, but simplicity does it. And can you try to just focus on the sensations that are going on? Do you feel the wind around your body? Do you feel your arms pushing? Do you feel your lungs filling up? That's it. Stay with it. And at a certain moment, maybe your arms get a little bit tired. That's okay. Just be aware. Am I breathing through my nose, through my mouth? Keep your breath connected to your move. 4, 3, 2, 1. Heart openers. Speed it up. In. Ha. 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 Now try to move your whole spine. I know we are literally activating the energy. In. Ha. 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 Try to find the movement of your hips forward and backwards, your lower spine. Find your breath. Ha. 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 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands. Ha. 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 You're almost there. Stay with it. Stay with your breath. Keep on moving. Can you close your eyes for a few seconds? I'm gonna give you a few seconds for yourself. Keep on moving. Four, 3, 2, 1. Hands on your knees. Give yourself a big sigh out. And we're gonna go to the side reaches again. But then as small, as gentle as possible.
You're not the voice in your head. You're the one who hears it. There's nothing more spiritual than that. The day you decide to stop being the voice and instead step back and watch it, you will awaken. That is your power. The ability to be aware.
Maybe our superpower is more than only being good at math or being a good athlete. Maybe today I realize that my superpower is to be aware. To realize that I am not my voice. Maybe my superpower has to do with the ability of letting go. The ability to love. Maybe our superpower is not related to be better than other people or to be the best at something. Maybe our superpower is something that indeed we take for granted. I take for granted that I am aware every single day. So today I honor all the superpowers that are hiding for me in plain sight. Inhale, bring your hands all the way up. And on your exhale, bring your hands to your heart for a few seconds and ask yourself, what the hell went on over the last few minutes? Did you give yourself something? Did you give yourself your superpower? I want you to feel powerful. And I want to thank you for joining today. For the final few seconds, just close your eyes and be with the most important person in your life, you. Just coming back to your breath. And try to do the hardest thing. Absolutely nothing. Rub your hands again. Do you feel any small change? Maybe a big change. And for the last time, bring your hands all the way up. Make yourself ready to whatever you're gonna do after this. Bring yourself back into this space and make yourself ready for the world. Bring your hands all the way down. Give yourself a big smile. Thank you for joining.
Everyone right now, if I know this correctly, Pavel and Ferry are already what's called a standard member of the Earth 2.0 community. The one thing, though, that I don't know if is completely clear, and it may be helpful for anyone watching, is you also want to be a part of the community in a platform called School. And some people are familiar with School, some are not. I love it. But can you share, like, high level, Ferry, what School is, and then how to meet everyone over there so that we can see the different offerings and different ways to contribute?
100%. So, School, you can think of it like a Facebook group, but without getting sucked into the algorithm. So, all your friends are there. Basically, all our Earth 2.0 community is in this place. It's an interactive platform. So, the more you interact with other people in your community, the more points you get. With your points, you can use that for education, leveling up, and being invited to more things with inside your community. So, we just love it because it's incentivized. Who doesn't like rewards for interacting with people that you like to interact with? Nothing gets better than that.
Well, but don't forget, what is the actual why? Like, one thing is interaction, but remember, our brain is wired with a dopamine response. So if you give a tiny bit of a response every single day, you are actually excited to do it. It releases dopamine, and these chemicals are rewiring your brain to new outcomes. And so just like with anything, we always want to ask everyone, can you commit for the next 30 days that just once a day, ideally it's the first part of the day, as soon as you wake up, you do not go on your cell phone. You actually just use your cell phone to press play on whatever the meditation, guidance, or whatever that morning ritual is for you. And this is when we go into the integration. What does that actually mean? It doesn't mean that you have to remember all of this that you've learned today. It means that you're embodying it with a tiny little bit at a time. So if you can commit to 3 minutes, start with 3 minutes. If you can commit to an hour, do an hour. Maybe it's on a weekend. But the key is you commit, you show up, and then you use this community and engine of people all around the world to support you, to cherish you. Remember, when you create an army of angels around you, they reflect the best.
Yeah, beautifully said. Okay, let's check it out. I'm sure you guys can probably share your screen. I'd love to just take everyone inside the School community. And one thing that I wanted to just be clear on is you're already a standard member, right? You're already in, and that's free, and you get access to this community right here. So thank you for sharing that School platform. But sometimes it could be missed. So if you're wondering how you get access to this, it's in your confirmation email for registration, and it will be in follow-up emails. So if you're like, wait, how do I access that? I'm sure we're going to share something on the screen here, but
We'll
also
drop a link.
there you go. Perfect. We'll drop a link so that you can get in for free. But let's now talk about the additional tiers, because we have standard, which is free. Then we have premium, and then we have VIP, and then a really special offer that a few people will feel called to, which is to work with both of you privately. And we're going to get to there at the end of this Fire Learning.
In the main community, we have all of these different, posts. So this is where we have broken it down into different sections. So from start here to ask for advice, we do weekly calls, and I'll cover this a little bit more, but we ask people that this is where you can share anything you're dealing with. We recently did a prayer vortex where people were, focusing on the outcomes from one another, all based on science of compassion, by the way. So we integrate all of these things together. And this is kind of where we hang. This is where all of the standard access gets you.
Yes.
Now, for those of you that are also standard, the most important part to learn to come back into your daily practice is the classroom. So classroom is right here, and all of us on the standard levels will get all of these 3 first foundations. So here's the start here. I'm going to share a little bit on that.
Yeah, so as you come into this community, there's some community guidelines, what to expect in this community. So think of this as like your orientation. Basically, get your bearings, understand what's going on in here. There's a few modules inside that will help you get those quick wins, so you also feel like you're accomplishing things right off the bat. The second thing we're going to move into is the instant presence technique. And this is so special because you can have all this new information about Earth 2.0, but if your nervous system and you can't come into the present moment, can't hold this new energy, you're not going to be able to have that shift in your day-to-day practice. So the most important thing is coming into the present moment and mastering that. And of course, then we move into the nervous system foundations and mastery. And like I said, your nervous system has to feel safe enough to hold all of this new information. You need a
a steady grounding pad to leap off of once you have new information. So we're giving you that foundation for your standard tier.
Okay,
Now,
great. So that's the first tier. Then we move into the premium tier and then VIP tier in our last, like, maybe minute or two of this fire learning. But what we're going to invite everyone to do is just head on over to school and to check it out. And then also we're going to direct you to where you can see these plans and see which one feels most aligned in the moment.
You
Absolutely.
got it.
Yeah, no, so as a premium, so we've literally put all of our research, all of our years of learning and experiencing into this classroom. So for those of you that are premium and up, you basically have access to our system reset protocol. This is when things get serious.
This is what we're known for around the world. We've transformed over 100,000 people's life with this technique. It's been studied, it's incredible, and you get that as a premium member.
And this is when you can constantly reset into the baseline and beyond. Now, daily rituals is what we want to ask you to continue focusing on, whatever it's morning, midday, evening, or you just have a quick, I don't know, even anxiety attack. We have tools to instantly bring you back into presence.
So you can stay in this Earth 2.0 frequency.
Now, under this section is where you will have the 12-month system upgrade recordings. So remember, with a standard, you only get access to live, and this is because we want to make this accessible for as many people as possible, but we also need to be supported. And this is where you're not supporting just, us, this platform. You're supporting this whole mission to be able to, for us to keep on searching the truth and bringing the right people from around the world.
Yeah, and we know that system upgrade was so much information that is so valuable, you're going to want to rewatch it. So it will live here as long as you're a premium member. You'll be able to access everything from the live sessions.
And then the rest of it, there'll be some bonuses, even for our free. So even for our standard, you will be able to unlock them with how much you're involved with the school. And then the rest of this, we have all of our master classes, master courses, and that's for VIP. And so VIPs essentially have, on top of this, monthly mastermind with Dr. Patrick Porter and other incredible people. They will also have all weekly calls access.
You're going to get that high level access that basically to us, you're going to be able to ask direct questions to us, to the experts. And so you're really going to get that top tier interaction. If you're one of those people that really needs that human interaction and you need people to hold you accountable, you're going to want to go VIP because that's where you're going to find the biggest transformation.
Yeah, and then the last part is calendar. You can find essentially anything that's coming. So as you can see, this was Dr. Patrick. We just did this last night with regenerative healing, as well as, you can find all of our monthly State of Cohesion live group healing classes. This will be with me and other friends. You can also find all of your friends in here. So we have this map. We literally already have community on every continent besides Antarctica. We're searching for you just yet. The penguins are coming in. And then there is also a leadership board where you can actually understand the levels in which you're unlocking. You can see the other people that you can connect to. And we have the most incredible group of people inside of this that you can ever imagine, that you can truly rely on. And so if there's a couple of you, we only can take 5 people per month that do want to work with us privately, individually. We have worked with some of the most fascinating people, companies, leaders, and of this world. And this is something that you would have to DM us. So inside of school, you can message me or Ferry for a call, an introduction with us. And we dive deeply into your life, where you at, what needs to happen. And we will be embodying and integrating all of this journey with you.
Sounds so beautiful to walk into the new earth together, right? Like armored up, like literally armed with your like-minded, like-hearted, deeply conscious fellow humans that are on a mission to really beautifully co-create the Earth 2.0 together. It's like we think about Earth 2.0, it's like, but what do we need to do to learn how to embody what that means, to contribute, right? And then we cultivate that sacred reciprocity that I know is at the heart of everything that both of you create and are stewarding with such grace and passion. So thank you so much for this. And then also just for clarity, for anyone who's curious, just like, wait, can I break down those plans again? I'm going to read it here, but it's school.com/earth2, the number 2/plans. We'll link that on the bottom as well. But that does not include the private mentorship. Keep in mind that's just a DM, and that's because that next step also lets you know your initiation is real. And we're excited to welcome everyone inside school at the standard level minimum, and then forever who feels called to step it up. Any final words?
We are so excited to continue to interact with you guys on a daily basis. I tell Pavel that our weekly calls on Tuesday is literally the highlight of my week, and it's because of what you guys bring, and it's co-creation, right? So we don't want to be the only ones posting in here. That makes us like, you know, the ones making this community, but you're the one that makes this community. That's the most important part, is that you are the biggest part of it.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts. It just means the world. And we're not in this for us. We're in this for all of us. And this is that big invitation. Let's rise. Let's unite. Let's take this thing seriously and with fun at the same time.
And so it is.
And so it is.
Thank you. And my dear friends, we have gathered here today to celebrate life. Physical body's expression, the body temple blueprint on how to become the CEO of your own health is exactly what I would like to share with you today. Boy, this body, as much as I love this beautiful temple, I have caused a lot of pain into my body. And to be honest, when I was putting this together, I've almost been tearing up because I've dealt with so many things throughout my life, and I know you have as well. And I think that's what makes us the true healers of this world, is to have this, painful moment in our life that we realize that we are in charge of our physical health. And so in this presentation, what I would like to share with you is what I've kind of gathered through around the world to understand how to keep our body healthy, happy, and harmonious on every level. Now, as I mentioned, I didn't start this journey from a place of optimization. I started from survival. I had autoimmune issues, chronic fatigue, parasites, black mold, Epstein-Barr, brain fog, anxiety, depression. Oh my gosh, is that a running list or what? I mean, I've just really been through it. And there were moments in my life that I even had suicidal thoughts. I had lack of meaning because my chemistry was just completely toasted. But at the same time, I had a very powerful inner voice that was telling me there's more to life. There is another way. And I saw that what was coming in my family, whatever it was, heart disease on my father's side, cancer on my mother's side, I did not want to follow that same footprint. And something inside of me was saying that there has to be another way. And yes, there is another way. There are actually many different ways. And for the first time in our life, we're able to integrate all these ways together with science. And so whatever it's the ancient, technologies that have known how to keep our bodies healthy, but also we got to mix it with the modern science because our worlds have never been as toxic as they are today. And that's what got me on a deep search. So I went on a search across science, across biohacking, across ancient traditions, Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Japanese practices, functional medicine, longevity, science, and I found that there was not just one answer. It was an entire system. And just like our whole system upgrade, this Earth 2.0 global activation, I would like to share that with you, what I found that is vital for our physical body's health. Now let's chit-chat about what's happening in this world. We're truly going through a modern crisis. Whatever it's chronic fatigue, autoimmune disease, brain fog, anxiety, depression, disconnection from our body, or look at the heart disease, obesity. It's literally at its highest, and especially in America, which is so ironic, right? More you have, more you actually don't have. And the bottom line is we're more advanced, but less regulated. Your body is not broken. It's overwhelmed. It's disconnected. It's out of its rhythm. And that's all it is about. Sound rhythms. At the beginning, there was a word. Word is the action. Our body, mind, our cells living at a certain frequency and vibration. And whenever it's distorted, that's when it doesn't operate well. And the moment that you understand this, it changes everything. Because now you stop outsourcing your health and you become the CEO of your own biology. You become the driver of your own vehicle, as I like to say. Stop giving the control out to the world, out to the medical world, but go seek it from within. That's what this blueprint is about. It's simple, structured, and repeatable. And most importantly, scalable across all of us, because it helps you identify what is your blueprint, what is your personalized health look like, and that is the key. And so, do you remember those 4 steps that we always talk about? Wake up, clean up, power up, and rest up. This is that cycle through which we operate and can embody transformation. We're going to apply it exactly into our physical body's health. Now, before I get there, the most crucial part of our body is nervous system. Later on today, Alyssa and Mike is going to go deeply into nervous system regulation, but what I want to cover as part of it is also breath. So breath is what you're born with, and breath is what you die with. What happens between the first and last breath is what determines the quality, the awareness of your life, the vitality, the energy, the focus. And so oxygen and lack of oxygen is one of the most important things to add into your daily practice. This is why into your daily practice. This is why inside of our school community, we have built a whole 1, 2, 3 part module to first understand the instant presence, which we did in the opening ceremony. And that is, how are we aware of breath? Are we in our body? Are we relaxed? And so I want to call that in for you right now as you're listening to me, as you're going in for the whole day ahead. Be ahead of your breath. Be in charge of your breath. Are you observing 6 seconds in through your nose, 6 seconds out your nose? Anytime you have anxiety, anytime you have feelings of anxiousness, focus on deeper exhale, shorter inhale. You can blow it out. This is when we regulate ourselves. And so it all starts with regulating breath and stop tensing up in the body, because that stimulates the sympathetic overdrive that we're living in. And so before we can even wake up, it all starts with your breath. Then the nervous system. And once you regulate, now you can actually rest, digest, and heal as part of the parasympathetic nervous system. So what I've brought in here is that sympathetic, parasympathetic state that is all determined by our mind, by our breath, by the state in which we are embodying this body. So step into your body for this moment. Relax again. Connect to the floor beneath you. And be aware of your breath as you're listening to this. Now, let's step into the actual agenda. So first part is waking up. How do we wake up today from anything that's going on in the physical body's health? Because everything begins here. It's the awareness. Remember, what I said in the first episode was questioning everything. Questions are supercharged power to be able to receive answers. And whatever you're using muscle testing, whatever you're using just innate hearing, feeling, sensing, knowing, the intuition, this is a very important part that is free, that if you can continue taking that time for yourself to keep on reassessing and maybe asking a very simple question. Does it work or does it not work? Apply it to your sleep. Apply it to your energy. Apply it to any chronic pain, any autoimmune issues. We want to keep on questioning, because where you can bring awareness to is what you can then alter and change from a new state of being. So every single step will start from the wake up portion. As you know, most people are completely disconnected from their body. They don't know how they actually feel, or even what their energy is like, what their body is asking for. Remember, whenever you have a taste for something, or cravings that are very extreme, there's some lack of. This is the body's intelligence talking to you. How many times that you've maybe even done a food sensitivity test and you knew that you were craving it, but maybe because it wasn't the right fit for you right now, you didn't do it or follow it. But this is what I'm talking about, is that innate intelligence where body is asking for things. So the first step is learning how to listen. So those are daily check-ins. How's my energy? How's my sleep? Do I have any pain, inflammation, brain fog? This is why on a daily basis, I like to go inward, especially the first thing in the morning. And we'll talk more about the actual daily, weekly regimen to follow. But without that time of silence, solitude, how can you hear those inner whispers, this inner wisdom? This is the most advanced intelligence that we have. Remember, computers are extension of us, not the other way around. So the body is the computer. Your body's always communicating. And then, of course, we can move into the deeper awareness, the modern testing. This is the higher level. So in today's world, as part of the wake-up phase, we can do blood panels, whatever it's vitamins, hormones, testing your inflammation, gut testing, your microbiome, parasites, candida, DNA testing, especially understanding your genetics or your methylation, detox pathways, or HRV. How many of you are already using HRV in this world? Please put it in a comment if anybody is wearing, one of those Oura rings or Whoops. And this, of course, can also help you with sleep tracking. You got also toxic load, understanding are there any heavy metals, mold, or chemicals in your body? This is not about becoming obsessive, but becoming aware. And so especially if you've been really disconnected from the body, these data can help. I love doing a good old EEG test, HRV test, maybe even VO2 tests, right? So you know where your cardiovascular system is. And then, of course, diving deeper into the advanced tests with a doctor or someone that you can trust, which today we're bringing you Dr. Sam and also Noah that are going to be sharing a little bit later on what to actually do with this testing so that we don't leave you hanging on your own. Because that's where I was before. I would just buy out all these tests, but not sure, what do I actually do with it? I don't have the medical background. And that's the key to this, is you want to use the help of people that know what they're doing. Because the hard truth is there is no one diet, there's no one protocol. You are unique, and this is what you have to step into. This is the most beautiful and sometimes hard part of understanding that following, keto or carnivore or ancestral, like there's so many diets and terms, and yes, they can help in the short term, but long term, you gotta work with what is good for you, not everybody else. And so once you wake up, you look at all of the major aspects of you, you test it. First, you can just start with muscle testing or asking those questions, checking with your body. But then the second part is what you're going to do about the information. And this is what I call the cleanup phase. So the second part of this journey through self-transformation is what we're going to do once you clearly see what you got to process, what you got to detox, what you got to let go of. Because now it's time that you remove what does not belong in your body. We live in a very toxic world. Whatever it's food, water, air, thoughts, stress, microplastics. I mean, you can just spend the whole day worrying about all of this, but what if we just simply support the body's natural detox pathways on a daily basis? Now, one of the main daily cleanups is hydration. Understanding clean, mineralized water, very important. The second part is movement. Are we sweating those limbs? Are we doing, maybe it's yoga, maybe it's shakes and jumps. It is so crucial that we allow the body do what it's supposed to, and that's to move it. Breath for oxygenation. Coming back to the most important part of healthy body is the proper amount of CO2 and oxygen. A lot of people talk bad about CO2, but actually when you hold your breath on exhale for 30 seconds or more, we know it can reset your nervous system. It can alkalize your blood when you do, series of retention breathing. And this is why we put such a huge effect on that. Also, whole foods. Do we have reduced processed toxins? Are we looking at the diet from a seasonal, local, and as fresh from the kitchen as possible? And so that's something that I like to do on a daily basis. It's very basic, but yet you gotta bring it into your daily rhythm. The second part is on a weekly basis. I like to do sauna. I love something called a sauna space, which we will have a lecture about later because it goes way deeper. It sweats way more than a traditional saunas. And in today's world, time is everything. So imagine that in 10 minutes, you can do what 20 minutes of traditional sauna would do. I also love doing cold exposure, but of course, at certain times, you cannot be too stressed if you're not regulated, or for women, if you're on your period, you want to be, again, very cautious based on your time, your data. I also love doing fasting. Fasting is something that, has changed my life, whatever it's the traditional, 12 to 16 hours or even longer. Especially at least once a week, I try to do a full day fast, just water fast. And sometimes, a couple times a week, I do 12 to 16 hours. I love eating once or twice a day. That's it. But again, you have to be regulated. I could not do it when I was in high level stress, because then it just impacts your body, in a worse rather than better. Now, on a monthly basis, I like to do a deeper detox, whatever it's longer fast, gut reset, parasite cleanse, or just reduce the inputs, especially the digital stressors and noise. I also love doing colonics and an enema, whatever it's coffee enema, or some people even like to use different probiotics. Enemas are the key component to healthy detox, healthy body, especially with all that we're being, poisoned by every single day. And on a yearly basis, I like to do a full reset. So for me, I spend 10 days in complete darkness for 10 days out of each year. And then the second part of that, so usually we take off about 2 to 3 weeks. And then we also immerse into nature. We go back into, some light hiking. Sometimes we even do a deep detox, like the Ayurvedic or Chinese medicine that is guided protocols. We also love coming back into places that there is dark sandy beaches. Darker the sand, more negatively charged with ions it is. And I personally love hot springs. Hot springs is one of the best ways to retune and recharge your body, and I'll talk a bit more about that later. But the key to the cleanup process is that you are consciously, on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis, releasing the old, apophagy, cleaning up the dead cells, getting rid of, old toxins and poisons, and understanding this is the most important piece of healthy body today. It's also can apply to elimination diet. Sometimes before taking more, just eliminate so you understand what is working and what is not. And especially if you don't have the resources just yet and you don't have food sensitivity tests, just do elimination diet. Measure your heartbeat. 20 minutes after you eat something, did it increase or did it stay the same? And as long as it doesn't increase, whatever you're eating is nourishing you. And the rule of thumb is always go with nature. Mother Earth knows what it's supposed to. And later on, we're going to learn about also healthy cooking. So that way you understand how to, cook a proper way so we don't use all these highly carcinogenic ways of eating. And so some of the main tools as a summary for you that are modern and also ancient is fasting, intermittent, water, dry, or with guidance. Then you've got herbs, whatever it's earth baths, chlorella, cilantro, adaptogens. I love just allowing earth, the good old soil to let us and discharge all of the excessive EMF. That's also part of detox. I also love activated charcoal, glutathione, and one of my key magic symbols right here, you can see this is a symbol of ozone IV, or some people also do variations of this, is one of the best ways to detox, especially mold or heavy metals. And so I at least once a month I do ozone IV. And on a weekly basis, we have an ozone at home. We will use it, rectally, ears, nose. Ozone is a molecule that brings oxygen into your body and uses oxidative therapy to help you detox and also bring more energy in. It's one of the best tools that I found and that, is not fully widely adapted just yet. And of course, we have the good old sauna to sweat, movement, for the lymphatic flow, and things like, in a past episode, we had a human garage, looking at the fascia, looking at even lymphatic massages, and many different beautiful ways to do that. Just take that time, write it down, and see where you're at. If you can, share in the comments, what have you been utilizing as your main detox components, because today we're going to touch in depth on this with the future speakers that are coming in soon. Now, simply remove what blocks the body. So that way you can allow the body to do what it already knows how to. And so after we clean up, we move into the next phase, which is power up. This is when you know that maybe you were high on environmental toxins or low on vitamin D. This is when you supplement vitamin D. This is when you build the right daily, weekly, monthly practices to make you stronger, to expand you. This is that driver's seat. This is when we go from that, I'm not sure what is wrong with me and I don't know how to, take charge of my health, into I'm healthy, I'm vibrant, and this is how I accelerate it. So now we build. This is where most people start, but it only works after you clean up. This is where most people start, but remember, this only works if you allow the room to clean up, to let that space for more to come. So let's look at some of the core pillars of the powering up. What makes your body healthy, vibrant, and for the ultimate longevity? First thing first, it's sleep. This is the foundation to it all. Understanding when to sleep, how to sleep, what to do before sleep. This is something that we're gonna go in depth with Molly a little bit later. She's gonna be our speaker, so I don't wanna take the spotlight from her, but sleep is the baseline to healthy, restorative body. The second part of the pillar is nutrition. And yes, I'm not gonna talk about certain diet. This is not one diet, but whole foods. Organic when possible, seasonal based on your body. This is why personalized health is everything. Understanding your food sensitivities, understanding your DNA, understanding also just what works, what doesn't work, because your innate intelligence knows the best, and staying away from shit. As simple as that. Staying away from all of the processed foods, staying away from anything that's made by humans and processed. Like, you generally do not want to do anything, you don't want to have anything to do with that. And again, Natalie, a little bit later, the expert in nutrition, she's gonna figure out the personalized nutrition 101 for you. The third pillar is water. Clean, mineralized, structured water, and also adding hydrogen. So we have a hydrogen machine at home. Sometimes we use tablets when we travel. I'll share it in a chat, so that way you know what we're using. But activating water on top is the key. We use a special device in our home that reactivates the water in the central water system. Then we have these reactivators also in our showers. And then of course, we also use reverse osmosis with mineralizing it back. And then sometimes also hydrogen. So we really take water serious. And even if you don't have access to this, just do something so simple. I was trying to see if I have a water near me, but I don't. But basically all you do, so here comes the water, but so do something so simple. Even if you don't have access to all of the fancy stuff, just close your eyes, bring the water close to your heart, and even if it's in plastic, remember, love is the most important substance and powerful substance that can heal us all. So imagine that everything is vibrating in the highest pulses of love, and imagine in your inner mind that you're shifting and creating this swirling vortex to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Apply that to the water or even food, and just simply say, I love you, I love you, I love you, water. Thank you, thank you, thank you, water. I love you, I love you. We know that water can carry information. This is science. So what if every single time you drink, it's healing you with love? It's that simple, but we forget. So can you take this on? We literally teach this to our children because it's so crucial and so simple. It's free. And then the fourth pillar, let's talk about movement. Yes, I am a recovering professional cyclist, and that was not good for my health. That is actually what completely busted my health. And guess what? Up until I knew, based on my DNA test, that I'm actually more explosive, more sprinter-like, I was doing endurance sports my whole life. And guess what it did to me? Damaged my entire health, killed my cycling career, literally put me into being sick every 2 weeks. Just if I was listening to what my, inherited DNA is like, I would never be here. So movement for ideal longevity looks like this. 2 to 3 times a week, look into strength. Zone 2 cardio, do it 2 to 3 times a week as well. This could be walks, biking, hiking, anywhere you don't go too hard on yourself. We know so much about mitochondrial production, especially at zone 2. 1 to 2 times a week, do some form of HIIT. I love using the Carol bike. I have it at home where it's an AI bike. It's only 10 minutes, 2 sprints. And they found all of this science, how 10 minutes or 8 minutes can replace 40 minutes spinning class. So I don't do any more spinning classes or Orange Theories, which I used to own a lot of different Orange Theory fitness locations. And after understanding how much of a cortisol it can rise, it is not good unless we're really well regulated and can take that on. But even then, you don't want to do it for a full hour. And so this is why if you guys want like a very simple, quick HIIT training, whatever you're running, whatever you're hiking, whatever you're cycling or you're swimming, just take a first 2 to 2.5 minutes warm up at the super zone 1 easy. After 2.5 minutes, go all out for about 20 seconds. This could be 10 to 20 seconds depending on your fitness level. Then take another 2.5 minutes complete recovery, just very slow, subtle zone 1. And then you repeat it again, all out, as hard as you can. Then after that, you just recover again for 2.5 minutes, and that's it. Do that 1 to 2 times a week. That's your HIIT training. Combine that with a zone 2, combine it with some strength, and then add some mobility, stretching, walking, yoga. Those are an incredible add-ons, and it does not have to be hard. It's just looking at your week ahead, getting clear, how do you want to move your body, and most importantly, asking your body. And the last thing I want to add with exercise is think about the intention. Why do you exercise? Do you exercise because you don't want to get fat? Do you exercise because you don't want to be ugly? Because if you have a negative conjunction to exercise, that's a horrific way to start. You want to exercise because you want to love yourself more. You want to exercise because you want to feel healthier, vibrant, better. And so ask your body, if there was an exercise today that will help me expand, help me love myself more and adapt to this day, what would it be today? Listen to that. Do you see how important it is? That it's not about regimen anymore and discipline. It's about love, bio-loving yourself, which we're going to share later with Dr. Stephen Young. And so the next pillar that I find so crucial to powering up a healthy body is circadian biology. This is returning to nature. Wake up with sunlight every single morning and have at least 2 to 10 minutes light exposure. So every single morning, literally, no matter where I am, as soon as I wake up, I find the sun. Even if it's dark out, even if there's clouds out, just look towards where the sunrise is and just look straight in. Ideally, you can sun gaze, which I love, the 5 to 10 minutes of the first and last sun. You can healthily look into the sun. We do many of these beautiful experiences and exercises in our events, and highly recommend it. So first thing in the morning and last thing at night, I love to look at the sun. We are light beings. There's so much science on circadian biology, and later on, Sarah Thurner, she's gonna be talking deeply into all of that. So again, I don't wanna take the spotlight, but I'm mentioning it here so you understand where this whole blueprint is coming from. The other part is our grounding, earthing, and reduce artificial light at night. And then the other part is grounding and earthing. We know that when we touch earth, we instantly discharge negative EMFs in our body. We literally connect to the frequency that we come from. We lower down our inflammation. And this is why right now I'm literally sitting on our Align mat, which is a post-electromagnetic frequency mat with infrared light and stones from Earth. So even when you're inside, you can still ground. There's so much science on earthing alone, and it's an incredible movement and a documentary you can actually see as well. And so as we're adding on to the pillars of physical health, the nervous system safety is again the most important key. I mentioned it early on at the beginning that it's breath work, stillness, and nature. There are many different vagal stimulation devices that we love to use. I love using something called the Apollo Neuro that we have on our store for that reason, because all throughout the day, it vibrates these frequencies so that way you stay in that parasympathetic nervous state. You can also, activate. There's a sleep setting. So that's one of the tools that I love to use. The other one is wooing. You literally make the sound of woo or hum or a variety of breath work. We have literally built a whole nervous system foundation module. It's all part of your entrance here. It's inside of school, because if you can heal your nervous system, your body can then heal on its own. And so the other ways to heal your nervous system is doing a forest bathing, go into nature, spend time by the beach, listen to birds, frequency sounds. Something like BrainTap app is a very powerful tool to have a daily practice, because without a healthy nervous system, you can't take on more, especially if you're doing the spiritual work and you're looking to really go back into that remembrance. Nervous system is the key component to mastering in that process. And honestly, it wasn't until I learned how to regulate that I actually began to heal. I was doing all of the fancy things from stem cells, exosomes, hyperbaric chamber, and so on. But it wasn't until I actually regulated I was able to even receive those tools. And then of course, we've got supplements. Today we don't have the same amount of nutrient and density in food. Now, this is the key, that you're using personalized supplements based on you. Different DNAs, different foundations of our health require different things. So some people need to supplement things like D3 and K2. Others need magnesium, omega-3, zinc. Some of the most advanced stuff that I like to use, especially when travel, when being highly activated, is CoQ10 mixed with NAD, as well as ALA. And this is the ultimate, suppository mix I use from Mitozen that we literally stay alive with. Mitochondrial health was the hardest for me, especially in a chronic fatigue. And so these are some of the advanced stuff that I like to use. The basic stuff, we use Valence. Valence is someone that's gonna share their supplements a little bit later, but see in the link, they have the most essential and important vitamins to use. And then see also Mitozen that we're using for more of the advanced stuff. And then there is this other little secret weapon. It's called the ESS60. This is gold that is absolutely necessary in today's world. And I don't want to take the spotlight again. We're going to talk a lot more about it later, but that is part of my daily regimen that I added with olive oil to continue accelerating my growth. And then, there's the fancy stuff. And yes, we've been there as well. So this is when the biohacking, or we like to call the bio-loving, comes in. And so using sauna, we love sauna space, as I mentioned, using cold therapy with care, using red light therapy. We use a company called Red Life that I highly suggest, because light is everything, as we mentioned. Having PEMF on a daily basis. We love using Align for that. And then of course there is hyperbaric chamber. Hyperbaric oxygen is one of those things that have tons of evidence, but again, when I was using it and I was dysregulated, it was literally giving me panic attacks. So again, with care, there is also peptides, one of the most trendiest signaling molecules out there that Noah later on will talk about this. Especially all around the regenerative medicine. And those of you that are really into getting the health fully figured out, we've actually opened a clinic called Amani. It's a CEO social wellness club in Malaysia, and we do medical tourism. It's for fraction of the cost for what it's in America. And we do yearly reset retreats. We have built a 33,000 square feet facility that literally has everything from meditation cave with light stimulation to biocharged water, sauna, hyperbaric chamber, NASA-studied variety of different equipment, and all based on your personalized health. So all that I'm talking about here today can be lived and experienced in Amani, and that's something that also would love to share with you, those that are ready to take it to the next level. And so we've talked about wake up, clean up, power up, and now the fourth phase is rest up. This is the most overlooked step. This is also the most important part, because if you don't take time for yourself, if you don't take time to reassess, retest, understand and ask your body where you're heading, who you're becoming, the growth doesn't happen in doing more, it happens in recovery. This is when you can observe it, integrate it, ground it, especially in the body. And so I would like to share with you a little protocol on a daily basis Take time in silence, stillness, and solitude. This is time just with yourself. The first 30 minutes to an hour every single morning, create the powerful daily ritual. For those of you that don't know where to start, we've built these daily rituals inside of our school community. And so highly suggest check it out there. There's daily recordings to literally promote that. So that way you can wake up, clean up, power up, and rest up on a daily basis. Then you've got the weekly ones. One full reset day a week is the key. One day a week, you want to take completely time off from all the busyness, from all the cell phones, and even I like to reset with water fasting. Always check in with yourself if it's the right time. But on a weekly basis, I go into nature, massage, recovery, hot springs if it's available. Go bathe yourself in forest or nature. This is that time where you can just close your eyes, receive with each and every breath, birth energy, exhale energy, and just really have a little notebook and just reassess. Where am I going? How am I feeling? What do I want to work on this following week? How do I want to bring these practices into that week? So that way all that we've learned can be embodied. That's the key. Now, once a month, I like to take 3 to 4 days completely off. Deep recalibration. Look at the whole past month and the following month ahead of you. This is that time that I sometimes like to go into cabin. Sometimes it's hike, sometimes it's the beach. Whatever my heart is calling me and whatever it's available at that given time. When you use this beautiful cycling of when you're going in, when you're going out, when you're rest, you start realizing that you will never burn out again. You will never have chronic fatigue again because you're taking time off. And of course, yearly, take a full 2 to 3 weeks off. This is a full nervous system reset. This is that time to maybe go into a retreat, take time with family, take time off of the screens and phones and computers so you can recalibrate, rebrand, reharmonize. Asking yourself again, how does my health gonna support me in the following year? And so everything is cyclical, everything is pattern-based, as we mentioned. This is the tool, how you figure out which pattern works, which doesn't, how you disrupt it, and how you consciously become the CEO of your own health. This is where you integrate, this is where you listen, and this is where you realign. It was an honor to share with you all of this magic. And remember, your body is your temple. Your mind is the software, body is the hardware. Speak to it as if it's your best friend. Listen to it, lead it, align it. Remember, the most powerful supplements that you can ever take are 3. Vitamin G for gratitude, vitamin L for laughter, crack yourself out once a day, and then vitamin S for smile. Smile at no matter what hardships are coming in. Let the energy of smile to simply go into a place of surrender, acceptance. No matter how hard life can be, you have the choice to keep on reacting or proacting. Take a pause, connect to your loved ones, ask for the depthness of what means to you. What is the higher meaning that you want to embrace in everyday life? Because longevity is not something that you do, it's something that you become. This blueprint came from pain, from searching, and from rebuilding. And now it's up to you. It's yours to take. And whatever resonates with you, allow it, embody it, say, yes, I am ready to commit, and write it in the comments. What are you ready to commit to? What tools that you found here that you've maybe forgotten? Because there is nothing new. All has been said many times over, but perhaps yet it's your time to hear it, and it's your time to embody it. You are the CEO of your own health. And with that, I would like to introduce someone very special. His name is Dr. Patrick Porter. And he's gonna kickstart the day with brain. It all starts with healthy brain. When you heal your brain, aka also your nervous system, focus, brain fog, you can heal the body. Healthy brain equals healthy body. And for that, I'll see you there.
Hello, Dr. Patrick Porter here. I'm going to give you a little lecture on when we're talking about Brain Tap in the Earth 2.0 activation. If you don't already have the app this is where you want to go to get the BrainTap app. Now today you're going to be able to listen to the session right after this lecture. It'll be a 10-minute activation to activate Human 2.0. Because if we have an Earth 2.0, we need the brain and the nervous system that can handle the new frequencies. I'll be explaining all of that in just a moment. But if you haven't done it, take out your phone, take a picture of this QR code, download the free app. It's free for 14 days, and you can start the journey. And you can listen to this session again anytime you'd like on the BrainTap app. Now, if you have the headset, of course, we're going to talk about that. This headset actually has the lights in the ears. I'm going to be talking about that in a minute. And it will have the flashing lights. So if you have the headset, you can Bluetooth it, or you can use an audio cord, which plugs into the machine and plugs in to your phone. Now, when we talk about what's involved behind brain fitness, you need to have the nervous system that collects the information. So when you think about the human brain, it's not just something that has ideas and concepts. In fact, what we found in neuroscience is the brain itself does not derive thoughts. It actually gets the thoughts from the field. You have something called the biofield. It extends 3 feet around you. You can go to NIH's website, our own National Institute of Health, and you can type in biofield, and you'll find that they said in 1994 that every living thing has a field of energy that surrounds them. This field of energy is what collects information and transports that out into the cells and out into your environment. It's collecting information all the time. So don't think of your brain as a creator of information. It's a transmitter and a receiver of information. Now, I'm not expecting you to believe all this right now. This is not something you do with beliefs. You can save that for Sunday morning when you go to church. This is neuroscience that I'm talking about. So first of all, we're going to use light therapy. Now, why light therapy? Number one, we've done over 30,000 brain scans. And every one of those brain scans, we found that when somebody closes their eyes without using light, retinal flashing, we call it, your eyes are closed, that light is going to tune the brain to the brain frequencies that we need. There's 5 primary brain frequencies. We're not going to work on all of them today, but we need to get you into alpha and theta today so that you get into what's called the intuitive and the inventive mind. When you start activating these 2 brainwaves, you're going to activate a brainwave called gamma. Gamma is a higher frequency brainwave. Think of it as a bass drum for the brain. So when you're using BrainTap, you're training all the brainwaves from beta all the way down to delta, all the way up into gamma. So light is necessary. I know a lot of people, a lot of you may be watching this think, wow, I get into a deep state of relaxation. My brain is going into theta. I can tell you right now, out of those 30,000 brains, we've only met 4 people that could get into theta without light triggering it. So that light is flashing, as you can see here, it's flashing at a very specific frequency. That frequency of light is between 0.5 and 88 because we're going to practice moving you through those different brain waves. That's important for activation. The lights in the ears that you see here, these lights in the ears actually are changing to different Noget frequencies. Dr. Noget, he invented something called the Noget frequency. There's 7 of them. Every 2 minutes, the BrainTap headset is going to change to a new frequency. But not to worry, if you don't have the headset yet, you can listen to it with your earphones. It's important you listen to it with your earphones because you won't get the auricular therapy and you won't get the light therapy in the eyes, but we still get results if you just listen to it with your app. So if you're not doing it, if you can plug in your headphones during that 10-minute part of this presentation today when we're going to do an activation, it's going to accelerate your results. And I'm going to explain in just a moment why that is. Number one, we're going to use what we call 10 psychomusic. There's something called the Mozart effect. What they've proven in neuroscience is that when you activate this brainwave, this is an alpha brainwave, that the 2 hemispheres synchronize. And when they synchronize, they begin to communicate at a higher level. This synchronization allows you to experience deeper states of activation and integration with what we're doing here with BrainTap. Now, all of our sessions, we've found that as long as you don't have some brain problem that's physical, every person who gets on the BrainTap will enter into these brainwave states. I'm saying 100% will do it. So all you have to do is put the headset on or your own headsets and you're going to listen to the audio feature. Now the difference between the light and audio is energy. The problem most people have today is they don't have enough energy to meditate. And I'm even talking about young people because if you're in a state of fight or flight, which is fear, frustration, anxiety, we need to get you out of that frequency. Think of it as a frequency, what you frequently see. So we're going to adjust that frequency by using light, sound, and vibration if you have the headset. If you don't have the headset, we're going to do it with sound and we're going to do it with frequency. So when we think about the frequencies, the embedded tones, to get you to 10 hertz frequency, we're going to be stair-stepping you from 18 hertz frequency down into 10, maybe even dropping you into 6 or 7 hertz, which is the very edge of theta. Now this is only a 10-minute activation, so it's more of an alpha activation. Once we activate alpha, we're going to start to expand that alpha brainwave. You're going to find more intuition. Your dreams are going to be more vivid. You're going to have more lucid dreaming. You're going to sleep better tonight just by listening to this session. Now, with that, we also have guided imagery. So I'm going to be guiding through a process of activating what happens internally, because we know that 3,200 gene expressions change when you use the right language patterns. Deepak Chopra, which most of you should know, he says that 6 months ago, you had the same thoughts you have today, 97% of them. So we need to start upgrading those thoughts. The brain you have today was not designed for the stress, the strain, the confusion that you're experiencing. That brain was designed for the Serengeti. So we need to upgrade that brain and get you to operate at a higher level, because today we're talking about Earth 2.0 and Human 2.0. How do we activate the humans that will activate the next generation so that we can think, act, and respond with a higher plane of consciousness rather than the fear-based consciousness that is now ruling our world? Now, how we do that is technology. Now, most people think technology is bad. They think blue light is bad, and it is bad when you're looking at a computer screen. The screen that I have, these are blue blocker glasses because they're blocking that nasty blue light that we have here. The blue lights that are in BrainTaps are not the same LEDs. We only use 8 LEDs. That screen you're looking at right now, that has over 1 million LEDs, and they're changing every fraction of a second to create the colors that you see on the screen. It's not just blue light, it's the negative energy you're getting off that screen. Now, what we know, and Dan DeBon, who runs Radiation Nation, if you have a problem with EMF, then we know that BrainTap, once your brain is synchronized, it becomes what we call a floating ground. You actually move that negative energy out of your body because your brain's in synchronization. When your brain's out of sync with fear, frustration, or anxiety, what we know is the brain becomes dysregulated. When you sit too long, 20 minutes of sitting is equivalent to smoking a cigarette. When you think about what you're doing with your technology, you should always know that this BrainTap headset has been evaluated by several different organizations. It has 0 EMF, 0. The EMF comes from your phone or your tablet. So if you're using a phone or tablet, we always recommend that you download the session to the phone or the tablet, put your phone on airplane mode, then you'll have absolute 0 EMF coming off your phone as long as you keep the screen away from you directly. So these are all things you need to do to have technology hygiene when you're doing these activations. BrainTap is going to restore your biology and get you moving in the right direction so that you can activate at this higher level called Earth 2.0. Because as you evolve and as you change place, now what we know, if you've never heard of the Maharishi effect, this is what we're going for here. The Maharishi effect says that when you generate a field of energy around you, it affects those that you participate in. Now, just about 8 weeks ago, before the filming of this video, MIT came out with a study that showed the human thought extends 10,000 miles away from the person having that thought. So as you're doing this activation, imagine a web of information going out. They say that it looks like the World Wide Web. So this is science we're talking about here. It's not metaphysics. We're going to activate that grid. So imagine the family, the friends, the coworkers that you know that should be on this call, because the more people we can activate, the more we can change this earth. It's not a fantasy anymore. It's a science fact. So Maharishi, if you haven't looked at that, go to YouTube, type in the Maharishi effect. They actually talk about a study he did in Washington, D.C., where he said he was going to reduce the crime by 20%. And they said, that will never happen. There has to be a snowstorm for that to happen. So they went into their TM meditation and they projected in their mind the city being in a state of calm, peace, and coherence. When you're in that calm, peace, and coherence, the crime rate went down. They contacted the mayor and he said, well, that's just coincidence. They said, okay, we're going to stop at this time. As soon as they stopped, the crime rate went right back up to its regularly scheduled program, because that's the Earth 1. Earth 1.0 is fear, frustration, anxiety, greed, wanting something. There's enough in the universe for everyone. There's an infinite number of choices from any one moment in time. And we're going to start today to activate within you the infinite potential that resides at the cellular level. You were designed to evolve. Your body was designed to heal. Your brain was designed to heal. It's a transmitter and receiver of information. So you're going to tune this receiver. to the highest activation possible for you today. And all you have to do is have the intention and hold that with the breathing techniques that we're going to use, and using the beat frequencies, the binaural beats, and the solfeggio and right frequencies that are embedded into the session that I've recorded for you. You're going to find that you're going to reach a deep level of restoration and recharge, but that's going to last. We found that when we did just a meditation without this algorithm that I created, I've been doing it since 1986, so before some of you were even born, we've been using this in the lab. We found that if you listen to a meditation or even a piece of music, as soon as you're done listening to that, 100% of the time, the brain went right back to its stress state. It had no influence over your regular everyday consciousness. When we took that same piece of music and we put the algorithm that you're going to be listening to today in the background of that session, it took over 72 hours for that brain to go back to its stress state, which means if we can get you doing these activations at least every other day, you're going to start upgrading your consciousness. You're going to start receiving higher level information, and you're going to activate Earth 2.0 because we're the activators. We know that if you go out barefoot, that you're going to collect information from the earth. They call this grounding. But you're also sharing your information with the earth. So hopefully today you're on a grounding mat or somewhere you can do that. I have a grounding mat right here on my computer so that I can discharge that energy. Most people have about 3 volts of energy moving through their body at any one time. The reality is that we want to be at 0 point. That is our natural state. We should be walking around barefoot, outside in nature, getting sunlight. But because we can't do that, we've invented this technology to mimic sunrises and sunsets. So those sunrises and sunsets, the one you're going to listen to today is going to be a sunrise to get you thinking about your activation, get you thinking about your evolvement in your evolution, because you are evolving. You're either going backwards or you're going forward. Nothing in the known universe stays in one state. So I want to congratulate you for being part of Earth 2.0, but also for being willing to be part of Human 2.0. You have to be the human that's going to create this. So when you see the world with compassion, with love and integrity in your mind and heart, you're going to start to feel and sense the world differently. It's been said when we look at the things that in the world, we change those things within us as long as we keep the filter of compassion, love, grace, gratitude. So I'm going to encourage you to do that during the activation today, because we want to activate a higher order of thinking. You have it within you. It's written into your DNA. You are designed to evolve. You are designed to be activated. And we are light beings. There's something called the electron transport chain. It's part of our biology. What that means is that everything that we eat, everything we drink, everything we smell, everything we hear, everything in our surroundings, everything is being converted into energy by our biological system. That's why if you're around mold, you can start to feel sick because it downgrades your system. But if you're in fresh air and you're positive, you're happy, then what happens is you start upregulating that system. We want to teach your body, your biology, to operate at a higher level so your brain starts to receive the frequencies they're going to activate Earth 2.0. So congratulations again for being here and doing that. Now there's 3 different times of the day that we recommend you upgrade your brain and transform your life. Morning is key. If you can get up in the morning and do this activation or one of the activations that are on the BrainTap app that are AM sessions, these activate the brainwave of alpha, high alpha, which is called SMR, sensory motor rhythm. This one activates norepinephrine, cortisol, and dopamine. These are stress hormones that are created through neurotransmitter activity in the brain. You should feel a little excited in the morning. It's a new day. You should feel like it's the first day of school, the first day, it's the day of Christmas. It's your favorite day because today is new and different. And we need to get that brain doing it. In the longer lecture, I'm going to go into more detail about this and teach you about it. In the middle of the day, when you have that biological dump at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to hear me talk about this a lot. That is natural for your body. It's natural for you to feel kind of burned out around 2 o'clock in the afternoon because your biological system is tuned to the light of the sun. They now know that the light sends codes to your body. This isn't metaphysics, this is science. It's telling your body what to do. If you don't get to sleep by 10 o'clock, guess what? You don't make as much melatonin. If you don't get to bed by 11, you don't start cleaning your liver. And I could go on the 24-hour clock and how the sun tunes our body. Now what we're going to do is we're going to tune our brain through this activation to be in sync with your biological system. And then that your biological system through the field of your heart, which is magnetic, which extends about 16 feet from you, is going to sync up just like metronomes. Again, if you go to YouTube and you put in synchronizing metronomes, you're going to see on there a guy that starts 200 metronomes all at different times. But within 3 minutes, all those metronomes are in sync because everything in the universe is looking for coherence. It's looking for syncing. Now, if you're not sleeping well, 2/3 of the world isn't sleeping. So if it's not you, it's someone else who's watching this video. The reality is that everyone should have a good night's sleep. But the problem is they can't break through the barrier of beta. We need to get you into alpha, then theta, then into deep delta, then put you to sleep. That's what our sessions are designed to do. We took coal miners that were not able to even, they go to work in the dark, they work in the dark, they leave in the dark, they never see the light of the sun. It only took us 3 weeks to reset their circadian rhythm and get them sleeping better than 2/3 of the world because they started sleeping up to 70% better. Their scores on their Oura rings and their Whoops, the Cartography watches that we gave them, improved their sleep score by 70% over 3 weeks. Now, after 6 weeks, they were getting scores of 80, 90%. So what that means is that when they reach that deep level sleep, and I'm going to go deeper into this in the longer lecture, but when they get in that deep level sleep, they open up something called the gliolymphatic system. This is the only time your brain detoxes. So there's only really 3 reasons, if you will, that you have a problem with your brain function. And the 4th would be technology, but there's thoughts, traumas, and toxins. So we can work on all 3 of those, and we can get your hygiene right with your technology, and we can get you focused on activating your body and mind. Remember, this isn't metaphysics. This is science. It's all been proven. And if you go, as we go through our journey together over the next year, you're going to learn more and more about the science of light, sound, and vibration. That's what you are. You are not physical form. You show up as physical form, but you're not this physical form. If we take you to your base atoms, you are electricity. You are light. You are a light being that needs to be activated. So that's what we're going to do today. So as you look forward to this activation, all you need to do is plug in your headphones when we do the activation portion, or plug in your BrainTap headset, or pair it with your Bluetooth, however you want to listen to it. And then you're going to go on a journey with me. We're going to activate your body and mind and spirit to get you to activate Human 2.0 so that we can activate Earth 2.0. I want to thank you for being on the journey with me. I'm going to be there with you. And remember, the more people we have, 10,000 miles from you, your thoughts are going. So if we can get, let's say you get all your family, your friends doing it, and everybody else does that, and we get 100,000 people doing that, Maharishi says that we can change the world. Now we're doing it all at the same time in the same brain frequency. So when you're listening to this session, every person on this call, wherever you're at around the world, we're syncing our brains at the same time. We've done this in rooms of people. Now we're going to do it over the internet. So imagine every person you know getting them on these calls so they can experience an activation. Once they experience that activation, they won't want to leave. They'll continue to activate on their own. And of course, as we do these together, we're going to activate the planet. What I call hacking the human potential, and why elite recovery is the biohacker superpower. Our biggest user at BrainTap is Tom Brady. And he has a saying. He says, for every 1 minute of exertion, you need 2 minutes of recovery. So if you're not spending time in recovery, you're losing out on the biggest gains you can, especially with brain function. I'm going to go over some of those today and help you to understand why BrainTap is one of the important tools, or what we call brainwave entrainment, along with breath work. And you can activate those superpowers. And most of them will be activated while you're sleeping. So let me explain. First of all, we need to go over what are the 4 main things that are stopping you as a biohacker from really getting those superpowers. You have to remember, if you were in medical school in 2015, you'd be sitting in class in physiology and they would tell you that the lymph system stops right here. Look at every online version of the lymph system. They forget about one part, the gliolymphatic system, or the gliolymphomic system. So as you think about this part of the brain, that's what's going to detox the brain. This is why sleep is so important. And I'm going to say it many times during this talk. But number 1, we've got to eliminate any toxins from your environment. Number 1 is the food. You can't outthink a bad diet. So as a biohacker, you probably got that one handled. Most biohackers know the foods that they need to consume. They know that they need to be on more of a keto diet as much as possible, because that keto diet feeds the brain. It gives it ketones. Now, even if you're not eating fully ketone, it's really important to do intermittent fasting because there's 2 phases to digestion most people have never told you about. The first phase is to digest the food that you've consumed. That gives us energy right now, although it's not as appropriate as you think, or it's not as readily available as you think, because it takes a lot of effort for the body to convert food into energy. But the second phase of digestion, which means when you're done working through all the digestive processes in the large and small intestines, now your body can tap into stored fat. That stored fat is what you really want to burn as a biohacker, because that stored fat turns into ketones, which feed your brain. Now, number 2, if you have trauma, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the biohacking techniques that we use, especially for trauma in the brain. We've done studies where we showed that people that used BrainTap to overcome trauma, actually in our discovery at Gaylord High School, we found that that group that used it, we checked them 1 year later, was between 30 and 70% in every neurological marker because they trained their brain with light, sound, and vibration. And the light, I'm going to explain to you in a little bit what it's doing. It's doing more than you think. And your eyes are closed, and we only use 8 LEDs for retinal flashing. That's key because we want to reset the circadian rhythm. And there's blue light all day long out there in the world. In fact, if you take away blue light, you have what's called seasonal affective disorder. So we need light. We need blue light to reset the circadian rhythm, and we need that light to give you more energy. And we're going to talk more and more about that today. Now, number 3, most of you probably don't realize this, but if you look at life as a challenge, most biohackers do. Life is a challenge. You do things that challenge you physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. These are really good because if you look at it as a challenge instead of a threat, it actually upregulates your DNA, which we're going to get into a little bit deeper in this talk. But your thoughts control over 3,200 gene expressions. You heard me right. Your actual thinking changes your physiology. And number 4 is technology. How are you using technology? Technology can be good or bad. While you're watching me on the screen right now, your brain is trying to predict every one of those different LED changes from red, green, and blue, which is happening in that screen right now. Even though you can't see it, it's like that movie with Dustin Hoffman, Rain Man, when they dropped the toothpicks on the ground, he said 2,413 or whatever. And he said, how do you know that? He counted them. Your brain is that elite. Your brain can do those things. It just doesn't do them because we don't need it. It's not worth the effort. But some people will use technology at the wrong times. The average person looks at their cell phone over 300 times a day. As a biohacker, the best thing you can do is choose the times you use your technology and then recover from that technology. If you saw your brain after an hour or 2 on your computer screen, you would get up and walk away from that screen as much as possible, do some breath work, maybe a cold plunge, maybe get into the sauna, whatever you need to do to reset your physiology, because sitting is equivalent, 20 minutes of sitting is equivalent to smoking a cigarette. And what we mean by that is your physiology has been stressed to the max. That stress causes your liver to dump 25 grams of sugar into the bloodstream, which then starts a cascade of events. If your muscles are full of sugar because you're just sitting there, you're not working out, then that sugar has no place to go. Then it has to release insulin. Insulin is a fat storage hormone. That insulin is then going to deposit that sugar storage into the adipose tissue so you can use it later. And if you never get to that second phase of digestion, or what we do with fasting, especially intermittent fasting, you want to kind of trick your body just like we would do in ancient times. You want to, maybe some mornings you do without breakfast, some days you do without lunch, some days you do without dinner. This is going to be the best thing you can do because we want to stress the body to recover with the body to give us more of our superpowers that we need. And that superpower is overcoming anger, appetite, or hunger. Now, what do I do every morning? People ask me all the time, if you were to follow me around in the morning, the first thing you do is around 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. I never use an alarm clock. And you've heard me say this before if you've watched any of my talks. Using alarm clocks are probably one of the worst things you can do to your nervous system. That stress response I was talking about, if you use an alarm clock that uses a beep, 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 that's going to disrupt the natural flow of your body and create a stress response. The average person out there, I'm not talking about you, the biohackers, I'm talking about the average person, hits that alarm clock 3 times, which means their liver is being overworked, producing more sugar than it needs, in fact, more sugar than a candy bar before they get out of bed. I get into that cold plunge because it's going to boost my immune function. It's going to reduce my inflammation. It's going to improve my mood and my energy. And in between each of those plunges, and I do 3 a day, I start out usually with my first one at 3 to 4 minutes. Then I do a 5-minute plunge, and then I end with a 3 to 4 minute plunge, 3 times a day. And that's because I travel a lot, and I want to make sure I get that 11 minutes as a minimum every week. So I try to double or triple that. And what it did for me, just so you understand, when you meet me, you're going to see I'm 60 pounds lighter because I started doing the things I'm telling you about today. The main thing that I started doing was in the morning, getting in that cold plunge, detoxing, and I'm in the infrared sauna only to the point that I'm warmed up again. Once my body is warmed up and I start to sweat, I jump back in the cold plunge. And I do that 3 times. This is called contrast therapy. The infrared sauna is going to detox and promote healing. It's going to ease muscle and joint pain. It's going to improve circulation and relaxation. But the main reason I did it, guys, if you're over 55 and you're concerned about your PSA, I was at an 8.2. They wanted to do it. They wanted to cut into me and look at my prostate and all those things. I said, wait a minute, it's not cancer. I did a test. There was a blood test that I found out at Dave Asprey's event last year, and I took that blood test, no cancer present. So I said, give me 3 months. In 3 months, I brought that PSA score down below a 3. So I'm within the good range. Hopefully when you meet me at Biohacking or the next time you see me, I'm going to tell you it's a 1. And the other thing is, after doing the cold plunge, before I get in the sauna, I do squats, I do jumping jacks, I do planks. I'm going to work my muscles because in the book, Uncommon Cold, which I recommend you all read if you're not sure about cold plunging, it tells you if you can exercise right after a cold plunge, you boost your testosterone. And that's what we need. The chemicals, the biochemicals available to our body are enormous if we trigger them through a biohacking technique like cold plunging and infrared saunas. Now, movement is key. So you're going to see me every day. These are non-negotiables. You have to do something. Tai Chi, yoga, Qigong. I use a Vision bodysuit. The reason I do that is I travel a lot. I have no excuses. I pack it in my bag. I work out at least 2 to 3 times a week with it. It's converted my body from fat to muscle like you wouldn't believe. It recruits 97% of the energy in the system. These EMS suits, it doesn't have to be a Vision body. There's plenty of them out there. But what they do is they get the body's muscles to move and work. As you age, I'm only 64, going to be 65 here pretty soon. I intend on being healthy, vibrant, and playing with my grandkids. So what you have to do is you have to keep your body in shape. We're all playing the game of life, or what I like to tell people is you're part of the human race. Think of it as humans in a race. Imagine every morning like you're getting up to run the 100-yard dash. You look down the track, you look at the starter, and you say, wow, I didn't train for this. Or did you say, yeah, I trained for this. I'm ready for this race. Because the goal is to circulate energy, regulate the nervous system. Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, Vision bodysuits. I actually do my Qigong and Tai Chi or yoga with my Vision bodysuit on. So I'm stacking those two. And I'm finding out that 20 to 30 minutes that I do every morning accelerates. Now, I don't do the Vision body every day because I don't need to work my muscles every day. I also have a tonal system, which allows me to work the muscles. It's super important to keep building muscle. But you have to give yourself a chance to relax. And I'm going to go over that. Now, what's going on? Why do we feel tired at night, or why does the average person feel tired? And why are they not getting sleeping scores in the 80s and 90s? Well, the number one thing is you don't have enough energy to sleep. And if you're eating right before bed, and I'm going to go over that, or if you're doing certain things like watching the news, these are going to cost your body energy. The brain uses 20 to 25% of the total energy. So that means when you go to sleep, you might not know this, but when you're sleeping, you do more neurological activity than you do when you're awake. This means that you need energy. How we're going to do that? We're going to use a brain tap. because it's going to bring light, sound, and vibration into the system. It's going to allow you to use neurohormonal reserves. It's going to give you an early response to temporary stress. But most importantly, it's going to allow you to relax. When you are fatigued, this isn't a failure. This is activation. This is the time your body needs to move. There are certain times during the day called the circadian rhythm where you need to boost. When I talk about the midday brain tapping or the midday breath work, that's because at 2 o'clock p.m. every day, wherever you're at in the world, your body is going to downregulate 2 degrees. It's rebooting. And in that rebooting, if you're resting and relaxing like we're designed to do, that cortisol curve that's there in the morning will be high. That cortisol curve drops about 2 o'clock, and that's why you get tired. It's not because you need a coffee, although if you want to have a coffee, or if you're doing the new coffees, bulletproof coffee, you're putting butter in it, that's all fine. But that's using the biological system, and it will cost you later. What I recommend you do is do some kind of breath work. If you have the brain tap, of course, you're going to use the brain tap for a 20-minute reboot. And then drink your coffee, because then you've raised your cortisol level, you've rebalanced all your neurotransmitters, and you're ready for the afternoon. We've proved this out at a study at Google and Microsoft where we did it with people who were programmers. And we showed them when they did that in the middle of the afternoon at 2 o'clock or 2 to 3 to 1, just somewhere in that time period, they actually got 26% more work done. So if that isn't a biohack, I don't know what is. We're going to keep the energy high, and then it's going to crash again around 10 o'clock. It's important that you start thinking about that time, 10 o'clock, because between 10 and 11 is when you make the most melatonin. More than you can buy and purchase and put in your system. In fact, I don't recommend melatonin at all because it's not a sleeping supplement. Every cell of your body needs melatonin, and it needs it to be made all day long. Once you start putting something into your body that your body is supposed to be making for you, the body will stop making it. So you want to keep pressing the body, stressing the body, and then recovering the body. And the body will learn to adapt based on your stress and your relaxation response. But if you're missing the relaxation response, you just stress, 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 and you'll see that all of your gains are going to diminish over time. Now, I'm showing you here is something called the NeuroCheck. When you come to Biohacking Live, you can actually get this done. You can see in February 22nd on Wednesday, this is me leaving on an airplane to go to Spain. I land in Spain. I measure myself. I went from 93%. That means I was using 93% of my body's nervous system. I was better than 63% of people my age. Now, I land in Spain, it drops down to 35%, with only 5% better than people my age. So imagine, people 64, 65 years old, they must be in pretty bad shape because they felt like I did after flying to Spain. Now, what caused that? The environment. Your environment plays a big role in how you perform as a biohacker. When you fly, and I didn't use any of my protection. I didn't use my silver-lined hoodie. I didn't use my hat. I didn't use my underwear. All the things that I know to use when I'm flying, just to see what would happen if I didn't use all the protection measures that I have. Now, what I did though was, you can see there that because of time change, when I did my next session, I'm back up to 100%. 69% better than people my age. This is because everyone is going to get hit, as Mike Tyson says. Everyone's going to get hit. Do you have a plan? Because stress is going to hit you. Recovery is the answer. And I've never met anyone. In fact, in the 30,000 brains that I've studied in the last 10 years, I've only met 2 people that knew how to meditate. So if you're one of those people, I challenge you to come by our booth, do your meditation, and see if you're really recovering. Because what typically happens to people, if you're not using light stimulus in the form of brain tap, I'm not saying any light stimulus, I'm talking about brain tap's light sense, the flickering light that we have measured, we have recorded in the lab, and we've researched extensively, 72 research studies. If you look us up on PubMed, you'll see that when you have retinal flashing with your eyes closed, you keep the brain awake. If you're just using auditory, like an auditory visualization, you're going to shut off 30% of your brain. Worse yet, if you're doing it on your own and you don't have a good practice, and remember, I've only seen 2 people that have been able to do it, then you're probably turning on your default mode network, or what the Dalai Lama calls the monkey mind. That's going to take you, it's going to disrail your meditation. You're not going to get the results that you want. And you're going to say, well, meditation just doesn't work. Meditation does work, but today, in today's world, your brain is not designed for the life you're living. You need a new brain. That's why I wrote the book, Brain Fitness Blueprint, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Now, breath work in the morning or brain tap, you make the choice. One is a psychological breath. So you can sit at the end of your bed or wherever you're at and you go, and you want to do this probably somewhere where people can't see you. This psychological breath will reset your nervous system. Now, better yet, you do it with light and sound, because we have over 600 sessions that are just music only and the algorithm. So you can do your own meditation or you can do your breath work. We have a lot of breath work sessions. We have the Breath Masters on the app. They'll teach you all the different kind of breaths. We have Pavel on the app. All these people teach you breath work. The goal, of course, is to have calm focused. We call it cognitive priming. If you don't prepare your body to exercise, like by stretching and warming up, you can hurt your muscles. The same thing's true with your network of your brain, your neural network. We need to warm that neural network up. We call it brain priming. Now, after exercise, most people don't realize that they are wasting the most powerful time to change your brain. After you work out, whether you're running, lifting weights, doing Tai Chi, yoga, whatever you're doing, you're triggering something called BDNF. Think of it as miracle growth for the brain. This is when your brain is the most highly receptive. You have all of this great neurochemicals raging in your brain, and you run off and look at your phone and start texting, or you run off into your car and you start driving in heavy traffic. If you can just sit down for 5 to 10 minutes, of course, we have 10-minute sessions that activate what we call alpha brainwave. That alpha brainwave triggers acetylcholine. I wrote articles about it for weightlifting magazines. It shows when you have more circulating acetylcholine, you build more muscle at the mind-muscle connection, right at that place where you need it to be stronger and healthier. So that 10 minutes, just like yoga, that 10 minutes after all the physical exercises where you lay on the floor, in India, they will tell you, I've been all over India talking at universities, and they'll tell you the most important yogic pose is that death pose or that corpse pose, where you just lay there and you just relax and you let all of the neurological activity that you just triggered settle in with something called neuroplasticity, which is key to building a more powerful super brain that you want as a biohacker. Now, when you lock in the gains, what you can do after that's done, if you have the brain tap, it's even easier. What you're going to do is you're going to listen to a theta or a gamma brain tap session. Now, theta is a deep relaxation, deep cycle. If you want to do some visioning and some meditation work, then you can do gamma sessions. We have over 300 sessions of gamma. Imagine what can happen when you start triggering the GABA response. GABA is the precursor to DMT. So all that you're reading about and learning about all of these psychedelics, your brain is capable of activating those regions of the brain. Just like we have cannabinoid receptors, we have opioid receptors, we have receptors for DMT. So we can activate them. What happens when you do this after your workout is you're going to reinforce neuroplasticity. You're going to build new neural pathways. You're going to improve clarity and energy. You're going to see your gains doubling and tripling because you're using your body the way the body was designed. After you worked out really hard in ancient times, you didn't go run around again. You sat down next to a tree, or you sat on a cliff, or you looked down the mountain, or you looked over the meadow, and you relaxed. You were thankful that you didn't die in that moment. Our body gets stressed all day long. If we don't take the times that I'm talking about to reboot our brain, to rest our bodies, we can't lock in the gains that we're doing through all of the wonderful work you're doing as a biohacker. Now, there's also things you can do to support your food. All the things you do to eat right. I believe, and I use energy bits, this blue and green algae, but you can use any blue-green algae you desire. And a probiotic that I like to use is called Energy Biotics. It's out of Switzerland. And what it is, that probiotic actually has been known to help people restore their gut biome. Now, the reality is that our gut is really one of our main brains. We have three brains. We have the gut brain, we have the heart brain, and we have the brain between our ears. And just for our conversation here today, I want you to think of the gut brain as your number one brain, because it does all the work that you do when you're doing all the things that you're doing. It keeps your heart beating, it digests your foods, it metabolizes and uses and reinforces your immune system and function. Now, one thing about these digestive enzymes, these energy biotics, we found that you want to avoid eating them after 2 p.m. because they give you so much energy. If you can get your gut biome right, you will have sustainable energy like you wouldn't believe. And so think about all the food you're eating, whatever you're doing as far as food consumption. These are my fallbacks, especially when traveling, so that I make sure that I'm feeding my gut what it needs to stay healthy, vibrant, and keep me at my superpowers. You know, when I fly on planes, I usually take, actually, when you think of all the different connections and things, we figured it out one year, I took 240 flights. So each time I'm on that flight, my body's getting stressed. I need to recover. And that's nutritionally, I need to recover psychologically, I need to recover physically. All of those things have to happen, but I don't experience jet lag. And if you know me, I don't run out of energy. And I remember my grandparents at my age, they were sitting on rocking chairs ready to retire and expire. I'm just getting started. So if you want to be full of energy and vitality, these are some simple things you can do for lunch support. Now in the afternoon, what I'm going to recommend you do is listen to one of those theta or gamma sessions. Remember, theta is best for recovery and creativity. Gamma is best for peak performance. When you use this, you can also add in red light. You can use a red light panel, or you can use a red light cap. You can use a red light pad. What red light does in the lights that are in the brain tap, the body, the hemoglobin is going to absorb that light energy wherever it comes in, and it's going to circulate through the body. So the whole body is going to be filled with light because something called the transport electron chain. If you look that up, you're going to find out that everything you eat, everything you drink, everything you listen to, everything in your environment is resonating, vibrating with energy. And this electron transport chain that's inside of you right now is converting it into energy. One example, so you understand what I'm talking about. You've probably been to, let's say, a party and you didn't want to go there, but they started playing all your favorite music. Pretty soon you started tapping your toes, you started getting up and dancing, and you started moving. If you've ever been to a football game or a baseball game, and in between innings, what are they doing? They're bringing the energy up in the stadium. They're playing music that people know, people sing along to, people move to. They might have lights going, all of those things. Now, our lights are specifically tuned to be absorbed and utilized by the body as energy. I'll get more into that in a moment. Now, mindset and biology is super important. You should be slightly nervous. That's normal. Everything is new and different. It should be like your first day at school. What I tell people every morning when I wake up, I feel like, wow, what superpowers do I have today? How can I handle the challenges that I have? Because when you handle your life as challenges, you get an energy gain. If you think of life as a threat, you get an energy loss. So we know perspective directly affects your neurochemistry. In fact, now MIT has proved that if you look at life as a challenge, you upregulate every DNA pair every 40 seconds. And you heard me right. Every DNA pair is rebraiding at an average of 40 seconds. So you are a different person because you're connecting with different parts of yourself. So if you look at every challenge in your life as if something you can overcome, and threats, you just have to handle those and reframe them into challenges. There's nothing you can't handle. You know, I jokingly say, my wife has a t-shirt that says, God doesn't give you anything you can't handle. Then underneath it says, he must think I'm a real badass. You know, so whatever's happening to you, just think about it like you're going to build a superpower to handle that. Right now it might be difficult, but it's going to get easier, just like lifting weights, just like reading, just like riding a bike, just like driving a car. Those things might have been difficult at first, but then they got easier and easier until you did them with your subconscious. Again, this is a picture of me leaving Newbern, my brain psycho-emotional state. This means the energy in my brain measured at the mitochondrial level was 100%. I lost 60% of that energy just flying to Spain. I do a session, boom, it's right back to 100%. If I didn't do that, flying in an airplane to Spain, we've already done tests with this, but it was flying from San Francisco airport to Japan. We found it took 4 days for the pilots. The pilots were actually back in the cockpit before their brain was fully restored back to the brain they had before they left San Francisco. So every day we need to upgrade. We have to do something to keep our brain fit and energized. Below, it didn't really affect my brainwaves that much because I practice brainwave entrainment and I know how to manipulate my brainwaves. Now, the best state, of course, is to have the delta below 10, theta about where it's at, 10 to 15, alpha at 35, beta at 45, and gamma maybe a little bit lower. But you can say gamma and theta are about the same thing for the brain as far as peak performance or intuitive knowledge and inventive knowledge. Now, when we think about evening recovery, what I do every night is I do we call it a brain cap. It's a light that goes on my head. And ours is made of material like a scuba diver would use. And it fits nicely around my head. I can put my brain tap on top, and I can do that session every night. And I do that because I want my brain to have energy to sleep. Also, it's really super important that you take minerals at night. Now, there are some minerals that I take that are in the morning and some at night, but it's really important at night. While you sleep, you provide your body with the best mineral that you can find. If you need help sleeping, meaning getting into deep sleep quickly, and I'm not saying go to sleep quickly. If you have an Oura ring or any other way to sleep metric, you might notice there's something called latency. Most people that have bad sleep scores, they go to sleep too fast. You need to do a 4-8 breath while you're going to sleep because you need to unwind the nervous system. Now, we teach you different breathing techniques and different ways to do that through brain tap sessions that drop you off into delta, because if you can unwind the body through a process of breathing, relaxation, light, sound, and vibration, what happens is you enter into the deep restorative phase of sleep. That's the delta sleep. Remember, you need 1 hour of delta sleep, 2 hours of REM, and you'll be getting in the 90s consistently on any Oura or Apple Watch or any of these sleep metrics. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what's really necessary when you go to sleep. You can see my coherency. I'm at 100%. This means my heart rate variability. I'm 100%. My brain and my heart are communicating perfectly. I take that flight. It's now down to 32%. I didn't do anything. I do well on flights. I aged actually because my biological age at the time of leaving was equivalent to a 31-year-old. I land, I'm a 53-year-old. I do my session, it's back to 31 and 100. So again, I'm just trying to show you all the different ways using biohacking equipment that you can see you're going to stress. What did you do to recover from that stress? The quicker you do, the more you build stress resilience. And that's what we need today. Our brain in the past was only used to having stressful events maybe 3 to 5 times in a whole week. We now have 3 to 4 to 5 times before we get out of bed, especially if you look at the news and social media, which I don't recommend you do. I recommend that you stay positive and do things that are going to be productive for your brain and body. Now, when we think about upgrading your brain and transforming your life, there's really 3 times a day when you need to think of brain fitness. And this is the difference. Now, at first, you might have to do this 3 times a day, but then you might only choose 1 time a day. What we found in our studies was as long as someone does the brain tapping sessions at least 3 times a week, giving yourself time in between, because just like working your muscles, you need to reset the nervous system every 72 hours. Now with BrainTap, you can do it 3 times a day and get a neurological boost each time. In the morning, you get started, just like we call it digital coffee. It's going to trigger a brainwave called SMR, sensory motor rhythm. This is the brainwave that atrophies as we age. Alpha is necessary for communication, for intuition, for really everyday use, because we need that brain to be at 30 to 35% alpha. But most people, when they wake up with an alarm, they crush the alpha brainwave. And they don't have any creativity. They don't have the energy flow. That's why I talk about the alkalizing breath. And that could be the psychological breath that I taught you. It could be a Wim Hof breath, but it's a deep restorative breath. You could do the breath of fire if you know that one. There's a lot of different breaths you can use to reset your body's mechanism. Now, in the morning, I do not recommend that you drink your coffee first thing in the morning. I recommend, if you really remember the story that Dave told about even his coffee, he did that at 2 in the afternoon. That's because they were using a biological solution to an electrical problem. The body needs to recycle, reboot, get the brain waves going. That's where a deep restorative nap comes in. But because most people don't want to take that deep restorative nap, you can reset with technology like BrainTap. It's going to rejuvenate you with a BrainTap power nap. You're going to listen to either a theta or a gamma session. You're going to get a 20 minutes of BrainTap has been measured to be equivalent to having 4 hours of deep sleep. Now, if you don't have your BrainTap handy or you don't own one, then you can do box breathing. It's very simple. If you don't know box breathing, you can go on YouTube and look at it, but it's very simple. You breathe into the mental count of 4. You hold it to the mental count of 4. You breathe out to the count of 4, and you hold it out to the count of 4. And you continue that process until you feel your body has been regulated, usually 3 to 5 minutes. And you can do that anytime during the day. I find myself doing that if I'm waiting at a stoplight, or if I'm waiting at a doctor's office, or if I have a meeting that's running late, or they don't even need to know I'm doing it. I'm just regulating my nervous system, keeping it going. Breath directly links to your sympathetic, parasympathetic, and neurohormonal system. Your breath is your key to activating high brain function, that peak performance moments that you want more of. Now at night, it's super important that you prepare yourself for sleep. Sleep in as deep a state as possible. Stop all fluids if you can 2 hours before sleep. Nothing stimulating after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Coffee has an 8-hour half-life, so if you find when you drink coffee you don't sleep very well, then drink your coffee earlier. Maybe drink it with your lunch if that's when you're drinking your coffee. If you're not drinking coffee, then more power to you. Even teas can do this to you. Now, it's really important that you stop watching anything stimulating. No Stephen King movies, no scary things, no news that's trying to get you to think of their propaganda. And that nighttime session is designed, most importantly, to get you to level 4 sleep, where you can activate that gliolymphatic system. And that system, as you think about it, when you go to sleep, all the glia cells are like you at a biohacking convention. You go around meeting everybody, talking to them. You're like one of those glia cells. And during the day, you make those connections. But at night, you want to unlock those connections. And you want, of course, if you're at the meeting, you want to wash your hands because you shook everybody's hands. But as you unlock it, that happens because your skull is a series of plates that breathe. So as you learn to breathe, you unlock those plates, and the spinal fluid washes up through the spine, washes over the glia cells, washes them out. And then when you reach level 4 sleep, you go into something called sleep paralysis. That's why some of you might have woken up sometime during your adult life and you felt like you couldn't move. You were paralyzed. That's because during these detox moments that happen in microseconds, those microseconds have to add up to 1 hour for you to get a good brain score, because they know how important it is to detox the brain through deep sleep. Now, you heard me say this already, but at night when you're going to sleep, you need to unwind the nervous system. If you just hit the pillow, you go, I don't need any help. I hit the pillow, I go to sleep. What's your sleep score? If it isn't an 80 or a 90 consistently, then you need to practice the 4-8 breath. And if you want to have it to be even better, practice the 4-8 breath. Even if you're listening to a process, you can breathe into the mental count of 4, breathe out to the count of 8. And as you breathe out, imagine a wave of relaxation moving down through the body. Soon you'll master this so much you'll be able to close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and your body will simply regulate your nervous system and you'll be super relaxed. And you'll be able to reach that deep sleep. It should take you between 10 and 17 minutes to go to sleep. Then you're going to have a great sleep score, because now you're at about 17 minutes, you're in deep theta, you drop into delta, you have your first and longest period of delta. You'll see that in your scores, and then it'll pop back up. And if you wake up in the middle of the night, practice the same process. Train your brain to sleep through the night. And if you did drink a lot of water before you went to sleep, it's a known fact that you should be able to drink a gallon of water and go to sleep, because we have a circulating pump in our kidneys that we should not have to go to the bathroom. If you're waking up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, it's a neurological problem. It's not a biological problem. So we need to get the neurology and biology to communicate so you can sleep through the night and awaken in an up cycle. Just before you go to sleep, put in your mind's eye the time you want to wake up. And you'll find yourself waking up at that time, as if you're looking at your clock or your phone and it's that time, and then jump out of bed. You're going to learn something that I learned through Silva, which is called awake control and sleep control. And what they taught us to do was, before going to bed, visualize the time on the clock that we wanted to wake up. And then you'll wake up in an up cycle. You'll have energy, whether that time is 4 hours, 6 hours, or 10 hours. And by the way, in sleep studies, peak performance studies, they showed 6.5 hours is the best amount of time to sleep. So you might need 7 hours, you might need 5 hours, but the average is 6.5 hours. So that 8-hour lie, don't believe it. As a biohacker, that gives you another hour and a half or so to do something positive for yourself. Maybe read a good book or do your morning exercise, because morning exercise is twice as effective as evening exercise, because you're moving the sugar stores out of the body first thing in the morning, exercising those muscles, getting them to work. And now your body is in the flow of using energy. And the more you learn to use energy, the more sustainable and more positive your energy will be. Now, let's talk about the key insights here, because this is a brain optimization loop. First of all, you need to fuel with nutrition. You can't outthink a bad diet. Number 2, you have to have movement. I don't care what job you have, what you're doing. If you're sitting for more than 20 minutes, get up and stretch, or stretch in your chair. Whatever you need to do, get your body moving. Do something to change your brain frequency. And I want you to think about something right now. Your frequency is what you frequently see. That's your frequency. So what are you seeing in your life? Are you seeing your life as a threat, or are you seeing it as a challenge? I'm going to encourage you all, after watching this course, to think about life as challenges, no longer threats, and see your body and mind synchronize and grow, and see your gains, your biohacking gains, and you'll be up there with those superpowers that you believe other people have that you don't, or maybe you have them to some degree, but you want to improve upon them. We can do far more than we've been led to believe. We're far more capable than people have told us about. So let's talk about the genius behind BrainTap for a moment. First of all, we use light therapy. It's very specific light. It's tuned light. There's nothing dirty about our light. We've proven it in study after study after study, school system after school system, sleep study after sleep study, that light does not affect your circadian rhythm. In fact, we reset it. It's been proven in science. So I don't want you to believe me. I want you to realize you can go to braintap.com, click on the research link, and you'll see all the research that we have with it. We use auricular therapy, which means Dr. Noget said there's 7 frequencies of the body. If any one of those frequencies are out of balance, then we will be sick, or there'll be some kind of disability in our function. We do this with light. Every 2 minutes, the lights in the ears are changing to a different Noget frequency. Now, that light in the ears is not just for decoration. Every bit of your blood flows through your ears every 3 to 5 minutes. So as that blood is passing through the ears, we're dosing it with light. The hemoglobin is absorbing that light. Now, the ear blood goes into the brain to regulate the temperature of the brain. So now we're giving the brain energy, because what happens is when that light, as photons, goes into the brain, when a cell is about to die, that cell magnetically attracts that energy into the cell. It then restarts the Krebs cycle. And for those that know the Krebs cycle, now we're going to have nitric oxide release, blood flow and circulation. And everywhere you create a new blood vessel, you also create a new lymphatic vessel, which means now you can detox your brain better, faster, and easier than ever before. Now, we also put in the background holographic music, because music, we've known for centuries, is good to alter brainwave states, but specific music, 10-cycle holographic music that we use at BrainTap, is designed to put you into what's called the Mozart effect. It's been studied for years and years. We did our own study. We showed a group, over 1,000 university students would listen to a piece of music. And yes, they would relax when they listened to it. But as soon as they were done, their brain went right back to the stress state before. When they listened with the algorithm that I've been working with for the last 40 years, and every session is just a little bit different because we need to train the brain. If you're listening to the same thing every day, your brain will know it's habituated to it, and it will know it's not stressful. It's not, no danger there. There's no reason for it to listen to. It will create what's called nose blindness, but it will do it through sound. Just like somebody living near an airport that doesn't recognize the airplanes flying overhead. When you go, how can you think there's all these airplanes? You go, I don't even hear them. Or they live near the dump and they can't smell the poor smells. This happens to people that have mold poisoning. When they don't take action, the body just says, okay, that mold must not be bad for you, so I'm going to stop signaling you that there's something wrong in your environment. We need to challenge our environment through our senses, through our sense of sight, sound, and feeling. Now, we also use essential oils at the clinic to move people, whether it be to sleep or to de-stress or to become more motivated. We also use beats and tones. And when we use these beats and tones, what we're talking about here is isochronic tones and binaural beats. The reason we use both is in our studies we found that binaural beats don't always work the way that you read about in the literature, because you have to have matched hearing. When they're doing their studies with younger people, yeah, usually the hearing's the same, but our average user at BrainTap is 35 plus, and now the brain starts to dysregulate it. When you were born, your brain was 18.1 volts. You had 100 billion neurobit processor. You were capable of learning a whole new language, learning how to use your body, learning how to interact with your family. If you ever had a child, you see the child as a baby, and 3 to 4 years later, you got a little adult. Now, what happens there is the body has to learn to do that. Now, as we age, unfortunately, the brain voltage goes down unless we provide energy to the brain, and you can't get it with a supplement. I'm sorry. I do supplements. They do help me, but they're not going to help me out of my problem with voltage, because you can't take enough supplements. But you can get blood flow and circulation to the brain, so you can use B vitamins, which I recommend you all start taking niacin as well, B3, because it clears out the capillaries, and your brain is mostly made of capillaries, or small little vessels that run throughout the brain. So we clear that out and get that niacin flush. So start off slow, but this is one way to get more light and energy into the brain. But these beats and tones are super important. And in these guided visualizations we have them with or without music. We also put into their frequencies. We use solfeggio frequencies and right frequencies. So we have 3 different frequencies. We have 2 different kind of brainwave entrainment through tones. We have 3 different light therapies working, blue light, red light, and they're all different. The reason for blue light is, even at night, we have blue light. That's why we can see. But what we do is we lessen that amount at night so that your brain will shut off and return back to the circadian rhythm. We are designed to move with the light of the sun. That circadian rhythm. If we're not to bed by 10, again, we don't make as much melatonin. If we're not to bed by 11, we don't clean our liver as much, because the liver cleans between 11 and 12. And we could go around the clock. We need to get in sync once again with nature. Go out, walk outside in the morning with your feet on the ground. Look at the sun. This starts the circadian clock. All of these things. But because some people don't live where they can get outside and see the sun, they can use technologies like BrainTap to trigger that same receptor and get the body back on schedule.
So for our 10-minute fire learning, I'm so happy to have Dr. Porter back in the house. Patrick, what exactly is BrainTap in the simplest of forms to share?
Well, think about our muscles. Nobody would argue that physical fitness is important, right? But a lot of people miss out on the brain. So what we want to talk about, it's brain fitness at its highest level right now. So we're going to activate it through light, sound, and vibration. It's a meditation you can do in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. There's very specific brain waves to train. That's why just one meditation doesn't work anymore. We need 3 different ones.
Hey, were you doing your brain tap during this break?
No. What am I doing? I'm just brain tapping.
Yeah.
It's such a big piece of our life, you guys. We travel with this everywhere we go, and we're so grateful because BrainTap gets our mission. Like Patrick Porter, literally, he's on the same wavelength with the Maharishi effect, looking for as many brains in a group coherence as possible to make the greatest impact on Earth and in consciousness. And that's exactly what our mission is. By the end of this year, we want to be at 144,000 people broadcasting at the same time, same rhythm, in the same note through our breath.
Yeah, it's proven to have a measurable effect not only on your individual health and wellness, but also a measurable effect on your community and the Earth. And that's the whole goal here, is to bring in Earth 2.0 to also regenerate our planet. So we could not be more happy. One of my favorite things that I've learned from Patrick Porter is to set an alarm at 2 p.m. during your midday afternoon slump while you're in the middle of working, and do a brain tap session just to bring yourself back into coherence. And that has been the number one thing that I've been loving in my routine.
Yeah, well, so This is why we started with brain. You know, brain is the foundation to our healthy body, to our healthy mind. And this is why, like, before we, you know, when we were looking at the whole schedule, the run of show of this, we didn't want to get into anything further until we master the brain, master the mindset. And of course, in future episodes, we're going to go directly into mindset and emotions. But without healthy brain, without healthy nervous system, you know, there's a lot that can be done that's free just within our time. So the next person that we're going to be moving into is someone that has been truly changing my life. You know, in the last 6 or 8 months, I've dealt with major mold poisoning, black mold, parasites, digestive issues. All of my chronic issues came back up, couldn't sleep. I mean, I've literally been bigger mess than in a long time. And as we learn and heal and do all of these practices, I wanted to use myself as a guinea pig for those of you that have any sorts of unexplained health issues or chronic stuff, autoimmune, because we're dealing with this, you know, all along.
Yeah, you guys, Pavel really is exposing himself in the best way possible. Him and Dr. Sam, they've recorded his whole health journey for you to kind of get the inside, sneak peek, fly on the wall kind of insight into how Dr. Sam works, especially with difficult cases as And health is all very unique. And one of the things that I'm so impressed with Dr. Sam is he does extensive testing. Like, you guys, it's like hard for us to get these tests done for Pavel because there are so many, but in the best way, because he knows exactly what's going on. And he's not throwing everything at Pavel saying, hey, try this, do this, whatever. It's exactly what Pavel's body needs based on his DNA, based on what his mitochondria are doing, and all the things. Like, it's really impressive.
Like, the craziest part is, so we've done all of the intense testing in the past, from DNA to stool tests, hair tests, blood tests, I mean, you name it, right? Breath test. But we never really had someone that understands how to read it. There's very little amount of doctors that are actually at the forefront of being able to, you know, what are you going to do with the information? Because it's awesome to have all this testing. And what I love about Dr. Sam is he literally looks at inside of your mitochondria, not just the outside, the inside. He looks at how does that tie into, you know, every part in your body. And so furthermore, we would like to share with you the 10 pillars of health.
And so Dr. Sam has spent decades working at the intersection of functional medicine, lab testing, and real human transformation. His work helps people move out of survival and into clarity.
And in this next session, we're going to introduce you the 10 pillars of human health. This is a functional medicine blueprint for energy, resilience, and longevity. You'll begin to see how it all connects together, and this is why the next phase of today is the actual blueprint to the 10 pillars of health.
Hi guys, this is Dr. Sam Shea for the 12-month system upgrade series inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement. Today I'll be sharing on the most important frameworks to optimize your health, well-being, longevity, and performance, specifically the frameworks around labs and lifestyle. For a quick introduction, I've been involved in natural health for well over 25 years. I was very sick as a child, and I used natural medicine to recover from all sorts of chronic issues. What I found was that through all of my education, personal experience, and clinical experience, going very heavily into labs and genetics and lifestyle analysis of the sickest, most chronically ill people, I found that there were some commonalities in the framework around lifestyle, that there are 10 specific pillars to health, and that there are 5 specific categories for labs that will optimize your entire roadmap to achieve optimal health and performance. So what I want to share with you is the newer vision of what the mind-body model looks like. This is called the neuroharmony model. And the old mind-body model was mind and body, which are incredibly valuable. And there was a missing piece. It's the intersection, the connection point between the two, which was lab testing. So the gateway between the physical body and the mental, emotional, spiritual body is biochemistry. And now we live in a modern age where we can now leverage labs. We can leverage the best of the Western science to then identify what are the broken or damaged or unoptimized biochemical pathways. So the best way to understand holistic medicine or functional medicine is it's the best of Western medicine lab diagnostics with the best of natural medicine's nutrition interventions. And when you combine those two, you now have truly holistic medicine, labs and lifestyle. So we're going to look at the frameworks for understanding your lifestyle and the frameworks for understanding labs. Now, this is all under the neuroharmony model where the mind and body, this is looking at lifestyle, and the labs, of course, looking at labs. So the lifestyle, there are 10 pillars of health. This was developed working with chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, autoimmune, digestive hormone imbalanced patients all at the same time. This was one person, it was more than one people, but these people had all at the same time. And what I found was that there were, through extensive analysis and detailed history, that there were 10 pillars of health, and those that were chronically unwell had a minimum of 7 pillars that were crumbling. It didn't actually matter which 7. It was that they had at least 7. And what I found is that it's the same model for helping people go not just from chronic to normal, but also normal to optimal. The same 10-pillar analysis is the same roadmap. It's the same framework used to help people try to become optimal. This isn't just a model for people who are chronically unwell. It's actually for the whole gambit. The specific recommendations may be different, the scope and depth may be different, but the framework is the same. So the 10 pillars of health are, number 1, brain and hormones. Looking at what's going on with your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, called HPA axis, looking at brain makeup, if there's any imbalances. It's looking at the integrity of how well your hormone system and nervous system integrate and communicate with the whole rest of your body. The second pillar is bowel and digestion, how well you chew, how well you digest, and how well you poo. It doesn't matter how expensive or high quality your nutrients or foods are if you can't properly break them down, digest them, absorb them, and utilize them. If you can't digest your nutrients, you're wasting your money. And there's so many natural health traditions that all health begins in the gut. I would say that that's like mostly true from clinical experience, because there are many other things that can affect one's health meaningfully than just gut imbalance. But bowel health is absolutely critical, and digestion health. The second pillar being bowel health. Yes, that is a pun. Welcome to my sense of humor. So physical health is pillar number 3. This has to do with untreated acute injuries, untreated chronic injuries, poor posture, spinal and joint misalignments, head injuries, and bad dental work. Bad dental work, tooth issues will ruin anyone's day. This is also the place where genetics testing comes in, because identical twins literally have the same body because of the same genetics. Going back up to bowel health, this is where you would put in gut testing. And there's 3 specific types of gut tests, which we'll cover a little bit later. In the brain health, this is where hormone testing comes in. Adrenals, thyroid, melatonin, sex hormones. Those are the big categories of hormones that we would test in this area, and we'll get the specifics of the hormone testing a little bit later. The 4th pillar is for burst exercise. It's not only exercise, it's movement and also recovery. You want variety, and you want intensity, and you want sustainability, and you also want to not injure yourself and make sure you recover properly. A lot of people are imbalanced in their exercise and movement patterns, where they either just do high intensity interval training, but they don't want to do any movement, or people who just do movement but don't do any high intensity interval training, or they don't do enough recovery, or they only stick to one type of exercise and they don't have variety, or any other number of things. So movement is a critical pillar, and a lot of people don't really incorporate all the correct pieces to it. Then the 5th pillar is biotoxins. This is everything that is damaging and weakens your body, from inflammation to heavy metals to environmental chemicals to toxic additives in food, preservatives, plastics, off-gassing, persistent chemicals in the environment, all sorts of things. And this is a very long list, and it's only getting longer as the years go by. And what we want to do is identify the categories of the biotoxins and then minimize exposure, and then support the detox systems. This testing in here, we would look at testing that looks at the amount of heavy metals, environmental toxins. Mold is a special case. Mold is a mixture of a bug or a hidden infection and a toxin. It's kind of the worst of both worlds. So you'd look at tests that look at toxic compounds and things that behave like toxins, like endotoxins. Then you have bionutrients. This is all things that support your body's metabolism. So it's things you metabolize. So that's not just vitamins, minerals, calories, carbs, proteins, fats. It's also water and sunlight and oxygen because you metabolize those. And this is the most controversial pillar because everyone and their mother has 3 different opinions about diet depending on the time of day. Fortunately, for testing, you can now look at functional labs like mitochondria analysis to see what are the nutrients you're actually needing from missing amino acids, imbalanced fatty acids, minerals, vitamins, and also genetics testing is a huge component of this to let you know like what are the genetic based nutrients that you're needing more than other people on average because of your unique genetic needs. And also you can now genetically test for your optimal carb tolerance. Are you keto, paleo, Mediterranean, high carb? There's all sorts of amazing technology out there to better hone in on your unique dietary and nutritional profiles and needs. So then we got the 7th pillar, which is breakfast and routines. Now, this is about morning and evening routines. And I include breakfast because I saw clinically that one of the most common things I found with people who are chronically unwell is that they skipped breakfast. I know we can talk about that longer in a later time. There's some people watching. It's like, well, I do intermittent fasting. I skip breakfast and I feel amazing. Yes, but I haven't seen that sustainable long term because if you skip breakfast, your cortisol levels keep going up. Your stress hormones keep going up. I'm not against intermittent fasting. I think it's a great tool. In an ideal world, people would intermittent fast by having breakfast and lunch and then skipping dinner. But that's a social problem because most people socialize around dinner. So there are ways to navigate this, but I do see that a lot of people do better by eating a solid protein fat based breakfast. And we can talk more about that in a later session. But pillar is also about routines. Do you have a consistent morning and evening routine? Because I saw the sickest profession I've ever seen as a whole profession have been night shift nurses. And their routines are all over the place because the hospitals schedule them like it's human Tetris. And I just saw categorically the most unwell people I worked with as a profession on average were people who did shift work, particularly night shift nurses. And that's why I made this 7th pillar on breakfast and routines is because I noticed that pattern. Then we have pillar 8, which is bothers and stressors and unresolved traumas. So this is everything from minor things that cause stress, like clutter, watching too much news of whatever stripe, to larger concerns you have around betrayal, meaningful trauma, whether it was childhood, developmental, or adult in the past or current or anticipated. These are unanalyzed stressful belief systems. This is people who developed in a highly stressful, traumatized, hypervigilant state where their nervous system is much more finely attuned towards being vigilant. So they have a much more sympathetic dominance versus parasympathetic dominance. And the testing here would be looking at things like stress hormones, like cortisol. It would be looking at neurotransmitter balance. So you find those in the organic acids testing. And this is also a really, really good support from coaches, mentors, and qualified therapists that have really, really, really helpful tools like the work of Byron Katie, EMDR, cognitive behavioral therapy, constellation therapy. There's all sorts of really good therapies out there, and there's all sorts of bad ones that are out there. And this one is handling the emotional and spiritual concerns that people carry consciously and subconsciously and how those affect your health. Then we have bugs, which is hidden infections and mold. And hidden infections can be hidden gut infections, blood infections, candida. It can be mold. It could be parasites. It can be all sorts of different things. Like tooth infections can also be in this camp. Some people would put gut bugs in the bowel, but the fact is that there's more bugs out there than simply gut bugs. But there's many, many different things that can be tested for here. So this would be Lyme testing, mold testing, gut infection testing, virus testing. If you got Epstein-Barr or whatever it might be, this is the pillar to check for that. And hidden infections can be really massive drain on your system. And the last pillar is bedtime or sleep. This is the 10th pillar. This is looking at consistency, quality, depth, and duration of sleep. So those are the 10 pillars of health, and they all begin with the B: brain, bowel, body, burst, biotoxins, breakfast, bothers, bugs, and bedtime. So that's the lifestyle analysis. Now we're going to look at the lab analysis, and that there's 5 major types of labs. There's gut labs, hormone labs, mitochondria metabolic labs, the weird stuff, which is metals, mold, environmental toxins, Lyme, and other hidden infections, and then genetics. So those are the 5 categories of labs. And then in a longer session, I'm going to go into the 3 different, most of these have 3 or more subcategories of different types of labs. So for example, in gut health, you have the larger gut labs, things like GI map, GIFX, GI 360, CDSAs. Those are the bigger gut tests that check for beneficial bacteria, multiple types of hidden infections from viruses, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and so on. Then it looks at digestive markers like inflammatory markers, immune markers, leaky gut markers, and just it's kind of the comprehensive gut analysis. Then there's another subtest on SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth testing, and a third category on food intolerance testing. For hormones, you have the 3 big categories. You have thyroid testing, adrenal testing, and sex hormone testing. And usually you can get melatonin testing under the either adrenal testing or the sex hormone testing. Then under mitochondria, brain and liver, or metabolic testing, this is where you have your organic acids testing, amino acids, fatty acids, minerals, vitamins, things like iron, CBC, CMP, blood sugar analysis, other inflammatory markers. This is your entire metabolism. And there's like multiple different types of tests and combinations of tests that are listed here. And then under the weird stuff, this is metals, mold, environmental toxins, and Lyme, and other infections. This is the category of what I call the weird stuff. And you've got, unfortunately, if you've got one, usually others come along for the ride because something weakens the system, and then all the other bad stuff begins to pile in because now the system is weak, whether it's infections or more toxins or whatever it might be. And then in genetics, which is a real love and passion of mine, when you look at genetics, there's all sorts of different things that you can look at, including like figuring out the base layer of your diet. This is another framework of looking at, well, how do you determine your ideal diet? It's a combination of genetics, looking at your metabolic realities, a personal preference. Do you have access to the foods that are ideal for you? And then the earth layer, this is how your understandings of economics, environment, and politics influence your food choices. And one thing I can say is that most people miss the genetics layer, and most people over prioritize the earth layer. And I would say instead, identify and invest in understanding your personal genetics for optimal health as it relates to diet, and then apply your much larger concerns and adapt your larger concerns to your unique genetic reality. So in genetics, there's multiple different subcategories of things to look at, from optimal exercise and recovery. What's your best form of exercise for performance? Do you need to put more focus on recovery? Looking at all the different factors that affect your weight, from inflammatory water weight to hormonal toxic weight to caloric fat weight, identifying your ideal carb tolerance. Are you keto, paleo, Mediterranean, or high carb? Looking at your trigger foods. Are you reactive to caffeine, to histamines, to food allergens, to gluten, to lactose, to alcohol? There's all sorts of really common food triggers that you need to know your unique genetic disposition on. How well you manage absorbing vitamin D. Vitamin D controls between 3 and 5% of your entire human genome. It's massive. It's arguably one of the most important molecules in the whole body. And making it is not the same as absorbing it. There's actually separate genes that you need to know about for actually absorbing vitamin D and using it. Getting vitamin D into the blood is half the battle. Getting it from the blood into the cells is the other half. Different immunity support genes, whether it's like zinc or vitamin C or others. And then there's genes that control your eating behaviors. Some people crave sugar more than others genetically. Some people overeat more than others genetically. Some people avoid bitter foods more than others genetically. So there's an entire world of genetics that's available to you to get you optimized. It's the foundation, it's the template, and it's honestly the place that I recommend people start if they don't know where to start for genetics. So these are the frameworks that are nested under the neuroharmony model. Again, neuroharmony model is looking at both the best of lifestyle and labs, looking at the mind-body model, but adding in the unique intersection of the two with biochemistry. And today we have the technology to look at the biochemistry and combine it with the best of lifestyle analysis so that you can actually experience real frameworks for holistic medicine, because holistic medicine is the conjoining of both lifestyle and labs. I hope you found this helpful. Again, my name is Dr. Sam Shea. I'm at drsamshea.com, and I look forward to helping you in the future and the next videos. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Dr. Patrick Porter. Your eyes should be comfortably closed. Your breathing deep, rhythmic, and relaxed. As you find a comfortable space, your body and mind are going to synchronize. Your thoughts are going to organize around creating an activation deep, deep within you. There's a part of you that knows exactly what to expect, how to trigger a cascade of physiological events that allows you to see the world differently, the world as Earth 2.0. Filled with gratitude, love, and happiness, you will synchronize and organize your brainwaves so that every day, in every way, you're going to awaken within you a new frequency of being. We're going to start with a psychological breath. This is an easy breath in, as deep as possible, and then let it out with a sigh. Just let it go. And I want you to do 2 more of those breaths. Deeply in. Let it go. Let go of the thoughts, the cares, the concerns of today, because today is behind you. The future is before you. But the most powerful moment is right here, right now, as you activate that space, that place between the tick and the tock of the clock, where time is suspended. Another deep, deep breath. Breathe in as much air as possible. Hold that breath for a moment, and then let it out. Let it go. Now that your body and mind have synchronized into this moment, whatever happened today, put that behind you. There's plenty of time to think about that upon awakening. Right here, right now, you're going to release the past, and you're going to activate your coherent mind, where your body and mind synchronize with your heartbeat. Shift your attention to your heartbeat. Rhythmic, natural, and automatic. Imagine your heart as a magnetic heart, breathing in itself with each heartbeat, breathing in the light codes that exist in the world around you, and then projecting those codes of health, harmony, vitality, grace, gratitude, peace, and love. Let it go. Focus on your heart. The core of every heartbeat success. And as you focus on your heartbeat, let your body go loose, comfortably limp and completely relaxed. Let your mind do what your mind is capable of doing. Release the stress, the strain, and focus on the frequency of love. Breathe in the love into your heart. And then imagine as a golden wave of energy, that love resonating out from your heart, first filling your body. Imagine the heart filling the inner organs. And I say to you now, if there's any system, any cell, any part of your body that's not functioning at the highest order of activation, those systems, those cells, those organs are going to now respond to this golden light of energy, of love, a frequency above the noise of the city, above the noise of your job, above the noise of any relationship. It's the inner relationship with you. You're going to adjust your frequency now, raising your frequency above the noise into a space, a place of coherence. Imagine that golden energy flooding the heart, the inner organs, and now spreading out naturally into the arms and legs. And the arms and legs go loose, comfortably limp, completely relaxed. Think of your body now as energy. Imagine with each breath that you take and each exhalation, your magnetic heart is pumping golden light energy into your form, up through the neck and shoulders, lifting the weight of your world and placing it behind you. Focusing on the brain, the right and the left hemisphere now synchronizing, connecting with the pineal gland. Imagine this golden light energy activating your pineal. As your eye becomes single, your body fills with this light. And as your body fills with this light, imagine it filling the room that you're in. And as it fills the room, you feel it expanding out 10,000 miles from where you are. Every thought, every idea put into the field. And that field, using the law of anticipation, reaction, and interaction, is creating coherence. So those things that you need show up. Those things that you want begin to be acquired. You move into the flow of life. Each breath in, you accept. Each breath out, you attract. Imagine this coherent mind now, synchronizing the cells, the systems and organs of your body, synchronizing your relationships, your finances, your true nature. You are a spiritual being having a physical experience. So tune into this spiritual inner part of yourself. It's not something to be chased. It's not something to be won. It's something to be activated. And as you activate it deep, deep within you, this golden path of health, harmony, and vitality will be yours. Imagine now expanding out with all the others that are doing the same meditation at the same time. Imagine that your golden energy, as light, is expanding out across the planet, connecting with those with the same frequency, the same thoughts of gratitude, love, peace, and harmony. Imagine that interconnection. You're creating your tribe first in your mind, then through your everyday thoughts, and then it will manifest into the world around you. You are activating Earth 2.0, first within yourself, and then with others that you see in the world around you. They might not be aware of the golden spark in their heart, but you are. The spark of divinity shines brightly in every heart, regardless of how they show up. It's in there. It simply needs to be activated. So imagine the people you spend time with. Mentally visualize them now activated in this golden light. You are activating that inner space, that inner place between conversations, between words, between sounds, the space that expands. You embrace this space, knowing that each time you close your eyes with the intention of activating Earth 2.0, you are activating your higher mind. You are changing your frequency. So this frequency will continue to change with or without your awareness. My voice is going to pause. As it does, I want you to imagine moving through the next 24 hours of your life with this activation that you're seeing through new eyes, an Earth 2.0. You're hearing with new ears, Earth 2.0. You're sensing and feeling with your body with a higher order of thinking. You're forgiving anyone who caused you pain, frustration, or anxiety in the past, and you're embracing the present. When my voice returns, an hour of relaxation time will have occurred. Noticing once again your breathing. Breathing in peace, love, and contentment. And breathing out peace, love, and contentment. You are activating an inner frequency. Not one that you found, but one that you activated deep, deep within you. It's always been there. Like the seed of a great tree, it didn't have to seek itself. It started within that seed of greatness. And deep, deep within you is the activation, the code, the key to activate your higher mind. So you can manifest within yourself and then within others, Earth 2.0. It's from here that you can review the process, knowing that each time you close your eyes, using this activation sequence, you will activate at a higher level. You'll begin to see, hear, and experience the world in a new dimension. It's here right now. It doesn't have to be discovered. It has to be activated. And you're activating it with your thoughts, your intention, and your life. In a moment, today's session will be ended, but the activation continues. The golden thread of oneness runs through every heart. One heart beating, one planet, Earth 2.0. Imagine how your life will change as you see the world differently, how you hear differently, how you sense and feel the love, the compassion, the harmony in all things. And when you notice this program has come to an end, your eyes will open. You'll become at that moment wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than ever before, knowing that the activation continues as you drift deeper and further at night while you sleep.
And this is so.
Wow, there's something so powerful about having a blueprint.
Please share your thoughts in a chat. This is that time. We want you to hear from you. Where you at? What resonated with you? Any questions? You know, we're here. We have a whole team of people in the background that are helping respond to your questions. And so please, please do not be afraid to ask, because love says you give love, you receive love. This is time for you to receive. But even with the best blueprint, many people still feel stuck.
And it's not because they're doing it wrong, it's because their body doesn't feel safe.
And let me talk just a little bit about safety. I've literally dealt with autoimmune my whole life, as I mentioned, and it was this little trick of learning how to regulate myself that has changed literally everything. Our body, when you're in the parasympathetic nervous system, it is supposed to rest, digest, and most importantly, heal. Our body is a self-healing mechanism. So if you can master your nervous system, if you can master how to regulate your system, you will be able to regulate everything in your body. And most importantly, you allow the body to do its work. It knows what to do. It's just up to us to direct it and allow the space and time to do that.
Yeah, our bodies are self-regenerating. And so as Pavel said, when we have the right environment and the right tools and the right foundational, like fundamental, like vitamins and minerals that take out all the essential things in our body, which is wrapped by our nervous system, blah, 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 all the things you just said, we're able to go into that regenerative spiral instead of the degenerative spiral. So we're never just like in between. Somebody said this to me once. I'm like, it blew my mind. We're either going regenerating or degenerating. So let's choose regenerating.
Absolutely. That being said, we would like to invite our most incredible next couple, Mike and Alyssa from the Align, and a little bit about their work. This beautiful couple, we met them last year in one of the conferences, and we instantly fell in love with what they have to offer, because they're total Earth 2.0ers. I mean, they're living in a state of coherence. All of the stuff that they want to leave behind is all around nervous system, EMF, foundation to consciousness and expanding that. And so we're, by the way...
Wait, let me show them. I'll show them. Show them what we're sitting on.
We're literally sitting on their mat.
You can see it here.
It's a PMF mat, post-electromagnetic frequencies with infrared light and heat. So this is literally how we embody the work that we're sharing with you in real life.
I'm back. So without further ado, we're so excited to introduce the Nervous System Reset, Why Your Body Can't Heal Until It Feels Safe by Mike and Alyssa from Alignment.
Hi, this is Alyssa Blue.
And Mike McPherson.
For the 12-month System Upgrade Series Inspiring the Earth 2.0 movement. Today, we will be sharing on the biology of safety, how grounding reprograms stress, energy, and presence. I'm a former aerospace engineer turned functional diagnostic nutritionist. Following a health crisis that forced me to leave my career field, I lovingly call myself a recovering type A and hope to share some easy but profound tools that help me on my healing journey to regulate my nervous system and find peace in my own body.
And I'm a born medical intuitive and energy healer who suffered from mental and emotional imbalances, such as severe anxiety and depression. I turned to Western Med, where I was put on countless medications with no avail. I was able to fully heal myself with all different types of modalities, but I give most of my credit to frequency-based medicine.
I want to start with something personal, as this is a big part of my story, and I justified it as normal. It's a simple question. But be honest with yourself. Do you feel truly rested when you wake up in the morning? Not just fine or managing, but genuinely restored, whole, ready. Do you feel like you're running on fumes most days, a little wired, a little tired, a little foggy? Maybe you sleep, but you don't feel like you've actually rested. If that's you, you're not alone and you're not broken. There's a story happening inside your body, and once you understand it, you can rewrite it.
Today, we're going to be talking about three things. First, we're going to look at what chronic stress is actually doing to your body, the biology of burnout, not to scare you, but to empower you, because you can't heal what you don't understand. Then we're going to talk about the stressors you know and the ones you might not even have considered, including something invisible that most of us are bathed in 24-hour period a day.
And finally, this is the part I'm most excited about. We're going to talk about something ancient, free, and deeply healing, the earth beneath your feet. We're going to talk about grounding. What we have to share will only take a few minutes for you to learn, but if something lands for you, I hope it stays with you much longer than that.
Let's start by honoring what your body has already been doing for you, because the stress response isn't a mistake. It's not a design flaw. It's actually one of the most intelligent systems in all of nature. When your brain perceives a threat, notice, I said perceives, not knows for certain, it activates an incredible cascade. Your amygdala fires, your hypothalamus sends a signal down to your adrenal glands. Cortisol and adrenaline floods your bloodstream. Your heart rate climbs, your pupils dilate, your muscles tighten, your mind focuses like a laser. In a genuine emergency, pulling a child out of traffic, escaping from a burning building, this system can actually save your life. It's an exquisite engineering.
But here's where it gets complicated. That system evolved for short bursts. Run from the predator, fight off the threat, then rest, recover, return to safety. We're meant to adapt to stressors. The problem is not the alarm. The problem is that the alarm never turns off. Because in 2026, the threats are no longer predators. They're notifications, traffic, bills, emails, deadlines. And your nervous system, which hasn't been updated since the Stone Age, can't tell the difference. So it stays on all the time.
Now let's talk about your cortisol. You probably heard of it, the stress hormone. But most people don't understand how extraordinary it actually is. Your adrenal gland, these tiny walnut-sized glands sitting on top of your kidneys, produce cortisol. In a crisis, cortisol is a lifesaver. It acts like a natural painkiller. It floods your muscles with energy. It sharpens your focus. Even if you've been in an accident, it felt strangely calm in the first moments. That's your cortisol protecting you. Your body wants you to survive first, feel later. This is your body's innate wisdom.
But, and this took me years to understand about what was happening inside my body and why I'm so passionate now about helping others to not have to endure the years of pain without answers as I did. When cortisol stays elevated for months, years in many cases, the biology flips. The same hormone that once protected you from pain now amplifies it. Your pain sensitivity increases, your immune system weakens, your inflammatory markers climb. Did you know that 90% of doctor's visits today are linked in some way to stress? And here's something to consider. Your body doesn't know the difference between a physical threat and an emotional one. Worrying about money creates the same cortisol spike as being chased by a tiger, which means every anxious thought, chemically speaking, is a small emergency. Your body is not failing you. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. It's just doing it too much, for too long, with no rest.
I want to dive into a body part getting a lot of attention these days, and for good reason too. The vagus nerve, the longest nerve in your body. It starts at the base of your brainstem and wanders. That's what it actually means, vagus, wandering. Down through your throat, to your heart, your lungs, your digestive system, all the way to your gut. It's your main highway of your parasympathetic nervous system. You've heard of fight or flight. That's your sympathetic nervous system, the gas pedal. The vagus nerve is the brake. It's your body's built-in reset button. And in chronic stress, that brake barely works anymore. When you're stuck in sympathetic overdrive, when the alarm is always on, everything suffers. Your digestion, your sleep, your hormones, your ability to heal, I go on and on. Nervous system regulation is not a luxury. It's a foundation of health. And the good news, the truly good news, is that you can activate your vagus nerve with intention, your breath, your voice, frequency, with connection, and with the earth. We'll all come back to that.
Let me describe something and see if it resonates. You're exhausted all day, foggy, dragging. Coffee doesn't help the way it used to. Then you finally get into bed and your brain turns on. Racing thoughts, replaying conversations, worrying about tomorrow. You check your phone, you stare at the ceiling. And by the time you fall asleep, it's too late to get real rest. Does that sound familiar? You're not alone. And it's what we fondly called the wired and tired trap. It's not a personal failure, it's biology. When your nervous system perceives ongoing threat, it suppresses sleep. Because sleep, evolutionarily, is when your body is most vulnerable. Your body wants you to be alert. It doesn't want you vulnerable when it thinks you're in danger. So you end up exhausted, but wired. Cortisol stays elevated during the day, and when you want to rest, at night, it's too high to let you drop into deep restorative sleep. Poor sleep raises cortisol. High cortisol worsens sleep. The cycle feeds itself. And sleep is when your body heals itself most effectively. It's when you repair tissue, consolidate memories, regulate hormones, dump histamines, reset your immune system. Chronic stress doesn't just disrupt sleep, it robs you of your deepest recovery.
So now we understand what stress does. Let's talk about where it's coming from. And I want to go beyond the obvious because there's something most people aren't talking about. We all know the mental and emotional stressors, work pressure, finance, relationship friction, doom scrolling on social media, the 24-hour news cycle. These are real and they're stacking on your nervous system every single day. But there's a whole category of invisible stressors that most people never consider. And one in particular we believe to be the most significant unseen health consequence in our modern lifetime. Think back to the 1960s. Cigarette smoke was everywhere. Offices, restaurants, airplanes, people's homes. Doctors even promoted smoking to pregnant women. The science on harm was emerging, much of which was suppressed from the public. So most of us had no idea. And because it was so normalized, many people ignored it for decades. Electromagnetic radiation is this generation's secondhand smoke, except you can't see it, you can't smell it, and there's almost nowhere you can escape from it.
Right now, you are surrounded by Wi-Fi signals. Your phone is constantly pinging cell towers. If you drive an electric vehicle, you sit inside significant electromagnetic fields from the battery packs. Outside, 5G, which is 9 orders of magnitude higher than any other native frequencies we've evolved with. This infrastructure is being installed at a density we've never been exposed to, let alone lived with before. This isn't science fiction. This is the invisible reality of modern life.
Here's why this matters. EMF exposure acts as a biological stressor. For most, it doesn't perceptibly feel like a stress, but at cellular level, the body responds to EMF exposure similarly to how it responds to chronic stress, with recent studies proving the immune system mounts a defense similar to how it would protect against pathogens.
Melatonin production, the hormone that governs your sleep cycles, master antioxidant, the natural counterbalance to cortisol, is suppressed by EMF exposure, lending to increased cellular oxidative stress and disruption of your natural circadian rhythm. Heart rate variability, which is one of the best markers of nervous system resilience and our body's innate ability to cope with stressors, decreases.
Your cell phone is held against your body for hours a day. Your Wi-Fi router may be in your bedroom, broadcasting all night, interfering with your sensitive brainwaves. While your body is trying to repair itself, you're sleeping, or at least trying to. Inside that DNA-damaging electromagnetic soup, think of EMF exposure as invisible, low-grade stress that is stacking on top of everything else your body is managing. The bucket still fills faster than you think, and when it overflows, that's when symptoms show up.
Some stress is good for us. Acute stress, short bursts with recovery. That makes us stronger, and that's hormesis. The problem is chronic, unrelenting stress with no recovery. We're not trying to eliminate all stress. We're trying to restore rhythm. Challenge, then rest. Stress, then recovery. That's where resilience lives. Okay, we've given you a lot to carry, and I don't want you to leave feeling heavy. I want you to be empowered, because what we're about to share with you is ancient, free, scientifically validated, and profound healing. Let's talk about grounding, also called earthing, meaning direct physical contact between your body and the surface of the earth. Bare feet on grass, hands in soil, sitting on the ground. It sounds almost too simple to matter, but the research is remarkable.
Here's what's happening. The earth has a subtle negative electric charge. Your body, especially when stressed, builds up a positive charge from free radicals and inflammation. When you make direct contact with the earth, no rubber soles, concrete foundations, no barrier, electron flow from the ground into your body, it's literally exchange of charge.
Every single cell in our body is like a little battery, so that electron transfer has measurable effects. Studies show that grounding rapidly reduces blood viscosity, which means your blood flows more fluidly through your body, and your heart doesn't have to work as hard. Grounding lowers cortisol significantly. One study showed a 50% reduction in cortisol after just 1 hour of grounding. It shifts the autonomic nervous system towards parasympathetic dominance, which means your vagus nerve activates and your body starts to rest.
Grounding reduces chronic inflammation, which is a root of most modern disease. It improves sleep quality and duration. It normalizes circadian rhythms, partly because grounding affects melatonin production. It reduces pain. People with chronic pain who start grounding report measurable, sometimes dramatic relief. The earth is not just a surface. It is a medicine, and it's free. We evolved in constant contact with the earth, bare feet, sleeping on the ground, hands in the dirt. In the last 100 years, we've insulated ourselves completely. Rubber soles, synthetic floors, bed raises off the ground, buildings that disconnect us from electromagnetic field of the planet we evolved on. And we wonder why we're inflamed, exhausted, and anxious. Grounding is not woo-woo. It's physics. It's biology, and it works.
So let's talk about what this looks like in real life, because I don't want you to just know this. I want you to do this. First, start with grounding. Start with 20 minutes a day of barefoot contact on the earth. It means grass, soil, sand, or rocks. Even concrete can work if it's unsealed because it conducts charge. If you can't get outside, you can use grounding mats or resident PEMF mats indoors. They plug into a grounding port of an electrical outlet and allow electron transfer even inside. The best time? First thing in the morning. It helps reset your circadian rhythm. Or right before bed. It lowers cortisol and activates your parasympathetic system so you can actually sleep. Gardening counts, walking barefoot counts, sitting in the ground with your hands in the grass counts. The simpler, the better.
Second, create an EMF-reduced white space in your bedroom. This is where your body does its deepest repair. Make it sacred. Get a remote that turns off your Wi-Fi router completely at night. You don't need it while you sleep. That's one action that eliminates one of the largest EMF exposures in your homes.
Put your phone in airplane mode, or better yet, leave it in another room. Remove smart devices from the bedroom, anything that transmits. Swap LED lights for incandescents. No smart speakers or TVs near where you sleep. They're broadcasting constantly. If you work from home, consider using wired Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi during your work hours. $20 of cable, massive reduction in exposure.
And here's a powerful combination. Ground yourself before bed and sleep in an EMF white space. The synergy is profound. Your nervous system gets a double reset. Electrons from the earth flowing in, electromagnetic noise quieted down. People report the deepest sleep they've ever had in years. You will have access to a handout, a simple guide with all this and more. Grounding practices, EMF reduction tips, vagal nerve activation techniques, things you can do today.
I want you to leave with this. Your exhaustion is not a character flaw. Your brain fog is not inevitable. Your pain is not just something you have to live with. Your body has been working so hard to keep you safe in an environment it was never designed for, and it is not broken. What I want you to know deeply is that you have more power than you think. The earth is beneath your feet. Your breath is always with you. Your nervous system can be retrained, and small, simple practices Disconnecting from all of the devices and reconnecting you back to our nature can create profound shifts. You don't need to buy anything. You don't need to fix yourself. You just need to remember that you are nature. You belong on the earth, and it's time for you to come home.
We hope you make some time to get grounded, even if it feels strange at first, and give your body the rest that it's been begging for. Thank you for being here, sharing time and space with us. Thank you for listening, and thank you for caring enough about yourself to explore Earth 2.0.
We have done it. We've done it again. We've invited this beautiful couple again. They've been part of our first experience as well, because we think it's so foundational, so important, and highly suggest check out their products. We'll share it in the notes, because we truly...
Yeah, we'll drop some links.
Yeah, we truly believe in them. We do not have anything here that we don't believe in. And it is part of, bringing nature into your home.
And actually, Mike and Alyssa had one of our highest, highest viewed and ranked Earth 2.0 lecture inside our Earth 2.0 community. They were so good at answering your questions, you guys. These are some of the most educated people in the field. And within our school community, multiple times a month, we bring experts live so that you guys can interact with them. And it was fire.
Well, further note to say is when the body feels safe, it begins to open, it begins to heal. And this is that journey that we're on.
Yeah, and from that place, healing begins to be possible.
But we're gonna keep on going. This is the blueprint of a healthy body. This is the mastery of our body. And even when the body is ready, it still has to clear what has been holding it back. And so we've got the next incredible speaker, my dear brother, Matthew Kaufman, who's bringing the awareness to something so important, detoxification. Detox is foundation of everything. Whatever it's physical, mental, emotional, it is part of our cleanup phase, that second phase. How do we get rid of the old? How do we constantly detoxify in the most toxic environment we've ever lived in?
And so with that, we're moving on to his lecture, Detoxification for the Modern World, the Missing Protocol for Cellular Health.
Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Matthew Kaufman. This is going to be my presentation for the 12-month system upgrade series, which is going to help bring in the new Earth 2.0 vision. And I am in the physical health category, and I'm going to be focusing on detoxification and why I think that's the missing protocol for modern health. So we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into HTMA testing, which is hair tissue mineral analysis. Mineral balancing is the program that I preach and that I do myself, and how I believe that'll help you reclaim your body's natural healing power. So a little bit of background about me so you can get to know me. I grew up in Flint, Michigan, so I did have a lot of emotional trauma, single mother, no father, lots of family issues and things like that that led into a very addictive pattern when about the age of 18 all the way into when I was nearly 30. And then once I hit sobriety and cleaned up, I did come down with a whole host of chronic illnesses, which maybe the drugs and the alcohol were kind of soothing. So maybe I already had the chronic illness, but I had diagnoses from Lyme disease, mold exposure, Epstein-Barr virus, Babesia, lots of different heavy metals, parasites. And I really do think that the main core problem with all that were the heavy metals and the subsequent shutdown of the immune system and the parasites that can breed when you really do have a lot of toxicity. I think that when you get the toxicity out of the way, the body can heal itself. Over the course of the last probably 8-9 years, I've spent well over maybe even closer to 200 at this point, by investing in different biohacking equipment, tools, gadgets, saunas, water systems, air systems, all the fancy peptides and supplements. And so I really ran the gamut of listening to all these podcasts and trying out all sorts of different things that helped me little by little, but then really once I found the program that I preach now is really what moved the needle for me. The turning point in a lot of this is going to be physical, and I'm going to focus on the physical today, but 3 things that really helped me overall are kind of outside of the physical realm, and I do think it all needs to blend together, which is why I like Pavel and what he's doing with this Earth 2.0 movement. It's kind of a well-rounded program. So accountability was number one. I think a lot of people who get really sick, they want to have a victim mindset or think they have bad luck. And a lot of these negative thought loops can really reoccur, and they're really easy to get into when you're really sick and you have low energy and brain fog. But you do need to accept accountability and know that it was your life that you led. And overall, you need to take control and you need to have the power back to break free. I really turn to God in prayer. I think these are very critical. Having something outside of yourself that you believe in makes you kind of move along further, and you can ask God for guidance and wisdom. And I believe that He will lead you to it. And then I just had unwavering 24/7 dedication to learning and trying all sorts of different modalities that would help me heal. So I believe there's a hidden story in your hair you may not know about. This is why I love HTMA. This is hair tissue mineral analysis, and this is a cellular biopsy test. So the hair is the extension of the cells. So when we're getting down into cellular biology, I believe the hair is actually really critical if you understand how to read it correctly. The other reason why I like HTMA is that it gives a 3-month average instead of just a snapshot in time, like say maybe blood work. So the hair grows at a steady state and a steady length. And when you cut that inch to inch and a half closest to the skull, then you are going to get the newest mineral patterns, and you're going to give me a 3-month average that I can begin to work with and dissect and give you a supplementation program based off of that. So if you've never done a HTMA, you basically do take that hair closest to the scalp, send it off to the lab. They're going to burn it up in this machine, and every single mineral and heavy metal emits a specific light frequency. And then they're going to send me back a chart with all of your data, and I'm going to look at your individual mineral levels, the mineral imbalances between some of them, and then also your toxic heavy metal exposure. Minerals, why do they matter? Why am I obsessed about them? I believe that the very biochemical, the basic level, that minerals are the most important, and they do the most regulation within the system. So they are the spark plugs of life. They control all of your enzymatic processes. So enzymes control your hormones. Your hormones are going to control your outlook and how you feel. So that's the outlook on your world. You're going to tackle more things, accomplish more things, and just have a better overall emotional capability when your hormones are functioning properly. And so this is everything from sleep, energy, immune system, and even things like heartbeats and thoughts, thinking, blinking are all run on enzyme systems. So minerals are pleiotropic as well. So this is a genetic term that we take, which basically means that one genetic SNP can have an effect on a multitude of other genetic SNPs. So for instance, one weak link in your genetics can also cause a reaction in all of the other genetic SNPs that are related to that specific SNP. So one weak link can cause a whole host of other cascade of symptoms, right? So if you look at minerals, let's take calcium for this instance. It's really looked at as like a structural mineral, and it is really critical for bones and teeth. But calcium has tons of different regulatory processes within the biological system. It is needed for your acid and alkaline base within the gut, so you're not too acidic, not too alkaline, trying to help you with that buffer. It also is needed for the tight junctions within the gut to help you close up those tight junctions so you don't have leaky gut. So when heavy metals displace calcium in the gut, it can open up and you can have leaky gut. It's also needed for tons of different neurotransmitters within the brain, which are required for acetylcholine, memory, thinking. So a lot of brain fog and stuff could even be related to calcium. And so you start looking at the minerals and you're like, wow, so if you just have one deficiency, say it's calcium, you could have structural issues, gut issues, and brain fog, all just from one mineral deficiency. And so that's why they're critically important. And that's why I like to say that they're pleiotropic. Next, onto the toxic heavy metals. So it's like, why are we bringing up toxic heavy metals and minerals all within just the same sentence, the same breath? Why am I harping on them? Why are the two categories that I research the most? Well, it's a system that's called ionic mimicry, which basically means that heavy metals gain access through mineral transport systems, and that's how they enter cellular compartments, and they take up enzymatic binding sites that have the same molecular weight or structure as the heavy metals. So, for instance, lead can displace calcium, or tons of different things happen like this. Selenium and mercury, those are very common ones that people talk about, but there are tons of them that happen all across the board when dealing with the mineral system and heavy metals. We also have an increased amount of heavy metals like never before in our society, and we are generations in of passing them down from mother to fetus. And we also just keep introducing more and more with geoengineering, more in the waterways, and they trigger so much reactive oxygen species, inflammation, oxidation, and they deplete nutrients at a rapid rate. So there's an old study that I like to reference, which is a mercurial diuretic study from the 1940s. Believe it or not, we used to give mercury and some heavy metals as medicine. And it was effective in some sense, but obviously we realized how toxic the metals were. And so they were doing a urine analysis after giving the mercurial diuretic, and they wanted to see how much of the mercury was actually coming back out through the urine. So what they actually found was that zinc was being excreted at a rate of 1,000 to 1. So there was 1,000 ions of zinc for every 1 ion of mercury in the urine. So that's obviously an extreme case. You're not going to be taking a mercurial diuretic, but you can start to see how subclinically, as we build up slower and slower amounts of these heavy metals over time without doing any kind of detox approach, that you will begin to rapidly deplete lots of different minerals and nutrients across the board. And that's where the HTMA comes in, and a targeted approach is really, really effective. When we're looking at the HTMA, it's not just about the ideal levels like deficiencies and excesses. The ratios really matter a lot. So that is a lot of them are synergistic and antagonistic, but then the ratio between the levels really, really gives us a lot of insight. For instance, the calcium to magnesium ratio is what we call the blood sugar ratio. So both of these minerals are really critical at the level of the pancreas and the beta cells, and they really help to regulate our response in the face of carbohydrates, which is kind of all of the big question in the world. Should we be low carb? Should we be high carb? Well, maybe a lot of us just have a impaired pancreatic response in the face of the glucose. So the calcium is needed to make sure that we elicit a proper insulin signal in the face of those carbohydrates, and then magnesium in the right ratio to that calcium is needed so that it doesn't get too low on the back end, the blood sugar. Also, zinc is needed for insulin response, chromium, vanadium. So there's lots of other minerals, but that ratio, the calcium and magnesium, is really critical, and we call it the blood sugar ratio. Also, the calcium to potassium ratio is our thyroid ratio. So calcium also really deals with cell permeability. It really affects the inner and outer membrane of our cells, and it's going to regulate how permeable that is. So how well things are getting in and out. And then the potassium is actually needed to synthesize the thyroid hormone to the cell. So we can get a good gauge of your thyroid function by looking at that pattern and that ratio and see whether you're running a little hyperthyroid or maybe a little sluggish hypothyroid. We also get a look at our electrolyte patterns, which is the sodium to potassium ratio. We actually call this the vitality ratio. These are your electrolytes. They determine the electrical potential of the cell. So if they're very skewed either one way or another, the electrical potential of all of your cells can be off. So we're doing a lot of grounding and talking about electron. But if our sodium to potassium ratio is very skewed, then we're working against the physiology at a basic level. And so if you have a really low NAK ratio, for instance, you're going to have more liver congestion, kidney congestion, decreased awareness, just overall lower energy. And then if it's really, really high, we get into some serious kind of inflammatory states, which are hyper autoimmune conditions and other diagnoses and stuff. So the ratios really do matter a lot. Now I want to talk about how we do our targeted mineral nutritional balancing support, right? And there is this kind of replacement theory fallacy that a lot of practitioners will use. And a lot of people just kind of run HTMAs on the side of their normal process, like a lot of functional doctors and stuff like that. When I really think that there's so much nuance in HTMA that it should be your main diagnostic tool that you're studying for quite a while in order to interpret it properly. So the replacement theory fallacy is where practitioners or HTMA practitioners or functional doctors, whoever it may be, they just look at the individual levels of, say, maybe zinc and say, oh, you have low zinc, maybe you need to take more zinc, or you have high calcium, maybe you should avoid calciums. I'm going to break down how we do it and how we look at it in a lens of mineral balancing, where we're taking the entire mineral grid and realizing that it works within a system and that supplements have side effects. So one mineral is always going to affect another almost across the board. So if you have high calcium and high magnesium, I kind of look at that as calcification of the soft tissues or calcium in places where it shouldn't be. And there's a few reasons for that. Kidney issues can cause that. And also, in general, when you have high calcium and high magnesium, you generally have low sodium and low potassium. Sodium and potassium are needed in the right ideal levels and the right ratios to one another to help keep calcium and magnesium in an ionic solution to be utilized by the body. It's the same thing that we do in water softeners. So the hard minerals, the hard water, are the calcium and magnesium. We add in water softener, which is a sodium to potassium solution. And then now you have soft or softer water. The same thing happens in the body. So I would actually give you calcium and magnesium because I would look at those high levels as a calcium and magnesium loss or not in the cells where they need to be. And then we would begin to work on the sodium potassium. On the flip side, when you're looking at that zinc level, well, just because the zinc is low, you may need to approach that a few different ways. Like zinc can lower sodium and raise potassium. So you got to look at the sodium to potassium ratio. So if they have a high ratio, that'll actually be good for them. On the flip side, if they have a low sodium to potassium ratio, we will use a zinc copper manganese complex that also has some B6, and those are going to help to raise sodium and lower potassium. And then when you're looking at the sodium, it can go a step further. We're not even just looking at like sea salt in the diet. We are actually getting a measurement of aldosterone, which is a corticosteroid hormone that's secreted by the adrenal glands. So it gets very nuanced and it gets very tricky. You have to understand there's a lot of synergisms and antagonisms that are always coexisting and occurring. Things like copper can raise calcium, B6, vitamin C, vitamin E can all raise sodium. So you're messing with the adrenals if you're kind of high dosing those as well. So we like to take a look at the chart and make a very targeted approach based on the data. Now we're going to get into just some generalities about detox in general, because obviously you need a test to look over the HTMA. But if you're just wondering about daily exposures, things that you could do in the meantime, it's kind of like how we prepare for detox. So one thing is to avoid new toxins. So we're going to look at things like, do you eat a lot of seafood because the waterways are messed up and there's a lot of mercury and cadmium and arsenic? And I see that time and time again when people eat a lot of fish because they think it's healthy. They generally have high mercury and high arsenic and sometimes cadmium on their chart. Things like cacao, as crappy as it is, even ceremonial, even if it's grown the right way, if the region has heavy metals, that is a bioaccumulator of heavy metals. So there's very few on the market that test for heavy metals and that are actually clean. Cannabis is another one. Obviously, aluminum deodorants, makeup is a big one for women that has high heavy metals. So you got to kind of get rid of these new toxins and avoid those daily exposures. And then we can start to move into healing the gut, which is very critical. So as we're moving things around, the main excretion place that you want this to occur is through the kidney, through the liver, and into the gut to be excreted either through urine or feces. So the gut is really foundational in any detoxification program. And we approach that a little bit differently based on your hair test pattern. It's generally more of a paleo in the beginning, especially if you have some chronic issues because you might be really sensitive to grains and things like that and dairy. But we do give multiple different macro patterns based on the hair test as well. So if you run a little bit more hyperthyroid, which we call fast oxidation, you will generally do a lot better on a lower carbohydrate diet. You don't do really well on a lot of glucose. Now, it doesn't have to be ketogenic, but we really do bump up the fats and lower the carbohydrates in fast oxidation. Now, if you're in slow oxidizer, more hypothyroid, then you're going to do really well on that kind of paleo style diet by adding in more of those starchy vegetables, maybe even a little bit of raw honey, maybe some small amounts of maple syrup. So the carbohydrates are going to help speed up the thyroid and speed you up. So healing the gut looks a little bit differently for everybody. The core basis is kind of there with the high quality animal protein, in my opinion, the good plant foods. And then we're kind of just shifting the macros depending on how the hair test looks. And then you always want to work on kidney and liver. A lot of times kidney gets overlooked in our in our space, in my opinion, we focus a lot on the liver because it's so important. But when you are moving things around and doing saunas and things like that, the kidneys do have to filter everything. So really good kidney support, whether that's supplementation or red light, infrared sauna, PMF, those are all really good. And then the liver, I like to focus a lot on coffee enemas and then liver support. So we do have 2 supplements I use at my company, Valence Nutraceuticals, that really focus on kidney support, and then BioFlow Plus for liver support. So those are really good, but there are others on the market, and that's kind of going to get in the preparatory phase that'll allow us to go deeper. And then next, I'm going to show you a chart of just kind of what it looks like. Little quick overview here. The first couple weeks, we are going to be adding in small amounts of nutrients that you need and minerals, but in very low doses. You're kind of just starting to give the body some energy, turn on some enzyme systems, but not rock the boat too much in the very beginning. You know, you want to go slow and steady. We're working on changing that diet, cleaning everything up, avoiding the new exposures, but putting in little bit of amounts of minerals and then focusing on the liver and the kidney. So as you move through the first few months, you keep taking those small amounts of minerals, then slowly the enemas, the saunas, and the supplements begin to restore the liver function, the kidney function. And then usually after you're on there for sometimes a month and a half, sometimes a little over 2 months, depends on how sensitive you are, we can start to ramp up the nutrients, the organ glandulars, and the minerals, and really start to get into some deeper layers of detoxification, which could be like stored in your bone and your brain. Those things take a lot longer to get to, but we can start to go deeper and deeper after you feel comfortable, after the gut's been healed up a little bit. We got the organs of elimination going. So that's really critical to kind of take it low and slow, because you don't want to just jump into everything all at once. So sequencing is everything. And then there's just a few actionable steps. They're kind of what I broke down for preparing, but reducing daily exposures is critical, even if you're not going to do a full mineral balancing program. I would say water, air, cleaning those up really quick, getting out your personal care products, and then avoiding some of those big heavy metal exposures that I talked about earlier. And then you want to support your organs. You want to do enemas when you can, lymphatic drainage, whether that's sauna, PMF, manual massage, the big 6 lymphatic drainage, however that looks for you. Binders are really good. My personal favorite is Zeocharge. It's a 1 of 1, in my opinion, zeolite binder that I give to all of my clients and I take daily. And then also organ support, which is obviously looks like things like Tudka or ox bile, things that really support the liver, different liver bitter herbs, Chinese medicine, things like that, and then different kidney support as well. And then if you want to take a little bit of a deeper dive, I always say test, don't guess. You can reach out to me, get a hair tissue mineral analysis, and that's where we can really get precise, targeted, and then you can have a practitioner who's walking you through everything as well. So thank you guys so much for listening to my presentation. Once again, my name is Matthew Kaufman. I am found on social media at Integrative Matt on Instagram. And then I've been on a little bit of a break, but I have close to 200 episodes anywhere you can find podcasts, Spotify, Apple, things like that. And that is called Integrative Thoughts. So thank you so much.
Well. Thank you so much, Matt. And thank you all so much for being here with us. I met Matthew a few years ago at one of those conferences again, and he's since done our system reset. We've also done his podcast, and it is so crucial and important that we support one another. Like once we find the Earth 2.0ers, so to speak, the ones that are embodied and living it, we want to bring them in. We want to learn from each other, and that's what the power of all of us is. And that being said, can you share below what are your detox protocols? And a little bit more, just so we can all learn what are some of the most important ways in which you detox. I mean, I know we do, enemas.
We did a crazy detox one time. We flew all the way to South Africa to do our yearly detox. And we met these shamans, and they had us doing complete liver flushes, multiple enemas a day. We were fasting, and this was all in preparation for...
Iboga, yeah.
Yeah, in preparation for Iboga. Your body has to be super clear to do it, but they had us doing something very interesting. They would have us poo into a strainer. Maybe this is TMI, but this is why we're doing this. We're sharing this information. And you would rinse it until you could see what you've been passing out through your liver. And if you think that you don't have parasites and you don't think that you have stuff stuck in your body, we're like cars. Like the oil needs to be changed, you guys. It's so important that you detox. And Matthew, he's really got it down. He's super transparent on his website with no heavy metals. They have all of the testing up because we're not trying to put more junk into your body when you're detoxing. And it's just so refreshing because we all know that Big Pharma has bought up a lot of our favorite brands and we can't really trust them anymore.
Well, but also most importantly, so Matt actually has a whole program 101, and this is something that highly suggests. We can definitely put it in the chat if you're interested, because this is something that if you're dealing with heavy metals or any sorts of toxicity, he literally has a path and way. And he also, so I was quickly running in between the last lecture to grab our supplements, but his company is called Valence. And what's amazing is they have all of these, strictly tested supplements. And, these are just some of the samples that we're using, because
he literally already took all of the detox ones already. We don't even have the bottle anymore.
Yeah, well, so we, again, based on our data, right, we knew what we need to add to our diet and also, for our detox protocol. But they have a full spectrum supplements that we highly trust, that are top-notch ingredients, because that is so hard to find, you guys. I think it's like 95% of all Amazon supplements are literally fraud.
Yeah.
And so,
like what I was saying, they're not regulated at all, or they are bought by Big Pharma.
And remember, the body already knows how to detox. The question is, are we supporting it? Are we working with the body?
And one of the simplest places this shows up in is your home and your daily choices. And so I couldn't be more excited to introduce Bridget Cisco on Healthy Kitchen, Healthy Body, How to Fuel Your Healing at Home, where we bring this practice into real life, into your kitchen.
And Bridget, by the way, she's been such an incredible angel. She's been one of the foundational team members of our Earth 2.0 foundation. And we're so grateful for all that she's done for our brand, for all of us that we're able to even be here today. And further ado, we're gonna send you guys into her home for this moment.
Hi everyone, I'm Bridget for the 12-month system upgrade series Inspiring Earth 2.0, and welcome to my kitchen. Today I'm going to talk about 5 simple things that you can do with your food, health, nutrition that impact your physical body directly. And I'm also going to share one of the simplest recipes that you can just put onto literally everything, and the ingredients might already be in your pantry. Now, I love that we're starting with food. Food is so universal. It's something that we eat, all of us, hopefully, every single day. And it's something that we can all connect to and relate to. And as a yoga teacher, one of the things that we learn about is something called Annamaya Kosha. And it's the physical body sheath or layer. And it's the layer of ourselves that is most tangible, right? We can all relate to it, and is most directly impacted by the food that we consume in our body. And with a background in holistic health coaching, as well as studying Ayurveda, yoga, and herbalism, as well as my own experience with Lyme disease in my early teens, it really just opened my eyes to the food that we put into our body and how that can be a really great starting point on any healing journey. So number 1, so simple. We're not doing anything crazy here. Eat real foods. If your great-grandmother cannot pronounce the foods that you are eating or the ingredients that you're consuming, I'd probably toss it out the door. And one really easy thing to do is when you're grocery shopping, shop the perimeter. So you'll find that the dairy, the produce, the fresh fruits and vegetables are actually on the perimeter of the grocery store, whereas all the processed packaged food is in the middle. And remember, like 80-20 approach, this doesn't need to be all or nothing. It doesn't need to be restrictive. It gets to be fun and joyful when you're putting good food into your body. So first ingredient, eat real food. And I always joke, this is an ingredient household, so if you ever come over, I'll be like, do you want a sweet potato? Do you want an egg? Do you want some sauerkraut? Number 2 is to actually start reading ingredient labels. And this is so eye-opening because when you actually take a bottle and start to read what's in that product, your mind can be blown. That first ingredient on that ingredient label is going to be what is mostly in that product. And as my mom used to teach me, if you can't pronounce it, it's probably not good to eat. And I think that's a great rule of thumb. So just start getting curious. Number 3 is to eat seasonally. As someone who studied Ayurveda and herbalism, this is really a huge tenet. So think about the seasons, the 4 seasons of the year, and think about what you're naturally drawn towards during those seasons, right? In the summer month, you might be craving more salad. You might be craving lighter foods. You might be craving cucumbers and watermelon and herbs. And that's naturally what your body is looking forward to. You need something cooling. And in the other side of the equation, in the winter, in the fall, when things are getting colder, you are naturally craving those warm soups, stews, and cooked grounding foods. So if you can start to listen to your body and see what's happening in nature, go to a local farmer's market, join a CSA where you can actually get real produce every single week that is rotating based on what the farm is actually producing, that's a great place to start. Number 4, add vitamin L when you're cooking. So this is a fun one, but basically vitamin L is love. And if you think about it, your grandma or like your parents' food always tastes the best, right? I swear it's because they're infusing that with love and they just want you to feel nourished and they want to feed you. Like there's something so beautiful about that. So when you start cooking, when you're making and preparing food for yourself and your family, add some vitamin L in. And number 5, sit down and chew your food. So digestion actually starts in the mouth with saliva and you having the ability to start using your teeth to break down and process that food, which then goes through the digestive tract. So sit down when you eat your food, enjoy it, try not to be on the run. Of course, 80-20, we're doing our best here, and enjoy your food nice and slow. Now, as I mentioned, these things are not rocket science, but just good little reminders of things that you can do every single day. So today we're gonna make a chimichurri, and it is only a couple of ingredients, super nutrient dense. You have incredible herbs. I'm using cilantro and parsley here. So step 1 is gonna be just to chop up your cilantro and parsley. Cut up 1/4 cup cilantro and 1/4 cup of parsley. I've also chopped up 4 garlic cloves, so it's gonna be garlicky. And I really recommend that you chop things pretty finely because there's no blending here. Everything is just gonna go together. We're gonna chop up 1 small shallot. Onion and garlic are so strong. They're so good if they have antiviral qualities, antibiotic qualities. They're really good for you. Herbs, great for detoxification, taste delicious, a perfect way to spice up any meal. Now, if you do not have fresh ingredients, I would really recommend at least getting fresh garlic. It's gonna change this entire dish, and try for a fresh herb. You know, sometimes I might add some mint into this as well if I wanna change it up. And this is so easy because now I'm just gonna assemble everything. So I have my bowl here. I'm gonna add my cilantro and my parsley, my shallot, my garlic, and now I'm gonna add my spices. Just a 1/2 teaspoon of black pepper. We have a teaspoon of oregano, and we have a couple of red pepper flakes. 2/3 cup of extra virgin olive oil, yum, as well as 3 tablespoons of red wine vinegar, although I don't have it, so I'm just gonna use a black garlic balsamic. And last but not least, 1 teaspoon of salt. And that's all she wrote, chimichurri. There you have it, folks. I hope that today reminded you that the most simple things that you can do to improve your physical body health really start in your kitchen. And it doesn't need to be something hard. It can really just be something that is part of you, your lifestyle, and something to just stay consistent with. You don't need to change everything overnight. You don't need to throw out every single product in your kitchen overnight. You just need to add some simple things into your day-to-day life and make it simple, make it easy, and of course, make it fun. See you later.
Hey Matt, I'm super excited to do this fire learning with you because everyone is talking about valence. I can say it right. Did I get it right?
Valence.
Valence, thank you. Oh my goodness. Well, it's my first time learning about it, but yet the more that I'm here, Pavel and Ferry, then I'm like, okay, they're talking about it every day. And then the more that I'm learning about your COAs and everything that you guys do to steward your supplements with such integrity, and then ultimately efficacy, it's been pretty astonishing, to be honest, because it's incredibly rare. So everyone can learn a full deep dive in our masterclass together. I for sure want people to go there. But let's talk about origin story, then your flagship product, and your transparency and trust factor, and then we'll wrap it for this fire learning today.
So the origin story is we're just 3 HTMA practitioners, which just means hair tissue mineral analysis. So we look a lot at your mineral levels and heavy metals and design programs based on that data that comes from your hair. So your hair is an extension of the cell, and it will show us a pretty good mineral pattern and minerals that you have and heavy metals that you're excreting. So that's what we do, and the products we designed, a lot of them are for HTMA, but then we also have some flagship products that everybody could really benefit from as well. And we'll be talking about one of those today. As far as certificates of analysis and COA, that's something that not a lot of companies show, in my opinion, especially just like very on the website. Maybe if you reach out to them, maybe they'll send you one, maybe not. They're not required to. But we like to just have it posted right on the website, and just a quick breakdown. That's basically a testing format, and there's different levels to the testing, but you want to have your supplements checked out specifically if you are looking to see if there's any kind of like heavy metal toxicity or bacteria or anything contained within the supplement. Since we are so obsessed with heavy metals, we try to find the lowest amount possible, and then we provide you with that information so we can gain trust for one, but we'll also be very transparent about what we're selling you is not contaminated. As anyone knows, lots of herbs and different food that's grown can uptake these heavy metals from the soil, depending on where they're grown. And also it can happen from like mining of getting different minerals, and also, depending on what manufacturer, all the machines are using are metal. So it can come from multiple different places. You want to make sure the end product is very safe and the heavy metals and the toxins are really low. So we provide that with full transparency right on the website.
Yeah, which is pretty rare indeed. So let's talk about BioFlow Plus. This is a product that you said is basically kind of what you're all known for, where it began. Is that the truth?
No, this was probably like our fourth product.
Okay.
But it is definitely our flagship product, the most reviews, the most efficacious, maybe you should say, and people really, really love this product.
And also, you had mentioned in our masterclass, like, this is foundational. Like, everybody needs this. I feel that way about all your products, actually, pretty much. But then, especially for people who no longer have a gallbladder.
Yes.
Yeah.
So people without a gallbladder, they actually have lots of trouble digesting fats. And you need some things like ox bile is very big. People have been taking that for a long time when they don't have a gallbladder. But then we also have TUDCA, which is a bile salt derivative of taurine that's really effective for pushing the bile, and other kind of like bitter herbal compounds that also help with bile flow as well. And then the pancreatic enzymes that are in there also help to break down fats as well. So if you don't have a gallbladder, something like this should be a staple. If you know anybody who doesn't have a gallbladder, take one of these with each meal, and it will really help with that bile flow, but also help to break down that fat, because you're going to have a lot of trouble if you don't have a gallbladder, and that's going to cause a lot of bloating and gas and fatigue issues specifically.
Okay, beautiful. I love your graphics, by the way. I just have to say, they're very
you.
beautiful. Thank you to your team who put this together. So, what do you want to touch on right now on this deck?
Yeah, this is where a lot of people, when they're thinking about digestion, they're just not really focused on that whole like liver aspect of it. They're really just taking digestive enzymes.
Yeah.
Or sometimes if you are more focused on the liver, you might not be focused on the enzymes. You're just focused on something like TUDCA, just to move the bile flow going. This really is an intricate system that's been jammed up pretty significantly in today's world because of all of the exposure and the toxins that we have and the poor food that we've ate, over decades. And so the liver really gets impaired. And so when you don't have that kind of liver gallbladder connection flowing to the digestive juices, and there's also a circulation process that goes, it's kind of always circulating. And so the bile pushes a lot of toxins out, but it also helps you absorb all of your fat soluble vitamins and some nutrients as well. But then you do still want to have things in the product that actually help with the breakdown of the macros, like the proteins and stuff like that. So it's a kind of multifaceted digestion support where it's going to help you break down proteins and fats. That comes from the astrozyme in there, and also the pancreatin. And then you want to have also those liver herbs and stuff that support bile. And so that everything that's interconnected there is flowing. And then the next thing you know, your digestion will really feel supported in that way.
And I love this little small print right here, and you've mentioned it in different ways. It's not a generic enzyme. It's a full spectrum digestive support formula. And so all the things that you're talking about, the various symptoms that so many of us just assume that maybe that's how it goes these days, right? With everything just coming at us at all times. But this is like a really nice defense. So let's talk about this here. I mean, I'm looking at your slide for the first time, so I'm excited that you're walking us through it.
Yeah, so it's our number one most reviewed. We have tons and tons of reviews on there. You can see people who had different digestive issues and how they feel. And, a lot of people are starting to understand that the microbiome is interconnected with how we feel. A lot of times when you have brain fog or you have kind of memory loss and things like that, sometimes it's a brain issue. A lot of times it's a gut issue. So that gut brain axis is interconnected, and they can talk, I think they say within like milliseconds of food input, or, your gut and your brain are constantly communicating back and forth. So, we focus on it as a digestive aid, but then, people will start to say, well, I feel better. Well, now I sleep better because the bloating isn't there. I'm breaking down dinner better, so now my mood is better. So you really actually are focusing on digestion and bile and keeping the liver happy. But the liver is the organs of emotions as well. So in Chinese medicine, when the liver is congested, you can have different things like anger and stuff like that. And so you really end up being like a full body support. The better that you're breaking down food, turning that protein into amino acids, breaking down the fats and getting the fat soluble vitamins from those, and also supporting the liver and the gallbladder, it ends up being like a full body kind of experience when you get digestion flowing better. And you'll see that with a lot of the reviews on the website.
Yeah, it's so many reviews, and I love that you're sharing this with us. Okay, so this is what makes it really special. Now, this is just one product. We do have a whole suite of other products across your website that are also offered at 10% off because of this collaboration with Pavel and Ferry and Earth 2.0. But let's be clear, like 10% is a big deal for your company. And please tell us why, because some people are like 10%, big whoop, but it's a big whoop here.
Yeah, so anybody who's been following us for a while, they'll realize we don't really run Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. We don't run Christmas sales. Like every day is a sale at Valence, we say. Like it's basically our practitioners get like a 5% off code for their clients who use it. So for Pavel, because I love him and it's, I'm trying to help this community grow, we did do an exclusive 10% off for anybody who's in this actual summit, because I think it's actually going to be big and I think it's awesome. So we do not overprice our products. We use the most premium mineral chelates and things that we can find, organic herbs and all this stuff, and then we don't overprice it, in my opinion. You can shop around. I think we're very fair as far as that goes. So we did at least give a 10% off for the summit.
Woohoo! Awesome. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. In our last minute together, Matt, I mean, what else do we need to know about your products, your offering, this collaboration, our health? I mean, I know that's a broad question, but anything that stands out of what needs to be shared in this moment?
Yeah, I like to focus a lot on minerals. We have a master class where I talk about zinc a little bit and another formula. But if you go through our actual website, we are very big into minerals and how they are the backbones of health. They run all of your enzyme systems, all from everything from memory to thinking to blinking. These are all ran by mineral dependent enzymes, which ultimately do control your hormones, and your hormones are going to control how you basically see the world because of how you feel. You have low thyroid, you're tired, you're fatigued, you have low testosterone, you have anxiety, you can't work out and you're tired. So the minerals run the enzymes, which run the hormone system. So if you start to we're focused on BioFlow Plus here because it's a great digestive aid and that's a really critical. But if you get to our website, you'll start to see more kind of mineral and vitamin nutrition stuff. And we really like ancestral desiccated organs. And some of that's actually in the BioFlow Plus digestive, the grass-fed intestines and the stomach powder. So there is even some right in BioFlow, but we use those a lot as well.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for this fire learning, but I am going to also encourage everyone to head over to the masterclass. I was super inspired. It's been a long time since talking about supplements, where it was just rarefied air, what y'all are doing. And just want to say thank you for the good work and for collaborating with Pavel and Ferry and System Upgrade.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
There's a rhythm to the body.
Yeah, and most people have completely lost it.
We wake up in the morning disconnected from the light. We eat without the rhythm. We rest without alignment.
And over time, this starts to show up as fatigue, burnout, and imbalance.
The next person that we're about to introduce you to is another dear angel friend of ours. We've known her for years. Her name is Sarah Turner, and she brings us back into something essential,
Without further ado, we're going to move straight into her lecture, Circadian Biology and Mitochondrial Energy, how light, rhythm, and the brain rebuild vitality, and you'll begin to understand how energy is actually created.
Remember, we're light beings. This is all by science, all proven by science. Just like the flowers need sun, we too need sun. We too need nature. And this is exactly what we're going to share with you next, is how do we operate within those biorhythms.
Yeah, someone actually told me the only difference between you and somebody that's dead is that their cells have no more light in them. So, essential.
Charge it up.
Hi guys, this is Sarah Turner from Sarah Thrive. I'm talking on the 12-month system upgrade series Inspiring Earth 2.0 movement. Today I'm going to be talking about circadian biology, mitochondrial health, sun and near-infrared light and red light therapy devices. So let me take you back to this technological age, because for a couple of 100,000 of years we have evolved in a more natural light environment. So our ancestors would have, for a long period of time, slept on the ground, be in contact with the Earth's frequencies, the Schumann resonance, and we would have woke with the dawn and kind of felt that light on our face, on our skin. We then would have been exposed to daytime, where we would have got that blue light, activated our dopamine, and then in the evening with the sunset we would have gone to bed. You know, it was our main light source for a long period of human evolution, and our bodies still reflect that mode of operation. It's still how our bodies are geared up, in that timing is very, very important for our bodies, and what sets those clocks is our exposure to light. So when we actually see a sunrise, it's more than just telling us the time of day. It's actually a cue for our hormone system, our endocrine system, our immune system. All the systems of the bodies are activated by these different circadian cues that we get throughout the day. So if we fast forward now to the lives that we're living, very indoor lives, we now have a lot of technology, we have a lot of artificial light. We really are living in a time of light poverty. We're just not exposed to this long wave red light that we would have seen, or our ancestors certainly would have seen, at the start and the end of the day. And this is causing a huge problem. This is causing something that I call RISE, Reduced Infrared Spectrum Exposure. So let me go back a little bit, because I said quite a lot of big words there. What we see when we see the sunrise is red light, and we know that because the sunrise and the sunset are these lovely red colours. But we also receive light which is just slightly longer in wavelength of that, and that's near infrared. So people tend to bracket those two light wavelengths together, red and near infrared, but one's in the visible range and one's in the invisible range. But because of the angle of the sun in the sky and the relation to the earth, we really only see this red light, red and near infrared light. Predominantly we're exposed to it at morning, sunrise and evening sunset. How do we maximize our exposure to this red light, and what happens if we don't get it? So the main place that we receive this light is within tiny organelles inside our cells called mitochondria. And that's why if you've listened to people talk about red light, particularly if they're talking about red light therapy, they tend to talk about mitochondrial health. Because these mitochondria, these very small organelles, actually they probably once were bacteria that were taken up by multicellular organisms to kind of work in this symbiotic way to be the energy producers of our bodies. These very small organelles are very responsive to light. They're very sensitive to light. In fact, they act like an environmental sensor in our body. When we have red or near infrared light, an enzyme within the mitochondria becomes excited. And this excitation leads to more energy in the form of ATP. And ATP is the molecule that our body uses as energy currency. So when we're exposed to red and near infrared light, these particular enzymes in our body become excited, and it leads to energy production. Now this is very, very important because every process in our body relies on ATP for energy. We need energy for absolutely everything we do. And it's important for every aspect of our biology, but in particular, you know, our brains use a lot of energy, our hearts use a lot of energy, the big muscles of our bodies use a lot of energy. Having something that stimulates this pathway and leads to energy production is something that is vital for our bodies. The other thing that red light does in response to this activation of mitochondria is it releases a small amount of nitric oxide gas. Now this is something it's just transient, it's fairly local, but it leads to a dilation of blood vessels. So then we have more oxygenated blood coming in and blood being removed, which potentially has those products that are formed by, you know, the cell going. So in effect, waste products. So what we have here is a combined effect of more energy, oxygenated blood, removal of waste products, and you can start to see now why this is something that is very good for the body. As well as that, the body is running its own clocks. So when we're exposed to particular light at different times of day, it tells our body what time it is, and this switches on different processes in our body. So things like hormone production, the immune system, the endocrine system, almost all of our systems of our body are working in very specific time frames. And the way that our body knows which of those systems to switch on is by these signals that we're getting. And circadian biology is actually controlled predominantly by the eye, but we also have a lot of light receivers in our skin and our organs too. But that tells the body what time of day it is. Now again, this is hugely important because we want the body to be doing what it's meant to be doing at the times it's meant to be doing it. Having a mismatch with your circadian biology and your environment is what causes a lot of issues. And we know that from people like night workers or shift workers or people for whatever reason who are having this mismatch in that they're kind of sleeping at different times of day. But really, most of the population has got some type of circadian mismatch because most of us aren't outside at sunrise and sunset. We're not getting those cues at the right time. Now, history gives us some interesting metaphors. One of the things that I like to use to get people to understand just how crucial these red light wavelengths are for our health is if we think back to a time when we were more of a seafaring peoples, and we would send sailors off and they would get sick, they would get depression, their eyes, they would get sore skin, sore eyes, all kinds of different symptoms. And it wasn't until we discovered that vitamin C is an essential nutrient, and what these sailors were suffering from was scurvy, which was just a deficiency of this nutrient, that we saw what the problem was, and there was an obvious solution. We just use citrus fruit, we send that off on long voyages, and we stop the symptoms. We're in a very similar position now in that we have a deficiency of red and near infrared light, and it's causing similar symptoms actually, gut issues, brain issues. Left untreated for a long term can lead to neurodegeneration. People have all kinds of chronic ailments, and a lot of those can be due to having a lack of these very essential wavelengths of light, the wavelengths that we would get at sunrise and sunset. I call it RISE, Reduced Infrared Spectrum Exposure, but it's just a way to denote the fact that this actually is a very, very real issue. And this issue is compounded by our modern lifestyles. If you think now we're very rarely outside grounding at sunrise and sunset, we're most of the time indoors. An average day might be waking up to a phone. Of course, as soon as you look at the blue screen from a phone, you're telling your body it's the middle of the day, you know, and your body's cortisol, all of those things are immediately activated. You may go to work in a car or on a train, sealed in from your environment. You may work in an office. You may go home and watch Netflix. You may look at your screen before you go to bed, giving your body the signal again that it's the middle of the day. And of course, what do animals do in the middle of the day? They forage for carbohydrates. We don't do that now, but of course we can ring for pizza, we can go in the fridge. So you can see why this mismatch of your light environment with your biology can have such an insidious and maybe not quite such an intuitive effect, because we've dissociated it a little bit. Because we have fake light, we have artificial light, we are able to carry on with our lives, but what we don't realise is that we are missing an essential wavelength, an essential part of that light, which is this red and near infrared light. So what can we do? I mean, actually, this is a very quick fix. So I'm going to give you some very, very simple takeaways of what you can do to prevent having rise or prevent having this lack of infrared light, which can cause so many different issues in the body. First thing, number one, I think you already got this, be outside at sunrise and sunset as much as you can. I know this is difficult because of our modern lives, but it could just take a little bit of reorganization to be outside at that particular time of day, and even better if you can be grounded. So being grounded and being outside at sunrise, that's the first thing you can do. Of course, if you can't do that, or if you are in a situation where you just physically don't have access to that, you can use technology. And this is where the biohacking piece comes in. You can use red light therapy devices. You just need to make sure that you use a good device that is in contact with the body and that has these two wavelengths, the red and near infrared. The second thing is consistency. Try to be very, very consistent about either being outside at sunrise or using your red light therapy devices. The body loves consistency. If you think about going to the gym, you can't go to do all of your gym in 1 month and then not go again for the rest of the year. It doesn't work like that. You need to make sure that you consistently do any of these key health practices, but particularly with light, you need to consistently see or be exposed to red and near infrared light, whether that be going outside with sunrise or consistently using your red light therapy device. Make sure you're doing it. If you do it once a week, do it every week. Twice a week, even better. 3 times a week, great, even better. So consistency is key. And the third action point is be aware of when you are overexposed to artificial light. Now, again, we do lead lives. I'm acutely aware right now I'm talking to you under a lot of blue light here, but there are ways that you can mitigate against that and ways you can reduce that. So, for example, make sure your desk is next to a window. Make sure in the evening you're using an app or a way on your phone, put your phone in night mode. Try not to look at your screen too much at night. You can utilize blue blocking glasses. You can use dim lights in your house. You can use special circadian light bulbs. Just try to be very cognizant and aware of the light environment you are exposing yourself to at different times of day. So I would urge you to, first thing in the morning, get outside with light. Really think about, was I able to do that? Can I fit it into my day? If not, can I integrate some red light therapy today? Try and do your meetings outside if possible. Try and eat your lunch outside if possible. Perhaps you can go for a walk. In the evening, dim the lights right down. Try to remove blue light from your environment. Try to use different light bulbs. And again, in the evening, try to take it easy. The body wants to rest in the evening. This is what we're all about. Active in the day, rest and repair in the evening. Respect your circadian biology. I'm very glad to be part of this Earth 2.0 movement because I think this is exactly what we need to be doing, trying to integrate maybe some kind of ancestral health, what our bodies have evolved to be, but also put it into this modern environment where we give people tools, things like Sarah Thrive, things like red light therapy devices, where you can, as much as possible, utilize ways to get closer to nature, be in your environment, but at the same time bring in technologies that help your body when we are in these other environments, when we're in our more tech-based environments. So we can then have the best of both worlds and we can maximize our chances of having long, healthy and productive lives. Thank you.
All right, are you guys still there? Can you drop emoji, your favorite emoji, and let me know that you're still there? Like I said in the beginning, when we interact and we have this kind of when we get that feedback, it really fires us up and it keeps us energized. So definitely put your favorite emoji down in the comments. We'll also drop one down there as soon as we're done with this outro. All right, so when the rhythm starts to return to our bodies, that's when the body starts to stabilize.
And one of the most powerful pieces to that is something that I have struggled with my whole life. It's called the sleep. I don't know about you, but I know for a fact that 92% of all apps out there are filled with people that need to learn how to sleep better.
And this isn't just rest, this is true recovery.
Molly Eastman is someone very dear to us. She's built her work around helping people reclaim that.
In Mastering Sleep, the most powerful longevity tool you're still ignoring, you'll see how deeply sleep impacts everything.
Enjoy this next lecture, and remember, share with us as it comes, as it goes, any questions, thoughts, and we're gonna see you right after.
Hi all, this is Molly Eastman for the 12-month system upgrade series, Inspiring the Earth 2.0 Movement. And specifically, I'm going to be chatting with you about mastering sleep, the most powerful longevity tool that you are likely ignoring. And not just you, most of us have ignored this crucial area of our health and well-being. And just for numbers' sake, to remind us all and get us grounded in why it's worth talking about sleep for this presentation is, for one thing, it's something that we do a third of our lives. On average, 26 years are spent asleep. And yet many of us don't look too closely at this thing that we do so frequently, day after day. And when it comes to longevity, I would argue, of course, I know I'm biased, but I would argue that beginning with sleep as kind of the foundation of the pyramid of wellness, if you will, could make a lot of sense in our journey to support our longevity, and not just longevity for longevity's sake, but specifically how we're thinking about our experience of life day to day and what could give us the biggest bang for our buck in the attention and time that we might be putting into improving aspects of our health and well-being. Sleep and circadian health, which are things that we're going to be getting into today, are going to make a profound difference, not just from my estimation, but from mountains of research of just how much this one area of life touches, ripples, spiders into many aspects of your health and well-being. So throughout this conversation, we have a small period of time together. So my intention is to really pack clear, practical takeaways that you can begin to bring into your life right away. Occasionally throughout this conversation, I'm going to be glancing at my notes to make sure that I'm not leaving anything out. Today, we're going to be looking at this concept of sleep as a longevity tool. And commonly when we think about longevity, there's a lot of buzzwords when it comes to longevity or ideas around ways that you could support longevity. We might hear about cold plunging, saunas, supplements, protocols, all kinds of wonderful things that could potentially make a difference for our health and well-being. But what if where we start is with our sleep? So better sleep starts with better signals, but it starts with two anchor habits that I'm going to give you today. In the event, say, let's pretend that you were one of my clients. I actually work with a number of different individuals on supporting their sleep, but I have a niche in high stakes poker, and I share about that because they are a group that they want to know specifics. What do we do? What can we bring in? And also they want to measure this and see, is there a tangible change? So they're really attuned to the numbers of this journey of optimizing sleep. We're going to pretend like you are one of my clients, and we're going to give you the two top anchors that we begin to ensure that everyone is bringing in on this journey of sleep. But I'm also going to give you some other gems or rocks to look under in the event that maybe you're doing some of these things and you want to start taking things to the next level. My intention is that there's some, dare I say, fascination in this area of sleep that previously maybe had looked a bit of a snooze topic, no pun intended. Love my corny jokes here. Okay. So the real reframe that we're going to stand in is that sleep is a rhythm before it's a nighttime event. So most of us are very out of rhythm. And I say that because in modern society, since really the Industrial Revolution, when we began to move more indoors under electric lights, and that's actually, fun fact, when we started to see more instances or real explosion of what we now think of as insomnia. So these cases of insomnia started to really go up when we went indoors. So every single second, your body is always asking, what time is it? And it is seeking out these things known as Zeitgebers, horrible German pronunciation, but this is a term around time cues. And so, what are some of the clear time cues that help tell the body what time is it and what to be doing when? If you want more details around this, the SCN, or the suprachiasmatic nucleus, is located directly behind or near to the eyes, which is one of the reasons why we believe that light dark is one of the strongest synchronizers of these clocks that exist in virtually every cell and organ in our body. And they're desperately trying to keep us on time. So the body, again, is always asking what time it is and what to be doing when, what hormones to be releasing, what systems to be engaging in or disengaging in. And turns out that you have a lot to say over this because your habits are answering that question all day long. So first, why do so many people feel off or aren't experiencing really optimal sleep? Modern life blurs those signals, those Zeitgebers, those time givers. We have dim indoor lights. We have bright indoor nights. We have inconsistent wake times, and ultimately mixed messages to the body day after day. And when you compound this over time, this can have a system-wide effect. And you can really think of it as a bit of circadian chaos that we're dealing with. Now, just for a few numbers as to why this is so impactful, in 2001, the EPA did do a study and they found that the average American was spending well over 90% of their time indoors. Now, it actually broke down to around 93% of their time inside, whether it's inside their homes, their work environments, automobiles, etc. And that was in 2001, before a global wide pandemic, before smartphones, Netflix on the regular, all the things that have brought us even more and more inside. And so we could likely argue that those numbers, if anything, have probably gone up. Why does that matter in a conversation around sleep? Part of the reason is that a lot of these signals, these time cues that help tell the body what time it is and what to be doing when, are impacted by these rhythms of nature, not just as a nice to have, but as a biological hard wiring on helping to inform and keep workability with the body. Now, I'm just going to rattle off a few of them so that you're aware of what these are. Light dark indicators are going to be a big aspect, and we will hit on this today. Temperature timing, which you would get if you were living outdoors in nature or spending a lot of time outside, you would see a very dynamic shift in temperature throughout the course of the day and into the night. And that is a huge aspect of helping to support your strong wake signals by day, and then the ability to fall asleep with ease and get rich, restorative sleep. And then beyond that, we look at things like meal timing, and there's nuance around the types of foods that you're having and when and the quantity, but specifically the time by which you're having those play a role in the quality of your sleep. Then we can also look at things like exercise timing and specifically the type of exercise that you're engaging in at those different times. But when you're choosing to participate in your workouts or not participate in your workouts are going to show up in your sleep results. Then we can look at things like chronopharmacology, fancy term for the timing of your drugs. Your drugs could be like your caffeine, your alcohol, your THC, your supplements, your prescription drugs, and more. And also point us to something that's really interesting, something that I like to call thought timing. And this is really fascinating. We do have newer research that it appears that our thoughts may exist on their own sort of rhythm. If you want to learn more about this, there's a fascinating study called The Mind After Midnight, where we discovered that the types of thoughts that you're engaging in appear to be very different based on time of day. So there's a reason I call my company Sleep is a Skill, because I am clear that this is a skill set, a muscle that you can build. Today, we're going to be going more granular and taking a look at just a couple of the things to make sure that you always have as your strong foundation of how you're relating to and managing your sleep-wake cycle. Okay, so anchor one, we want brighter days and darker nights. Now, that might sound simple and easy enough, right? But in practical application, you'd be surprised that it does take a little bit of forethought, and often you're going to be going against the grain of a lot of the societal norms. And what I mean by that is that by day, we're going to be seeking real outdoor light And do note that there was a scientific consensus, and it consisted of almost 250 circadian scientists. And one of the things that they mentioned was that they quantified it to that our average indoor environments are around 100 times dimmer than sunlight outside. And then by night, our nights are around 100 times brighter than even the brightest moonlit of evenings. Now, what does that mean? It means that we've turned our lives upside down, right? So our days are too dim and our nights are far too bright. And this is a big deal if light dark is the primary synchronizer of our circadian pulse. And when I say circadian pulse, what we're looking to do is to create really strong signals. There are two key hormones when it comes to sleep that are worth mentioning. And so the first one is that we're having a strong cortisol pulse in the morning around the same time each morning. And then at night, we're having a strong melatonin pulse at around the same time. And they're tethered to each other. Ultimately, what we're looking to do is to help support this strong synchronization of these two poles on either side of your day. One of the things that we're going to do to support that is by making sure that you're getting yourself outside consistently to get that bright light. Now, first, as far as the practical application of this, I want you doing this as soon as you possibly can each morning, ideally within the first 30 minutes to an hour of wakening, and that you're going outside without sunglasses or hats, getting it in your eyes and on your skin. And then additionally, we are also looking to make sure that you are dosing yourself with sunlight throughout the course of the day. Now, we had Dr. Sachin Panda out of the Salk Institute on our podcast. If you ever want to learn a bit more, he also wrote a book called The Circadian Code and has decades of research in this area. One of the things that he noted is that it appears that we need at least about an hour of time outside under natural light exposure to be able to reset that master clock and create sufficient melatonin every night. Now, there's going to be a lot of bio-individuality depending on your Fitzpatrick scale, where you are on the globe, what time of year it is, what the cloud coverage is. All kinds of factors are going to play in here. There are a few apps that you can actually download that can help you measure the amount of lux that's in your environment, both outside and inside. And this will be really a helpful eye-opening tool to get a sense of just how much commonly we're in very low lux environment inside. You might have heard things about people getting seasonal affective disorder and getting these bright light lamps, and often they'll be marketed around 10,000 lux or so. This is important because what we're seeing is that many of us are deprived of those high numbers of lux. And just for comparison, on a bright sunny day, you might walk outside and be exposed to upwards of 100,000 lux, whereas inside, commonly, it's usually sub about 1,000 lux in most indoor environments. Because remember that clearer signals will help support stronger workability with your sleep-wake cycle. So again, by day, we're going to be seeking real outdoor light. And by night, we're going to be seeking dim, warm, low angle light. And this can look like getting red lights, incandescent light bulbs, candles, Himalayan salt lamps, however you got to set things up so that your indoor environment largely is devoid of this bright blue light. And when you are finding yourself in an environment that you can't have as much of a say of the type of light that you're exposed to, this could be a time when you could experiment with things like blue blockers. So you could get orange lenses, red lenses. Sadly, the clear lenses aren't going to do the trick when it comes to the night, so be aware of that. But mostly what we're looking to do is create an experience so that what's happening outside is being mimicked as much as possible inside, and that we're learning to train ourselves to get outside and dip in and out of those environments more frequently so that the body is getting those cues routinely. Anchor number 2, consistent wake times. And now notice that I emphasize wake times. This will, by virtue, help inform your bedtime. And I'll explain what that means. So ultimately, we're looking to wake up at roughly around the same time, 7 days a week. And our goal is within plus or minus around 30 minutes, plus or minus around 30 minutes. And we're going to avoid going to bed too early. And I know that can be counterintuitive, But often the more helpful move is going to be to keep your wake time steady, build sleep pressure. And another term for this is this mounting adenosine that builds, that helps tell the body that you have that strong sleep drive, sleep pressure at the end of the night. And then you're going to let the bedtime follow. Often we find that people, when sleep isn't working, they might be spending an inordinate amount of time in bed to try to squeeze out these hours of sleep. So we don't want to do that. We want to leverage that mounting sleep pressure. And sometimes that looks like going to bed a little bit later. What we'd be having you do is be particularly mindful of keeping sacred that wake up time, and then trusting that as you do that over time, that sleep pressure will even out, and then you'll start having consistent cues of sleepiness at around that consistent bedtime for you. But we're just looking to not overly compensate. In other cases, we'll have people dealing with something known as revenge bedtime procrastination, or because of the structure of their lives or things that they're trying to get done, they keep cutting into their own sleep opportunity time and just not giving themselves enough sleep opportunity. So in that case, of course, things would look a little bit different for them. And we're going to make sure that we are getting ample, sufficient sleep opportunity time and still minding that wake up time, and that you're not making up for this or having coping mechanisms on, say, the weekends or times when you don't have reasons where you have to get up at a specific time. That's often when we see people deal with something known as social jet lag, where they are changing their behaviors because they don't have kind of social obligations or things by which they need to set that alarm for and be up and actually out of bed at a particular time. This can create the symptomology of jet lag, but you never got on a plane. What the main takeaway here is, your wake up time is really going to be the sacred time that you are selecting and that you're keeping as a lifestyle, a way of life, that you are having this consistent 7 days a week. And we're going to be thoughtful about your bedtime, but bedtime has a little bit more leeway because you want to start to be clear on your cues of when you're sleepy, so that you're not forcing yourself into bed at a time where you're not feeling that sleep pressure. So then you're linking up frustrations and the bed and all of that. So we don't want to go into that direction, right? As always, there's asterisks and nuance with everything I'm sharing with you. If you are sick, if you are dealing with specifics that are out of the scope of this conversation, shift work, major long haul travel, in most cases, the things that we're discussing here can make that difference. And one of the struggles for many of us is that these are behavioral interventions versus a pill you can take or a gadget that you can use. So it really does take that commitment to being your word and to have the know-how and the trust that this can really make a difference in your goals with improving your sleep. Now, for the right person, tracking can really help. What that can look like is using some of these hand and wrist-based trackers, and they can help you notice certain things. Again, if it's for the right person and you aren't experiencing a lot of sleep anxiety or things that could flare up more problems with getting data like this. But in the case of people that could benefit, you can be noticing things like wake time consistency, wake ups throughout the night, trends over time, what actually does seem to change your sleep. But ultimately, it's feedback, not fixation. Feedback, not fixation. And one of the things that I see is that this can help turn vague sleep struggles or a lot of blind spots, and just I have a sense that I'm tired and things aren't working. But then when you start to look at night after night, day after day, your results, you can start to often really pattern spot some of the things that you are engaging in that are either working or not working for your sleep, and have found that to be often, in many cases, life-changing for, again, the right individual. There is something known as orthosomnia, so we don't want to get unhealthily obsessed with our results. That's not going to serve anyone. But commonly what I see is that this can often relieve stress for a number of individuals around what's happening with their sleep. Now, one of the real benefits that I've often seen with wearables is it can help give these red flags for what we call sleep disorders. And there are over 100 sleep-wake disorders. And many people have no idea that they might be dealing with a sleep disorder or multiple sleep disorders. And if you think that your primary care doctor or what have you might have spotted this already, I do just want to gently put in part of the systemic breakdown that we're seeing in our current construction of our medical system is that the average doctor, even out of Harvard Med, is getting around 2 hours of training in sleep. So unfortunately, they might be lacking the tools by which to spot some of the things that might be going on with your sleep. Not necessarily being malicious or anything. It's just sadly that we haven't provided enough doctors with the education around sleep. So things are often going missed. And there's a relatively low number of sleep professionals certainly in the United States. So even if you are suspecting that you might be dealing with some problems with your sleep, it can often be hard to get connected with a sleep professional, or it might take a lot of time. So in the meantime, let's educate ourselves, advocate for ourselves, and make sure that we're getting with those proper sleep professionals to make a difference with what specifically might be going on with your sleep. Very often, it might be beyond just a discipline problem or some specific, habit changes. You might be dealing with some very real sleep disorders. So I'm going to rattle off a few things that if you or someone you know is experiencing some of these symptoms, that I'd highly suggest getting tested for a sleep disorder. So one would be snoring, waking often, grinding your teeth, having morning headaches, long pauses in breathing, gas, moans, experience restless sleep, waking up with sore throat or dry mouth, frequent awakening to urinate or think that, I just got to go pee so much, but it might be a misattribution error. There might be more to that story. Erectile dysfunction, feeling tired despite quote unquote doing everything right. If any of these, and there are more symptoms, but if any of these are present for you, I would highly encourage you to get a sleep test. Often even out of pocket, they're usually around under $200 or so US dollars in the United States, or it might be covered under insurance. Those are for at-home tests. Or you could go in lab to get even more specificity around what might be happening with your sleep. Now, let's again get this really practical. So we're going to start here this week right away for immediate actions you can take. You can get outdoor light soon after awakening. You can pick one wake time and protect it all week and beyond. Do not force bedtime too early, or make sure that you have ample and sufficient sleep opportunities night after night in the case of those who might be dealing with things like revenge bedtime procrastination, wild term, I know, but also just where you've got a lifestyle where we're cramming too many things in and not prioritizing that sleep opportunity. So it's a bit of a Goldilocks. We don't want too much. We don't want too little as far as your bedtime, but you also want to be cueing into the signals from the body of, are you sufficiently tired before you're getting into bed? But the way this is all going to work itself out is if you keep that consistent wake time plus or minus around 30 minutes in most cases. And then if you keep struggling, please test, don't guess. And also, there are so many sleep professionals that can help support you on this journey so that you don't have to just be resigned or frustrated or suffering in the world of your sleep. And bonus, tracking these trends, if you're someone that could benefit from the data, can make a big difference in this journey to see what's truly working and what's not working. So if you change only 2 things, I like them to be that you are creating brighter days and darker nights, and that you are sticking to this consistent wake time. I want you to remember that sleep is a skill and your rhythm can be trained. What we're looking to do in order to do that is to be aware of what those signals are that help support the strong workability of your circadian biology. Now, if anything was unclear in this presentation, or my hope for you is that this was an area that you want to dive into even more deeply. If so, don't hesitate to reach out. My mission on this planet is to help support as many people with their sleep as I possibly can. And again, remember that sleep is a skill, and that no matter where you're at on this journey of optimizing your sleep, there are so many things that you can do to make a difference with this and build this muscle of getting strong and consistent and reliable sleep night after night, day after day.
I'm ready to sleep. You?
No way. I'm ready to keep going. I'm fired up.
I'm ready to sleep good. That's what I mean. So when we go in tonight, after all of this is gonna integrate, remember when we sleep, this is where the memory consolidation comes in. And so it is so crucial that we learn how to sleep properly. And so that's why, how would we master body without the sleep? I would like to give just a tiny little gift to you. It might be really interesting. It's called The Power of When. It's a sleeping quiz, how we all work in a different biorhythms.
The chronotypes.
Or chronotypes.
Yeah.
And it's really fun and exciting. So we'll put it into the chat. It takes a couple minutes. And please share with us which chronotype you are in so we can kind of see who is sleeping in which way.
Yeah.
And speaking of light, so just like Sarah Turner was talking about the power of circadian rhythm, we have another incredible brother of mine, Jonathan Odo, that's going to go into chronic illnesses and much more, which I will get into. But I want you to just understand that light is so important that we literally brought two separate speakers, the masculine and feminine, in two different angles, so you understand how important light actually is.
Jonathan Odo has spent years exploring chronic disease and recovery from every different perspective, and he's going to speak next. He is a wealth of knowledge. He's going to speak on healing chronic disease, new frontiers in autoimmune recovery, cellular repair, and light-based healing, so we can really expand our minds and see what's possible. You guys, he is on the cutting edge forefront of the most unique things that actually work that are not spoken about on mainstream.
Yeah, all of the hidden secrets that purposely FDAs of the world are, putting on a back burner. This is the guy that literally has series of documentaries and series of powerful interviews. He's literally interviewed thousands of people around the world, and he's now invited to literally learn or teach other doctors on his protocols and processes. So who we brought to you here right now, Jonathan Odo, is gonna blow your mind.
Hey there, it's Jonathan Odo. Welcome to Healing Chronic Disease, New Frontiers in Autoimmune and Cancer Recovery. I'm an investigative journalist, filmmaker, and author. This is a book I wrote called The Cancer Off Switch. In it, I've got here on the back, this is Dr. Antonio Jimenez, perhaps the world's most prolific integrative oncologist, over 30 years experience, runs the world's largest holistic cancer hospital, 30 years experience in integrative oncology, and he says that my work, Jonathan Odo, is nothing short of inspirational, describes the dedication I have to those battling cancer as unwavering, and then me having groundbreaking research, and says that this resource, which is a lot of cutting edge information which you'll get from here, like in some ways you get the cliff notes and some of the most important actionable steps. He says that this is a potential lifesaver, this book, and he says it, for those touched by cancer or seeking to prevent it, this book isn't just recommended, it's essential. His words, not mine. So that's the reason why you might want to listen to me right now, because it's not just that I'm regarded by those that are seeking to deal with chronic conditions as being an important figure, but I'm regarded by other doctors, holistic practitioners, experts and advocates that are saying that my work is groundbreaking and essential and important for this time. So I just want you to have this knowledge. I want you to be able to use it. I don't want you to miss out on key actionable steps that you could take today to offset your risk and also to know what to do with loved ones or perhaps yourself with a chronic autoimmune condition or even with cancer. So today's journey, I'm going to share in our time together the foundations for healing chronic disease, which is largely linked around bioenergetic failure, the science of light, and clinical evidence, as well as the 5-step roadmap. And so some of my background there, the humanitarian work I've been doing over the past 20 years really lands me where I am today, which is very much about solving world problems at a mass scale and using my skill set that God gave me, in this case as an investigator and a researcher, one that could bring together certain factors to help people have an outcome that is the one we want in this case, to live cancer-free, to live without chronic conditions, to live without pain, to live without autoimmune conditions, etc. And so you'll see here that also one of the key things I've been doing over the past decade is educating not only lay people but medical practitioners, including the world's leading holistic practitioners. So I've been working in doing education live on site in clinics through my resources that have reached millions of people hundreds of millions collectively around the world. So you can see I was a producer behind The Truth About Cancer, Red Life, the red light therapy company that you can see some of the red light behind me here. Red light is definitely a key tool, and you're going to see how that most people aren't understanding how it can be used for these chronic conditions and how to use it effectively across the board. These are some of the amazing things that we're going to be discussing. So it began with my own family. So with my father's knees, $30,000 in stem cells spent for his knees to help prevent him from having reconstructive surgery on his knees. And so they're very invasive surgeries. They have a lifespan. There's all these interesting and weird and wonderful issues that come along. So seeing that fail repetitively over several years and trying different things, because I don't give up, that's one of the things. Seeing what red light therapy did to him was amazing. His mobility returned. He had a quality of life that he hadn't had in years. And so that was an amazing game changer. There's so many factors like this. My wife is pregnant, and she's going to give birth to our third child in August, and which, you know, this might be before or after that, right? But what's amazing about this is that she had two, really technically 3 miscarriages. And so we've seen the difference that these things make when it comes to balancing hormones, thyroid function, and we know the differences between what we did and when we implemented these strategies and these tools, which I'm sharing with you, and it's changed our lives forever. Our family will never be the same because of what I'm sharing with you. And yes, do I wish that I had have learned these things myself so I didn't go through so many trials and spend so much money and do all these things? Yes, of course I do, and that's the reason why I'm all the more motivated to give you cutting-edge information. My grandma, my wife's side, my abuela, she's 87 years old, right? So she was splitting her head, right? She split her head. It was about maybe 13 or 15 stitches. So I sent her home with a red light to help her with that. She is now able to get off her thyroid medication. Her markers are normal. She doesn't need levothyroxine anymore. This wasn't something that she thought would happen, or even I told her would happen to her. And more importantly, her cognition is on point, meaning that she could live in the home and move back into the home that we built for her, which she couldn't live in because she became dependent. So these are things that change people's lives, and they're valuable, precious lives. And so for things that normally would be potentially out of reach for people, or too expensive, or you just can't do it, the follow-up, it's too complicated, it's too expensive, it's too XYZ, then this is the big problem that we face in the world today, that most things are inaccessible, and therefore, what's the point, right? So it's just disappointing. Stem cell therapy, it's too expensive for most people. Those that can afford it often don't get any results, just like me. Okay, so the root of chronic disease, bioenergetic failure. So here, nearly a century ago, Nobel laureate Otto Warburg made a profound discovery. Cancer cells, regardless of origin, abandon oxygen-based energy production. Even with ample oxygen available, they revert to a primitive process, aerobic glycolysis. And when mitochondria become dysfunctional, cells lose regulatory signals, and they go rogue, stopping programmed cell death, apoptosis, and beginning to ferment sugar just to survive. To address chronic disease, we must restore the terrain, not suppress its symptoms. You can see the diagram here. You're seeing this shift for how the cells are utilizing oxygen and how they're producing cellular energy, ATP, adenosine triphosphate. With this mitochondrial dysfunction, this is where you're seeing lots of oxygen-related issues in the body, because the cells cannot undergo correct and proper cellular respiration. And now they're switching, as I'm mentioning, to an aerobic glycolysis. Then they switch to an aerobic glycolysis system, which is sugar fermentation. And so now we then get these chronic conditions, cancer. The regulatory signals are lost, and apoptosis is lost, which is programmed cell death. This is the big issue. So how light talks to a cell. Red and near-infrared light are absorbed into the cells. Your cells then produce the enzyme cytochrome C oxidase. Nitric oxide is removed off the enzyme. This is photodissociation. And then oxygen levels increase, nitric oxide blocked oxygen. And then ATP synthesis surges, rapid increase of reactive oxygen species. These are the critical aspects, like singlet oxygen has been used in military settings to shoot airborne missiles. Pretty fascinating. It's not commonly used, but it has been used, meaning that your body produces a substance that's so lethal to, in this case, military planes, missiles, that you could use singlet oxygen as a powerful lethal weapon in nature, in the real world, but in your body. It's the most powerful agent against these chronic conditions, and to shut down these disease cells known as cancer, circulating tumor cells, senescent cells, which are zombie cells. They have stopped multiplying, but they don't die right away. So they need to be cleared out of the system. So here's mitochondrial biogenesis. It's a transient ROS burst, which is a reactive oxygen species burst. A controlled pulse of reactive oxygen species acts as a signaling molecule, not a threat, right? So this is how people mix up ROS. So hormesis and NRF2. So light-induced stress activates the body's Light-induced stress activates the body's master antioxidant response, which is the get stronger signal. Then mitochondrial biogenesis. Via PGC1 alpha activation, cells are instructed to create more mitochondria, increasing immune horsepower. That's called mitogenesis. And also the shutdown of unhealthy mitochondria is mitophagy. In autoimmune conditions like Hashimoto's or lupus, this cascade allows the immune system's regulatory cells to regain control and cease the confused attack on self-tissue, which is to do with toxicity being so embedded in the body that the body is having to do what it needs to do to survive. And this inflammatory response is then what's causing life-threatening issues and chronic pain, etc. In quantum biology, the dose makes the medicine. And quantum in this case is referring to when you get to beyond the atom, smaller. And that's what you're interacting with light. So the clinical evidence, Hashimoto's thyroiditis. This is Dr. Hoffling's landmark study from Brazil. In a randomized placebo-controlled trial, patients received photobiomodulation directly to the thyroid gland. The results were remarkable, not just as statistics, but as lived outcomes. TPO antibodies, significant reduction in key inflammatory markers, medication reduction. Nearly half of the patients got off their levothyroxine dose completely, and everyone in the study had a significant reduction. Some stopped entirely. Structural restoration of microcirculation allowed a full system upgrade. The hidden layer, structured water, and your quantum engine, Dr. Gerald Pollack's discovery. Your cells are 99% water by molecular percentage. Infrared light expands the exclusion zone, EZ, a structured negatively charged battery water inside your cell. Your ATP synthase motors spin at 9,000 RPM. When cellular water is thick from stress and toxicity, those motors burn out. Red light structures the water, effectively oiling the quantum engine of your life. You are a light-encoded being. When you introduce red light, you restore the quantum environment your DNA requires to express health. Here's your 5-step system upgrade. Number 1, thyroid and gut command center. 5 minutes on the thyroid, 5 minutes on the abdomen daily. These are the 2 master regulators of metabolic and immune health. 2, circadian anchoring. Use red light therapy in the first 30 minutes of waking. Light is a Zeitgeber, a time giver. It signals the SCN master clock to optimize your cortisol to melatonin transition. And 3, the biphasic dosage rule. More is not better. Aim for 20 to 30 minutes at 3 to 12 inches. If you feel wired or fatigued after you've hit a session, you've hit your limit. Trust your body's own biofeedback. Number 4, photosensitization through nutrition. Increase your body's absorption of light with chlorophyll-rich foods, dark leafy greens, and even consider methylene blue under the professional guidance that can be offered there. Or do it as you understand from the clinical studies that exist on this, which can be simply following the dosage on a manufacturer's product. These act as internal antennas for red light photons, significantly boosting ATP production. Number 5, the vagus nerve light bath. Apply light to the back of the neck and chest. This supports the vagus nerve, the superhighway of the parasympathetic nervous system, shifting the body from fight or flight to rest and digest, which activates mitochondrial function. Fight or flight, vagus nerve plus red light, rest and digest. You're not broken, you're unplugged. Your body is not a machine that is breaking down. It's a masterpiece that is currently responding to its environment. Today, we plugged back in. We live in a world of junk light, blue screens, flickering LEDs, and chronic sun deficiency. When you introduce red light, you aren't merely treating a condition, you're restoring the quantum environment your DNA requires to express true health. This is the Earth 2.0 movement. Now, in order to show you the true power of red light therapy, I want you to see some of the key wavelengths here that are involved in the process, right? So you've got these 9 wavelengths, right? So there is every variation between 600 and 1100 nanometers that fall into red and near-infrared light. Okay, so you could see that of these key wavelengths that are some of the most studied wavelengths, which would be 480, which is blue, which works well when it's not a high flicker rate source because we see blue in the sun during the day and we see it in a rainbow, for example. So you have that, which is going to be very shallow, as you can see here, just through the epidermis. But then when you get now into 590, which is an amber orange color, then all the way up to between 630 and 670, you're in the deep red spectrum, which is going through the dermis and then getting right through and close to the subcutaneous tissue. Through chromophores, you're receiving light and transferring signals as well, which is really interesting. So it can go much deeper than what we had previously thought. But now with near-infrared light from 810 up to 1060 here, you're getting through the subcutaneous tissue, the muscle, the bone, and the interior tissues. Now, if you see what this looks like in real time for different conditions, you'll see that there's a lot of different conditions that this then works for successfully, right? And we see that here in a diagram that I put together. Now have a look at stem cell regeneration activated at all the different wavelengths that I just showed you, 630 up to 1060, then Parkinson's disease, a condition, neurological, gut connected. You see the wavelengths near infrared spectrum, hypertension, liver function, pain relief. Then come over to asthma, tinnitus, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, pain relief, and again, see the wavelengths that are scoring in clinical studies, athletic performance, post-recovery workout, mental stamina, cognitive performance, broken capillaries, sun damage, wrinkles, droopy eyelids, under eye circles, broken capillaries, anti-aging, acne, scars, rosacea, hair growth, weight loss, fat burning, cellulite reduction, metabolism, muscle building, fertility and sperm mobility and motility, herpes, cold sores, genital and other simplexes, depression, anxiety, now cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, stomach cancer, colorectal cancer, prostate cancer. Those wavelengths then become critical. If somebody was doing 660 for prostate cancer, they had missed the mark. You see the point? They need to get near infrared. It needs to go deeper. But then with breast cancer, if you miss 660, that was the one that was proven to drop the tumor formation in vitro in a petri dish by 40% in 24 hours. That was 660 alone that could do that in that time frame. So that was fascinating to see that. And they're close in the spectrum, but yet they are performing differently because they're landing at different places in the body. Mitochondrial health, lupus, fibromyalgia, stroke, arthritis, Hashimoto's, diabetes, neurodegeneration, eyesight, oral cancer, head and neck cancer, brain cancer, cervical cancer, skin cancer, esophageal gastric cancer, bladder cancer, anal cancer, liver cancer, melanoma, glioblastoma, lymphoma, bone cancer, acne, circadian rhythm, skin rejuvenation, wound healing, and autophagy. So very interesting to see all the different benefits for different conditions, and that could go for days, and that's where you need to just even do your own research. Put whatever condition you're struggling with or something you want to prevent, and then put it into your search engine with red light therapy next to those keywords for whatever condition that you have, and you'll see the breakthrough studies that are coming out on this with your own two eyes for what you may be dealing with. And so you can see all the different benefits here, and I'm going to show you some key studies. Now, when it comes to cancer support, we're seeing such incredible benefits, specifically with photodynamic therapy, where you're using a photosensitizer. And these are some of the examples, from methylene blue to chlorophyll to curcumin, artemisinin, which is sweet wormwood, where ivermectin comes from. And this is where you're generating more of the reactive oxygen species. You're able to target and kill selectively the damaged cells. Now, when it comes to infertility, we see here with this xenozoospermia study that it was a significant increase in the sperm count using near-infrared light at 850 nanometers. And what you see here for lupus, again, great case studies, great benefit here. Pancreatic cancer, this is it. This is near-infrared light, and it's activating apoptosis, programmed cell death, and you can see that here in the clinical studies. Fibromyalgia, 4-week period. The red light group, less pain, improved quality of life, better ability to enjoy leisure activities. Became less afraid of movement, felt more confident managing their condition, and less worried about their pain over time. These benefits lasted for 6 months. So red light therapy is structural. It will help switch somebody's body. It'll help actually get to the root of the problem and help correct the issue. That's why you see that when people get off red light, they don't then revert. That was 6 months, which means that you're biologically designed, not just for red light, even daily, but even twice a day. You see the sunrise, sunset, you see that red light appears twice a day. We're clearly designed for it. And then the animals, the plants, and nature that are getting this light are doing much better, almost always, than the people that most humans we're not doing as well. We may be the most intelligent species on Earth, but we don't look like it by our departure from nature. So have a look at red light therapy post-stroke. These breakthrough studies. Here's a red light therapy for Hashimoto's thyroiditis. You'll find 96% of the women here reach normal thyroid size. So enlarged, this is an enlarged thyroid with all these women, and 96% go back to normal thyroid size from a red light treatment that actually only lasted 3 weeks, and this was at a 12-month follow-up. So you see that here, using near-infrared light in the 800 spectrum, and then having 200 milliwatts of power. Now, here's the second study here, which shows that the group that received red light, you can see this here in the fine print, the group that had red light, they did 70 times better than the non-red light group, and in achieving thyroid hormone balance, increasing their T3, T4 ratio, and 15 times greater. And the red light group was 15 times more efficient in their ability to decrease levothyroxine dosage. It's like my grandma at 87 off a thyroid medication. Is that even possible? She had it for decades. Diabetic foot ulcers, here 90 to 100% healing after 90 days. Almost seems unbelievable. And then you have all the different types of cancer, glioblastoma, even brain cancer, which the eyes are the windows, not just to the soul, but to the brain. So get red light even through the eyes. This is what UCL University found when they had 3 minutes of exposure of red light to the eyes in the morning, equated on average to 17% improvement in eyesight immediately within the same 24-hour period. Is that not fascinating? And then here's a study with child myopia, where 41 clinical trials, and this was 41 clinical trials with over 6,400 children. Red light therapy was the most effective treatment for slowing eye growth and vision worsening. And now this is therapeutic in reversing eyesight issues in children. And that's what we see in the University College London study with the reversals even in people over 40 in this case, and to the effect of 17% immediately. So it's impressive. And what we're seeing across the board with different types of cancer is absolutely amazing. And you'll see that here, even with melanomas, skin cancers that you would think maybe wouldn't be responsive. And then you come over to lymphoma. This was an example where 3 people were in this clinical study for cutaneous B-cell lymphoma. And this was a complete response. You'll see in the diagram underneath it says a complete response, meaning they had complete remission. And that's what was documented in all 3 of the participants. And they had a maximum of 2 sessions, meaning that they all went into remission within the week period. 2 of them were on 1 session and 1 of them was on 2 sessions. So really impressive to see the combination of something photosensitizing. In this case, this was a methyl form of aminoleuvolinic acid with the red light, and then covering up the area, which we naturally end up doing, for example, when we go to bed at night, because then we're in darkness if we're not sleeping in where the lights are on, which is common. This was the 40% drop in 24 hours with breast cancer. You see that. And that was post 24 hours. In vitro, in both triple negative and non-triple negative. And this was 615 up to 730, but it was 660 that did the drop by 40%. It's impressive. Lung cancer is the biggest killer. It kills more than prostate cancer, colon, and breast cancer combined. So this achieved an overall response of nearly 87% and improved patient quality of life. It's considered a new and promising anti-tumor strategy. Here we see it. Bone cancer even, photosensitizing the bones through something like methylene blue, then hitting it with red light. These are the studies. This one was a blockbuster. This was, again, University College London. And yet this was published through Lancet Oncology, 413 patients, and 49% go into remission in the red light group, 13.5% in the control group, meaning that they had close to a 400% increase in their ability to put prostate cancer in remission. Only 6% got surgery in the red light group, 30% in the non-red light group. That's 500%. Okay, so it's blockbuster considering that 9 out of 10 go impotent after the surgeries, and it meant that all of the people in the red light group didn't have that issue at all, right? So they didn't have impotence as a result of the surgery, and the need to get the surgery in the first place. Okay, so 300 tumors here tracked. And even with the skin cancer, it's not causing the skin cancers to grow. There was no evidence that the red light made the cancers grow. In fact, the treated mice sometimes look healthier with better skin quality and more normal behavior. So beneficial. So you keep seeing these. Other natural photosensitizers include curcumin and berberine and methylene blue, as we talked about, which is here. Out of 10 studies, 7 showed clear tumor reduction, sometimes almost complete, up to 99 to 100% shrinkage in colorectal cancer, melanoma, and certain carcinomas. In breast cancer and HeLa tumor models, the results were weaker, but the tumors still grew much slower than in untreated animals, meaning that this is still an incredibly powerful therapy, even in the tumors that it's not as effective in, meaning that it was, 99 to 100% is blockbuster for colorectal cancer, melanoma, and other carcinomas. But even in the ones that were weaker, you can't use the words growing much slower unless it's very significant, meaning that then you want to combine other therapies like chlorine dioxide solution, which is really important. You can look up deoxypedia.com and deoxytube.com. These are powerful tools. And here's a great protocol for red light and methylene blue. You can screenshot that, take that with you. I know that this information is so important, so I know that this is going to be of massive benefit to you and your family. Make sure to let others watch this, get other people to consume this life-changing information. I wish I had have known this in the past, a decade ago, when I was struggling with different cases, myself and my own health and other family members. I know what it's like to go through a lot, as we all do. We need the best tools. We can't afford not to have them. Lives are on the line, and that's why this matters so much. I just want you and all your loved ones to know about the tremendous power of red light therapy and what it can do for you in turning around chronic conditions that you've accepted, potentially as normal, or that you thought there was no other way. There is another way, and we're sharing it with you here, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this. I'm so grateful to give you these solutions because I know what that will mean for you, and it's such a fulfilling life for me to give life-changing solutions to people that need them the most. And that's because we're all part of one big human family, and if we can help each other, we can get through all of this and give each other a better life. And I do believe health is a God-given birthright. It was gifted to us. It's something that we shouldn't have to mortgage our house to pay for a cancer treatment. We shouldn't be dying of these conditions or suffering with them through our lives. I believe that this was given to us as part of our God-given birthright. Yet it now takes knowledge to reclaim that, and so that we can just simply accept, and so that we can take advantage of the opportunities that exist in front of us. So I encourage you, take advantage of what is in front of you to use this to transform your life and the lives of your loved ones, starting today. Thank you.
Take a breath for a moment, because who I'm about to introduce you is my dear brother, Jonathan Otto. And this person has literally changed my life. He found me in dengue fever when I was in Costa Rica, literally on a deathbed. That's what it felt like. And through his protocols, he literally was able to get me back within a couple days. And so this is why we are here to bring some of the most incredible embodied leaders of the Earth 2.0, and Jonathan Otto is one of those. He's an investigative journalist, health researcher, and founder of Red Life, known for uncovering cutting-edge solutions in natural health, longevity, and cellular healing. Jonathan, what brought you into Red Light? Why Red Light? And why are you so, in love with such a powerful tool?
Wow. Well, I really appreciate you sharing that personal story. And I tell you what, guys, if you are part of somebody's health and healing journey, you become a really close friend and ally right away. And so that's what I believe we need to be doing for everyone. And I believe that everyone that's here is getting this knowledge for a reason. There's people that you love and care about that you can help, and it's going to enrich your life so much, right? So I'm so passionate about Red Light for the exact reason that you shared, because you were in a situation that was life-threatening and you needed a tool that could help you. And I'm not interested in fads. I'm not interested in gimmicks. I'm only interested in the things that will help turn around people's life-threatening conditions or make their life better with easing their suffering. And that's part of the reason why when I look back over the last 25 years, my work has been heavily in the humanitarian side, where it was to do with aiding in major world famines in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya, Mozambique, Tanzania. So I believe that red light therapy is one of the most essential things.
Now, Jonathan, let's look at a couple different type of people, right? So someone that's struggling through chronic disease, whatever it's autoimmune, whatever it's thyroid, and then let's look at someone that's at an optimal or neutral space, but just want to accelerate. How would you recommend light, and how do we utilize that?
Awesome. So it could be as little as 3 minutes a day, even 3 minutes a week. All right. So that's on the very low side. University College London tested eyesight with 3 minutes. And this was with myopia. So with vision loss for people over 40, 17% improvement within the same 24-hour period. So quite immediate, right? So amazing.
So let's say someone, understands there's a red light. We understand that we have to have it. What is the actual daily protocol? and what is the absolute must-have. So I know you have incredible stores, which we're going to share with all of you guys. And also there's a very, very big discount that Jonathan is actually giving to our community. It's 25% off. But before we get there, Jonathan, which one is like the must-have? How often? And especially more for the general person that's looking for health, wellness and good sleep.
Absolutely. Right. So like a must-have could be a belt like this, right? We designed a 5 wavelength belt, and this is it, right? You'll see all the 5 wavelengths in these triple lights here. And so you get it, like you see how much it's lighting up my face. And so this is changing people's lives. I've seen people go from a 9 out of 10 back pain with sciatica to a 0 using this for, like, let's say around 30 minutes a day, if that, and over the areas that are affected. So it could be something like this. That could be the must have, or it could be a panel where you're getting, in this case, head to groin area. So that's covering all your organs. This would be considered whole organ photobiomodulation. This would be the same thing, right? So that's the 300 max. This one's the 600 if you see them on the pages. And this one is the same length, which is 3 feet. So it's covering all your organs. It's slightly wider, or significantly wider than the 300 max, that allows for you to get shoulder to shoulder. And it's really what people can put into their budget. Like for example, I've got Lance Armstrong and Mark Calloway, the Undertaker, the wrestler, on this device right now, right? So, and you can see the size of this, right? So that's still, it's going to get a big chunk of your essential organs, and the price is awesome. This is the one that I sent my grandma home with after splitting her head, and so this was a game changer. And I think that people just need to make those decisions on how important is this to me, and how much is the function of my organs worth to me as well, because by getting something bigger, even head to toe area, which you'll see those as well, head to toe is going to cause you to be able to get it from, as I'm saying, over your entire body within a single session. And you can see that on the page with that has the RL Pro 1200. Okay, and so you've got some amazing tools there. Also, the combination of pulse electromagnetic field is a major plus. That is a combination therapy. When you see the red light studies done in combination with PEMF, they outperform. Right? Yeah, you'll see that the hat here. And these are just fantastic tools. Like, that's hair regrowth, right? So I'm 40 now, right? I don't have a single gray hair yet. I know that's potentially not forever, but you never know. And so what we
that's the one everybody wants to not have.
Oh, I know. I've got baldness on both sides of my family, and so there's definitely things that I'm doing that are showing that I've broken the mold. And I had severe Lyme disease and various issues, blood viruses, Epstein-Barr, Ross River. That's why I kind of had some wherewithal with what you're doing with dengue. But it's just due to the quality and the success of the tools themselves. So what you'll see here is the colors, right? So you'll see blue and orange, and then a deeper red and a lighter red. You're seeing 9 different wavelengths, which is specifically 480, 590, 630, 660, 670, 810, 830, 850, and 1060. So they're 9 of the most proven wavelengths between blue, red, and near infrared. And what we did was we put in the highest tested irradiance that I've seen, which is the amount of light delivered, over 200 milliwatts per centimeter squared. It's literally like 3 times even the $150,000 beds you'll see in a lot of the clinics, right? Which is typically sitting around 50 to 70 milliwatts, right? So we pushed it over. It's part of the reason why, this is a book that I authored called The Cancer Off Switch, and Dr. Tony Jimenez is the chief medical officer and founder of the Hope for Cancer Treatment Centers, 30 years experience as an integrative oncologist. And he says that my work is not just recommended, but essential, is what he says, and that this, research that I've been publishing is a potential lifesaver for people. The reason why he's using our devices, which is an honor to me, for his patients in their follow-up program, and rolling it out clinically as well within the clinical setting, is because of the irradiance and the wavelengths. They're the 2 big things that he's looking for. And then the other one is EMFs, right? Okay, so see this? You'll see that's a 0 reading. If I put this on the computer or the phone, watch these numbers go up, right? So it'll go up to like 15 or so once it's over this computer. And I just turned off the Wi-Fi so I could get a good signal. But over the phone, I've got my phone on air flight mode, but otherwise you'd hear this thing go off the Richter scale, right? But there's 0 EMFs coming out of the devices, and once it gets its bearings, because that's a constant light, you'll see there's no EMF coming out. Ready? Watch it. And there it is. sitting at a straight zero.
Wow.
So these are things that you look for, right? Look for, do no harm, no flicker. Flicker is where the issue comes in for those that understand, okay, there's the issues with LEDs. That's happening in high flicker rates because it's the eyes adjusting and the body adjusting on, off, on, off. There's no flicker in these light emitting diodes. That's why of the thousands of studies that are done on red light, they're only on lasers and LEDs. And it's because of the delivery of power. That's because we got about 90% of the power going into light, about 10% into heat. That's why the radiance is so strong. I've got a big light on me coming from here, and yet I'm still getting overpowered by the lights because you're seeing the immense amount of light, which makes me look like I'm some kind of like, I don't know, like I'm coming to you from a red light district or something, right? Yeah. And
Amazing.
And same with the mask, right? We've put just a higher level of irradiance into the masks and caps and belts, etc. So we made something that would last as well for a lifetime.
I think the most incredible part, like a takeaway today, I mean, there is no way you can be at optimal health without some form of red light. And I think we find this with the lifestyles that we're living in, whatever it's panels, so you can have access to your body. That's a great starter. I also highly recommend anything like the belts. We travel with belts. We obviously for face, we want to look young. We want to have the collagen production. And then if you have issues with hair, then look into the hair. So we're going to share with you guys all of the incredible offerings that Jonathan has. We're going to also include the 25% discount code. And then the quality, the power that goes behind all of this, that's to us everything. And that's why Jonathan and Red Life is such a big piece of all of our Earth 2.0.
Thank you, Pavel. That's an honor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Big thanks for all of these inventions, all of these incredible tools that we have, because the hard truth is most of us are living in a city. Most of us are, surrounded by concrete jungles, and we gotta bring these tools home. And this is why we are on a hunt to figure out how do we live within this 21st century. And instead of, just being dead and have no light, we say we have the power and tools to offset that.
Yeah, 100%. Nature is always king. But like you said, we're modern day people. We need modern solutions for the modern problems we've created for ourselves. So we love that there are things that still allow us to be healthy, happy, and harmonious, even though we spend a lot of time inside.
Now, for the next person that we want to invite you it's about longevity. Who does not want to live healthy? And there's so much right now on the internet about it, from Brian Johnson and Dave Asprey and Gary Brecka and so many more. We brought in today someone that we highly trust, that's actually from Europe, that we met through the Biohackers World community in Europe. And I'm going to say his name. His name is Sim Land. And he comes from Finland, and he is one of the most leading longevity experts, but all in regards to evidence-based. And we love his YouTube channel, by the way. That's something that anytime we're looking into something that is new or old, like he's always going off of what is the data today. And so as much as we like to progress and be at cutting edge and forefront, we also want to keep you safe. We want to understand what most of people that have done these studies, what the outcomes did they have, and what actually worked and what didn't.
Yeah, let him and the biohackers, let us all be the guinea pigs, and you get it easy. You get the blueprint, you get the research, you get to know what works without having to do all the trial and error.
And without further ado, we're gonna allow Sim Land to speak about
the most evidence-based longevity hacks to slow your aging.
Hi, this is Sim Land. I'm here for the 12-month Systems Upgrade series. Today I'll be talking about my presentation, which is titled Implementing Longevity Science into Everyday Life. I'm going to discuss what do we know about longevity science and healthy aging. I have a background in anthropology. I've been researching health for over 10 years. So I've spent a lot of time researching this, and I'm excited to share these principles with you. So let's get started. The topic of my speech is implementing longevity science in everyday practice. And when you scroll through social media, then you might get the impression that you need to follow some very crazy routines, wake up super early, follow very strict lifestyles, take dozens of supplements, track hundreds of biomarkers, follow a meticulous diet, spend hours at the gym, etc. But the truth is not the case. You don't need to have that crazy of a lifestyle. Longevity science is a lot simpler than it actually might seem on social media. At the same time, if you look at the longest living people in the world, such as John Calment or Richard Overton, then you might get the impression that you can just wing it, that you can just follow any lifestyle, you can smoke, eat ice cream every day, drink whiskey, and you will live to the age of 100 and 110. Well, the truth is that this is also not the case, because these individuals have exceptionally good longevity genetics. They would live to the age of 100 and 110, even with a mediocre lifestyle, which they have done. They don't follow very strict lifestyle routines, so we can't really take their word as gospel in terms of what benefits longevity. For example, smoking is a very common stereotype among centenarians. We've all heard about the anecdotal story of the smoking grandpa or smoking uncle who smoked cigarettes every day and lived to the age of 100. Well, the truth is that if you look at the actual amount of smokers among centenarians, then it's very small. In this 2004 study on the centenarians of Rome, they found that only 2.7% of them were active smokers and 83.8% of them were never smokers. So that's a huge discrepancy and contradicts this narrative that people who smoke, they can live a long time as long as they don't obsess about their health. Well, some people who do live to the age of 100 while smoking, they have very good genetics or they just get very lucky. But even then, the amount of smokers over the age of 100 is extremely small. So we don't want to take that risk. Obviously, smoking is one of the worst things for your health. I've spent years researching this topic. I'm very interested in longevity myself for various reasons. My grandfather died to colon cancer at the age of 36, so I want to take preventive health quite seriously. And as an anthropologist, I'm interested in longevity science and just trying to figure out why do some people live longer and what can we do ourselves to improve our health and aging. So what is the reason why some people, these centenarians, live so long? Why do they reach the age of 100 and beyond, whereas the average person's life expectancy is somewhere in the early 70s or early 80s? Well, the real reason is genetics. But there's what is the reason why those genetics help them to live so long? It comes down to resilience and postponing chronic diseases. So we know that there are many different chronic diseases people suffer from nowadays: heart disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia, hypertension, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, etc. And no one is immune to these diseases. The difference between average people and the centenarians is that the centenarians, they get these diseases much later in life. So they do get heart disease, they do get dementia, they do get cancer and kidney disease, but they usually get these diseases around 10 to 20 years later than the average person does. So they have a higher genetic threshold for getting sick with a particular chronic disease. So some genes just increase the resilience to tolerate aging and these diseases, and they reduce the risk of a lot of these diseases as well for various reasons. So for us mere mortals, it comes down to avoiding these chronic diseases that kill people, because these chronic diseases are the cause of death in a lot of most cases. So when you look at the pillar stones of longevity, then research has done a good job at pinpointing the major core fundamentals of healthy lifestyle that leads to better well-being and greater longevity. So number one, healthy eating. The specifics of this are debatable. There are different types of healthy diets out there, but in practice, it comes down to just healthy whole foods, trying to minimize ultra-processed foods, and also not eating too much, because if you eat too much healthy foods, that can be also still bad for your health, because being obese and overweight is still harmful. Number two, physical activity. So engaging in some sort of exercise or just having a physically active lifestyle. Doesn't always have to be going to the gym. It can also be just yard work, farming, or hiking, or something else like that. If you stop moving, then your body slowly begins deteriorating. Number 3, avoid risky substances. This involves smoking. We discussed how the prevalence of smoking among centenarians is extremely small, and that also applies to alcohol intake and other recreational drugs. Number 4, stress management and maintenance of good mental health. Stress does accelerate aging if you're chronically stressed out. The difference between stress that is good for you and stress that is bad for you is the duration and the type of stress. So exercise is a stressor, but you exercise only for 30 to 60 minutes or something else like that, and rest of the day you tend to just relax and not be that stressed out compared to exercise. So exercise in the short term is beneficial for you, and that applies to also some other types of stressors, which we'll discuss later in this presentation. Mental health is also quite underrated. Mental health can have a causal effect on your longevity by directing your behavior. You'll make better health decisions, you'll be happier, you have less stress hormones, and you'll have a higher mental resilience. Number 5, restorative sleep. Sleep is crucial. Without sleep, you would not survive. The quality of a sleep is equally as important as the duration of your sleep. And lastly, number 6, positive family and social connections. So based on research, the biggest determinant of your happiness in life are your family and social connections. And when it comes to longevity, then they are also quite important. People with better social and family connections have, first of all, better mental health, less stress, but they also just are more resilient against the aging process. Of course, there are genetic factors as well, as we discussed. These centenarians, they have certain beneficial genes. The influence of genes is a lot bigger than people previously thought. Previously was said that genetics contributes only around 20 to 25% to your longevity, but the newest research suggests that it's actually something like 50%, which is a lot more, and it just highlights how more important lifestyle is. You obviously can't control your genes, but being aware of your genes increases your awareness about some of the risks you need to be more aware of, such as if you have family history of heart disease or cancer, then it means that you as an individual need to pay more attention to these risks. So what are the chronic diseases that people die of? This is important because we will die of something. And if we know what are the biggest risks of us dying, then we can make better decisions, essentially. The top 10 causes of death in the world right now are ischemic heart disease, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lower respiratory infections, neonatal conditions, trachea, bronchus, and lung cancers, Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, diarrheal diseases, diabetes, and kidney disease. So by far, the biggest cause of death is heart disease, different types of cardiovascular diseases, including stroke, and they make up around 30% of all causes of death in the world. So the vast majority of people will die to some form of heart disease. And this is quite enlightening or quite important because heart disease is preventable. 90% of heart disease is preventable with lifestyle. And it doesn't require a whole lot of, sacrifice or effort to reduce your risk of heart disease, which we'll discuss shortly. Heart disease. So heart disease is the number 1 killer in the world. And by reducing your risk of heart disease, you will gain the most for your longevity and lifespan. Because, as I said, around 30% of people will die to heart disease. If you have family history of heart disease, then your risk of heart disease is even greater. Heart disease is also one of the earliest causes of death in developed countries. So the average age of a heart attack is somewhere like 64, 65. And most people who do develop heart disease earlier in life, they have a shorter lifespan. So we want to minimize the risk of heart disease because this is the first bottleneck in most people's longevity. And it's also what grants you the biggest potential to reach the age of 80 and 90, for example. The American Heart Association has listed 8 essential principles that reduce the risk of heart disease. They are quit tobacco, be more active, eat healthy, manage blood pressure, manage blood sugar, control cholesterol, manage weight, and get healthy sleep. So we obviously know about tobacco already. Active and eating healthy is also quite self-explanatory. These blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and weight, these are biomarkers and risk factors for heart disease. Now, coincidentally, these biomarkers are also risk factors for pretty much any other chronic disease like kidney disease, Alzheimer's, and cancer. So by focusing on improving our heart health, we are also improving our brain health and overall longevity. Now, a critical point that the American Heart Association also acknowledges is the aging process. So getting older is the biggest risk factor for any chronic disease. Someone who is 60 or 80 years old, their risk of getting cancer, heart disease, and Alzheimer's is exponentially higher than someone who is 20 years old or even 30 or 40 years old. So the older you get, the higher your risk of any chronic disease is due to the aging process. The older you get, your body has experienced some aging process,